Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Akuna motangu akuna kogabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
The neighboring country of Niger, Mali, we've just seen now that the US there also have placed sanctions on some of the military officials. What does this all mean then for the ECOWAS region?
It's quite unstable right now. And unfortunately, you have the chair currently, it's Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria. You know, he's also facing a lot of pressure in his country in terms of how the election panned out, in terms of the results. Some questioning the credibility of the elections. He issued a strong statement yesterday, but already when you read the reaction to that statement, people were already saying, you yourself, you are not legitimate. And therefore, this time around, ECOWAS is not as strong as the ECOWAS that we are used to. You'd recall when there were challenges in the region previously, they were quick to react and to respond. And there was that credibility because those who were speaking at that time, who were leading the regional body, had credibility. But right now, it's on a very shaky ground.
Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ bí ọ̀rọ̀ epo àwọn.
All right, that last clip was not meant to be. That was from yesterday, so I need to delete that one. So, or maybe I should just save it to one space because it will come into play, I'm sure, in the course of our conversations to come. So there it is. Here I am. There you are, and here we are. So. Here we are. Good to have you around. Good to see you again. And how are you? How are you? Your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow makes an appearance again. And you join him. So, have you ever seen that Chinese symbol that is a circle? Have you seen that Chinese symbol that is a circle? So there's a Chinese symbol that is circular. And then it has sort of like a curve in between that circle. And then on the one side of that curve is white, and then on the other side of that curve is black. So they call that yin and yang. So that's the Chinese symbol for yin and yang. So what am I saying? So this is what I'm saying. Even before the session starts, Ayo already super stickered just to set the tone of the mood. So I have to especially acknowledge Ayo, by the way. I know he doesn't like to make a fuss, but this guy really supports this channel, as you know. He supports it on a daily basis. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So that's the yin. And just not for me to get too carried away, a character also leaves a note. This is from an Inandi Afaikandu. It says it is only a madman that will support the drug baron Tinubu INEC select, like one man went to mow. So that's the yin and that's the yang. So on the one hand, an encouraging super sticker from Ayo, and for me not to get too carried away, the obedience leave the traditional abuse. So things are right with the world. So things, pardon me. So things are right with the world. So anyway, to the greetings. So how are you? How have you been? Good to have you around, delighting your company. So relax into the session and let's go on this ride as we usually do. But before you relax into the session, as many of you that want to follow Ayo's example, because as much as I cherish that I mention Ayo all the time, it's a bit concerning that only his name seems to recur as a decimal. So anybody that wants to join Ayo in the supers, do that. So do that. But really, to the opening phase, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. We always implore that, but slowly we're getting there. Let me just put it that way. Let's do half full rather than half empty. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Now, the most important thing, because we've been getting a lot of joy from this space, either you're for or against the direction of travel of the conversation, come and present your argument by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's an open space and your views are protected. So no matter how wild or psychedelic your views are, you can come and express them here. We only have one rule: no foul language. And I'm sure you can communicate without resorting to guttural language. So if you have that capacity that you feel you can communicate without resorting to gutter language, if you're not a gutter snipe, then come join us. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Ayo has already set the tone. Everybody can follow through. So what are we contending with today? So I already played you that video that has been making the rounds. I should have played this video yesterday, but I wasn't really bothered about it. But I just played it really to document that space, just how the international... This is the consequence, by the way, of the demarketing of the Nigerian entity. Do you see? People feel they are in the cut and thrust of politics, and they are trying to do the person that sits at the presidential seat down. But really, all of us is diminished. When you travel abroad, nobody wants to know if you are an obedient or an articulate or a batified, as now this coinage has now come into play. Nobody wants to know any of that. They know you are a Nigerian, and they know that the popular consensus is that your president is a drug dealer. So they know that because that narrative has been pushed so aggressively into the news cycle. And sometimes we don't know just how important we are as a country and as a people, because people pay a lot of attention to our space internationally, especially within the African coast. They admire us as well as resent us in equal measure. And anything that they can get to use to push against us, they will use that. So if you're going around the world screeching and squealing like a drugged up banshee, just squealing and reaching and writhing that your president is a drug dealer, they don't want to know that you're an obedient, or they just see you that look at this mockery of a person, your president is a drug dealer. So you diminish all of us when you go around with that narrative. So what am I saying? This is what I'm saying. This is from South Africa.
The neighboring country of Niger, Mali, we've just seen now that the US there also have placed sanctions on some of the military officials. What does this all mean then for the ECOWAS region?
It's quite unstable right now. And unfortunately, you have the chair currently, it's Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria. You know, he's also facing a lot of pressure in his country in terms of how the election panned out, in terms of the results. Some questioning the credibility of the elections. He issued a strong statement yesterday, but already when you read the reaction to that statement, people were already saying, you yourself, you are not legitimate. And therefore, this time around, ECOWAS is not.
So there it is. That's the marketing of Nigeria and the impact of it. That was a correspondent in South Africa mocking your country. Whether you are for or against Tinubu, you are still a Nigerian. So those are the side effects of some of these things that we do. But what headlines are we contending with today? We are somewhat stuck in the cycle of news that has been holding the top headlines for the past few days. So let's see what the latest development is in those spaces. So we kick it off with this. Nnamdi Kanu versus Simon Ekpa. Ohaneze confirms authenticity of IPOB leader's letter over sit at home. So yes, I'm going to do this. Excuse me for a moment as I blow my own trumpet. Here is myself. I'm patting myself on the back. Do you see? I am patting myself on the back because I've always said that these two elements, Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, that it will come to a head soon. And it looks as though that crescendo is now being reached. I've always maintained that. Anybody that's been here for more than a minute, they've heard me say that copiously, endlessly, that these two elements, Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, that it will come to a crescendo very soon, and it's going to be tears before bedtime. It's going to be a bloodbath between these two elements. It's going to be a bloodbath between these two elements because these two characters, they have insatiable egos. These two characters, they have insatiable egos. And these two characters, they in their heads purport to portend that they are alpha males. So you cannot have two alpha males in one situation. And here it is now, that clash is now coming. And there's going to be, there's going to be tears before bedtime. Yeah, I want me masukun. Do you understand Yoruba? I want me masukun. Do you understand? There's going to be tears before bedtime. So there it is, and that space is really opening up. Because of course, Simon Ekpa has declared himself the Prime Minister of the Biafra nation, and Nnamdi Kanu insists that he's the leader of the independent people of Biafra. So you cannot have two presidents, so somebody has to yield. So who's going to yield? The egos have landed. The egos have landed. Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa. Nnamdi Kanu versus Simon Ekpa. Ohaneze confirms authenticity of IPOB leaders' letter overseas at home. So we spent some time with that to reflect on the goings on there. So let me make sure, let me put those headlines together because there's quite a few headlines within that space. Yes, so Ohaneze confirms the authenticity, sit at home, Nnamdi Kanu's letter to Simon Ekpa authentic. So this is the official IPOB space now informing that that letter is authentic. So we're staying with that. Yes, this one's somewhat repetitive, so I'll cancel this one out. Nnamdi Kanu versus Simon Ekpa, so we've had that one. So we're staying with that. And any more news in that? Nnamdi Kanu orders Simon Ekpa to end sit at home. So yeah, we opened with that yesterday. So a lot of time will be spent with that, and there is a lot of time will be spent with that, and there is a video clip as well to be played to you regarding that space. So await that video clip. So now the next headline now is going to be the human interest story of the session. The human interest story of the session. I say it's a human interest story. It's somewhat of a tragic storyline. It's the narrative of this young lady that passed away in Anambra State. But what are the circumstances of that death? Anambra family rejects autopsy report, claiming their daughter died of drowning, insisting she was killed. So what exactly happened there, we'll find out shortly. Like I said, we're updating on several storylines that we have been talking about over the course of the week or so, and we are updating on this storyline as well. Leaked NSAS mass burial memo is one of many surprises to come. Human rights lawyer Adegboruwa. So human rights lawyer Adegboruwa. So it looks as though now we're back to that space essentially is what we are. We're back to that space essentially is what we are. And back to this space as well. Bring Simon Ekpa back to Nigeria to sit at home with us. Uzodinma tells federal government and military. So those are the dog whistles of renditioning right there. So those are the dog whistles of renditioning. So an invitation then that the same fate that befell Nnamdi Kanu should befall Simon Ekpa. So let's now go now to what was the headline storyline. the headline storyline, we touched on this yesterday, but we'll expand on it today. Finally, Sanwo Olu transmits 39 commissioners, special assistant nominees to Lagos Assembly. So the law requires that within 60 days of assuming office, he must do that transmission. But really, is both the names on that list and the names absent from that list is really where the conversation is. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo Olu has finally transmitted 39 names for screening and confirmation as commissioners and special advisors designate to the State House of Assembly. This came following series of lobbying and horse trading by various interest groups to have their candidates nominated. The Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Boyega Akoshile, announced the transmission of the nominees on Friday via his official Twitter handle. Recall that Governor Sanwo Olu, along his deputy Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, took their oath of office and swearing in allegiance on May the 29th, 2023, after emergence and declaration as winner of the March the 20th, 2023 governorship poll. Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, declared the All Progressive Congress APC's governorship candidate Sanwo Olu as winner of the 2023 Lagos governorship election after the conclusion of the poll, keenly contested by candidates of the Labour Party, Gbadebo Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, and People's Democratic Party, PDP's Dr. Olajide Adediran, amongst others. I'm not quite sure if keenly, pardon me, I'm not quite sure if keenly contested is the apt phraseology, because the closest person to Sanwo Olu, which was Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, Sanwo Olu got nearly 3 times his vote. So I'm not quite sure where the king contest was. Meanwhile, one of the lawmakers in the House of Assembly confided in our correspondence that the list comprises of 30% women, youths, technocrats, and seasoned politicians. According to the lawmaker, who spoke under the condition of anonymity, the list was transmitted in the early hours, saying that the House would thoroughly scrutinize the nominees when called to appear before them. We have the commissioner nominees. We have the commissioner nominees have been sent to us, so that's bad English. On the list are 36 names of women, youths, technocrats, and seasoned politicians who have paid their dues. At least, women got 30% of all the numbers sent to us for confirmation. The lawmaker, who declined to mention the names of the nominees, however, affirmed that some commissioners were returned, whilst others could not make the list. So other commissioners already existing, but I'll have to dig even deeper because we need the list of names, because what the list of names tells us is that Tinubu has said, not Tinubu, Sanwo Olu has sent in a list of 39 Yoruba persons. So it's an entirely Yoruba cabinet that Sanwo Olu is going to run now. And if you add that it is an entirely Yoruba, it's an entirely Yoruba cabinet that Sanwo Olu is going to run now. If you add that onto the fact that the Lagos State Assembly has passed into law that the language of governance in Lagos is going to be Yoruba, and additionally, they passed an indigent bill, or they're in the process of, or have passed an indigent bill to indigenalize Lagos State. So that then tells you then that there's something going on. But what is going on? That's the question. You can't give the answer. So a lot of that's in place. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button. And by the way, the bulk of the session is going to be run by Mike, who I think is with us now. So the bulk of the session is going to be run by Mike. But so lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come join, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. please continue to ignore that. Do all those. Let me take a micro musical intermission just as soon as I find my Kegites clip. So to the Kegites, to the Kegites.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido.
Oh, sorry about that.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbese, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So we're going to kick it off with the Nnamdi Kanu space, but we're going to kick it off with there was a notice released yesterday, handwritten by Nnamdi Kanu instructing Simon Ekpa to step down, and Simon Ekpa, predictably, he put out notice that it was fake news. So that was the state of play as at yesterday. So we pick it up now from where it is today. Watch this.
Good evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the press, and good evening to everyone listening out there. My name is Aloy Ejimako. I'm a legal practitioner and special counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the indigenous people of Biafra, which are the subject matters of this press briefing and public announcement today in Enugu State, Eastern Nigeria. The press briefing is in the form of a public announcement, as I stated before. I have reduced it in writing on my letterhead because of the sensitive nature of the message it bears. And the press briefing and the public announcement is going to be exactly to the script. So now, therefore, I'll read from the script I have prepared, so I'll stay within context. This is a public announcement stroke press statement issued by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu through my humble self, Aloy Ejimako, his special counsel, and is issued to the general public and all media institutions. The subject matter of this public announcement is that by direct order, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu hereby ends once and for all and finally all sit-at-home, including the Monday sit-at-home and any other proposed sit-at-home presently in process. This public announcement, as written, bears the unedited verbatim instructions containing a direct order personally issued by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his own handwriting on 24th July in the year of our Lord 2023 through my humble self to Mazi Simon Ekpa, instructing him to, quote, desist from calling for any sit-at-home henceforth, and to make a public announcement on his platform, media platform, to the effect that he, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, is in receipt of a direct order from him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to cancel any pending sit-at-home in place at the moment. And also that he, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has, by the same order, authorized me, Barrister Aloy Ejimako, to issue a press statement if he, Mazi Simon Ekpa, fails to make this announcement on his platform. For avoidance of doubt, this direct order to Mazi Simon Ekpa was personally handed to me by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when I visited him on this 24th of July, 2023 at the headquarters of the Department of State Security Services in Abuja, Nigeria, DSS. Later that day, I tried to contact Mazi Simon Ekpa via his WhatsApp number, but could not reach him until 1:44 a.m. the following day, on the 25th of July, whereupon I snapped the direct order as written and sent to him on WhatsApp. He thereafter acknowledged receipt, and we spoke briefly on it and exchanged a couple of text messages thereof. Since that early 25th July 2023, when I conveyed the order to Mazi Ekpa, and he duly acknowledged receiving it, he has not implemented the order or otherwise made such public announcement on his media platform. Nonetheless, I made a conscious decision to give him the benefit of the doubt and thereby accord him time to do the needful. Then late yesterday, further written instructions was issued by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu directly to me by proxy, referring to the extant direct order to Mazi Ekpa, and in addition instructing me that given that Mazi Ekpa has so far not carried out the order, I, Aloy Ejimako, as of council and as of today, the 25th of July 2023, must proceed to make the order public through a written public announcement and press statement and whatnot.
All right. So, without equivocation, apologies, Thomas. That was a direct instruction by Nnamdi Kanu to Simon Ekpa, which Simon Ekpa, as you all know, has rejected. So he has rejected it, describing it as fake news, because, of course, it being good, true news is not going to serve its purpose. So I'm just going to give you about 3 or so readouts, and then we get to the conversations quickly. Nnamdi Kanu versus Simon Ekpa, Ohanaeze confirms authenticity of IPOB leader's letter over sit at home. The Ohanaeze Igbo Social-Cultural Organization on Saturday confirmed the authenticity of the handwritten letter by the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to self-acclaimed Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa. Ohanaeze said Kanu sent the letter over Ekpa's attempt to destroy the Southeast in 14 days using the sit at home. The body said Ekpa's claim that Kanu's letter was fake proved that the Finland-based agitator was working for those determined to destroy the Southeast. The Apex Igbo Social-Cultural Organization noted that Ekpa capitalized on the federal government's lapses to release Kanu to sponsor insecurity in the Southeast. Speaking with correspondents, Ohanaeze's factional secretary general Okechukwu Isagozoro said the current face-off between Simon Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu is proof that he has been using Kanu's incarceration to terrorize the people of the Southeast. He capitalized on the lapses of the federal government not to release Kanu on bail to terrorize the people of the Southeast. He is using the weak link to unleash terror on the Southeast, whilst he is working for the enemies of Indigbo to ensure that he destabilizes the Southeast. The people trying to destroy the Southeast through insecurity are those sponsoring Ekpa. After due investigation, the letter Kanu wrote to Ekpa is 100% genuine. We have confirmed from reliable sources that the handwritten letter was written in view of Ekpa's sit at home to cripple the Southeast in 14 days, and this is the height of terrorism, given the entrepreneur nature of the Igbo nation. The authenticity of that letter is 100%. It is not fake. Ekpa knows that by obeying Kanu, he will lose those sponsoring him to destroy the Southeast. Ekpa's disobedience to Kanu's order is proof that he is being sponsored by those who want the Southeast to continually have insecurity challenges. So a lot of that I agree with. Some of that I don't agree with. I don't necessarily agree that Simon Ekpa is being sponsored by anybody or shadowy figures. The people sponsoring Simon Ekpa, if you go on his platform, you'll see the people sponsoring him as they continue to throw money at him hand over fist. And he continues to take membership fees from these people as well. So the volume of money coming from people sympathetic to his narrative, that is what he's not going to let go of. That is what he cannot let go of. And that is why he will not acquiesce to Nnamdi Kanu's order. So if he doesn't acquiesce, and we know that that letter is authentic, if he doesn't acquiesce to Nnamdi Kanu's order, then he cannot then use Nnamdi Kanu's name for that sit at home anymore. And if he continues to use Nnamdi Kanu's name for that sit at home, when Nnamdi Kanu has stepped him down, then that is an invitation to a frontal clash. Like I said, the egos have landed. So the egos have landed. Let's just take a couple more from that space, and then one or two deviations from it, and then we go into the conversation. Bring Ekpa back to Nigeria to sit at home with us. Uzodinma tells federal government military. So this is an invitation to carry out the Nnamdi Kanu rendition treatment. Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has asked the federal government to bring. Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State has asked the federal government to begin the process of bringing back Finland-based separatist Simon Ekpa to the country. Speaking during a familiarization visit from the new General Officer commanding 82 Division, Enugu, Major General Hassan Dabar, at the government house in Owerri, the Imo State capital, Uzodinma outlined the need for peace to be restored in the Southeast region. He said, what is topmost in our cases is this popular sit-at-home order. There is one man called Simon Ekpa somewhere in Finland. It is our hope that the security agencies, particularly the military, working with the federal government, will be able to either bring Ekpa back to Nigeria to also sit at home with us, or be made to face the wrath of the law. So that is a dog whistle to rendition right there. And by the way, I think the Nigerian Parliament has officially requested Simon Ekpa to be returned to Nigeria. So there's that. Let's go on from that to this. So this is the United Nations, the United States pleading with Tinubu to resolve matters Niger Republic. UN back Nigeria on restoration of democratic order in Niger. So I suspect that you'll be seeing military movements from Nigeria soon, a surprise military movement. United States Vice President Kamala Harris and United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres have expressed strong support for Nigeria's effort towards the restoration of constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. The two leaders, in separate telephone conversations with President Bola Tinubu on Thursday evening in Abuja, also commended the Nigerian president, who is also the chairman of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, for spearheading peace moves. Some soldiers from the Presidential Guard on Wednesday moved to depose President Mohamed Bazoum in Niamey. President Tinubu has quickly rejected the threat to democracy in that country, sending a strong delegation to talk with all parties with a view to restoring constitutional order in Niger. In our conversation with our President Tinubu at the instance of the U.S. authorities, Harris, according to a release issued on Friday by the Special Advisor to the President on Special Duties, Communications and Strategy, Mr. Dele Alake, praised the reform initiative of the federal government, urging the country to continue in that direction, while pledging to support democracy in Africa, including the West Africa sub-region. Harris also said the United States will assist Nigeria in the battle against terrorism. The U.S. Vice President spoke on the need for Africa, including Nigeria, to embrace energy transition. Responding, President Tinubu thanked Harris for the telephone call and her words of encouragement on the efforts taken so far on the economy, but added that the development in the Niger Delta, in the Niger Republic rather, dampened spirits. According to him, ECOWAS under his watch would do all that is necessary to restore democracy in Niger, whilst counting on the support of the United States. On Nigeria, President Tinubu craved for more private sector investment, urging the U.S. to lead the way in this regard. He said, "We had to get rid of the fuel subsidy that is laden with fraud, with a few people appropriating the wealth of the country to themselves. We would need the United States to push for investment that will help alleviate the effects of subsidy removal in Nigeria. We need foreign direct investments to come in. We also have abundant gas resources in the country, and not being able to fund gas pipelines to Europe and compete in that gas market is a handicap." On climate change, the president said Nigeria will stay focused on the alternate energy, but pleaded for the developed nations to understand the situation in developing countries, including Africa. The two leaders also spoke on strengthening relations between their two countries and on their shared work on global and regional issues. Other matters that featured in the discussion that lasted for about 40 minutes are defending democracy in West Africa and the Sahel and digital inclusion. In his conversation with the United States Secretary General Guterres, President Tinubu said he was doing everything possible to resolve the impasse in Niger, whilst expressing the hope that the situation in Niger could still be reversed for better. He said ECOWAS would require the United Nations support for restoring democracy and building institutions in that country. Guterres had earlier pledged the commitment of the United Nations for Tinubu's peace effort in Niger. So if Tinubu is able to successfully restore President Bazoum as the president of Niger Republic, and I think there's a good chance that he might be able to. If Tinubu is able to restore democracy in Niger Republic, it's a sign your check sort of a move. And I think he can do it. So we'll see how that plays out, because the rest of the world now has placed the resolution of that particular situation, that particular crisis. the rest of the world has placed the resolution of that particular crisis in the hands of Bola Tinubu. So we see how that plays out. So I'll only give you the headline on this one. Sit at home. Nnamdi Kanu's letter to Simon Ekpa is authentic. This is IPOB confirming the instructions from their leader. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has dismissed claims by Finland-based Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa that its leader Nnamdi Kanu's letter was fake. IPOB spokesman Ima Powerful insisted that Kanu's letter ordering Ekpa to end the sit-at-home in the southeast is authentic. On Friday, Kanu sent the letter, etc., etc. Confirming the letter, Powerful said Ekpa's claim that Kanu's letter was fake was part of an effort to cause mischief. A statement by Powerful on Saturday reads partly, the global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, confirmed the authenticity of the handwritten note of our leader penned to Finland infiltrator and crime minister. So prime minister, that's a play on word, isn't it? Prime minister, crime minister, instructing him to end his infamous and reckless sit-at-home. It is pertinent to make the message dissociating Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB from the senseless enforcement of sit-at-home public to avoid consequences on innocent citizens. Kanu, in his wisdom, communicated the message to the infiltrators through the right channel and a source they should trust. The claims that Kanu's handwritten note is fake is part of their mischief to continue in their contract to blackmail IPOB and Kanu with the violent enforcement of the infamous sit-at-home used to terrorize our people. We understand that a power-drunk crime minister with his inconsequential kangaroo de facto government in exile will ignore the order for fear of deflating his over-bloated ego. So this is exactly, I should pat myself on the back again. That's exactly what I just said. The note from our leader dissociating himself and IPOB from the infamous sit-at-home are being distributed to all Nigerian security agencies or foreign embassies in Abuja and to the contractors of the infiltrators for their notice. We are IPOB and we are wiser than the serpent. So they are IPOB and they are wiser than the serpent. So IPOB wiser than the serpent. So now, let me give you two more readouts. So let me give you this one, and then I'll give you the Akpabio one, and then we'll see who is in the room to take it on. So let me bring you this one. Leaked NSAS mass burial memo is one of many surprises to come. Human rights lawyer Adegboruwa says. Senior advocate of Nigeria, Sanwo Olu Adegboruwa, who was a member of the Justice Doris Okuobi-led Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry on the restitution for victims of SARS-related abuses and other matters, has said that the leaked Lagos State government memo on the mass burial of 103 victims of the October 2020 NSAS protest is one of many surprises to come. Speaking in an interview which was aired on Channels Television on Saturday, July the 29th, Adegboruwa stated that there is nobody in Nigeria who will say he or she is not aware that there were fatalities on the night of October the 20th, 2020, when soldiers stormed the Lekki toll gate in Lagos, a focal center where youths converged on to protest police brutality and extrajudicial killings. He said the leaked memo from the Ministry of Health of Lagos State is one of many surprises that people will still see in the course of time, so long as the government has not come to terms with the reality of the events of October the 20th, 2020. Maybe the challenge will be the quantum or number of such fatalities, but to blanketly assert that there was no death or there was no blood spilled in any way at all as a result in particular of gunshot by members of the Nigerian army is to do a disservice to the souls of the people who are affected. So there it is. So he was at the head of the inquiry that looked into that space. So he probably knows more than is out in public so far. So he probably knows more than is out in public so far. Anambra family rejects autopsy report claiming their daughter died of drowning, insisting she was killed. The family of Chinyere Wuda, the young woman who was found dead near an abandoned swimming pool at the hotel in Anambra State on July the 17th, has rejected the autopsy report by the Anambra State Police Command that claims she died of drowning. Recall that on Friday, July the 28th, the State Police Command DSP Ikenga Tochukwu, in a statement released, said the autopsy carried out on Miss Awuda showed she died of drowning, which is contrary to claims that she was beaten to death by some fun seekers at the hotel. Shortly after her body was found, some eyewitnesses claimed that Miss Awuda was beaten to death by some fun seekers at the hotel who accused her of stealing some money sprayed on someone who was celebrating his or her birthday within the hotel premises. However, the police spokesperson said the pathologist who carried out the autopsy did not find any trauma marks on Miss Awuda's corpse. Reacting to the police statement, the family, while speaking through their lawyers, something or the other, asked the police to release the hotel CCTV footage, alleging that it showed a male adult chasing the deceased towards the pool. So that is not a categorical anything. Uptown is asking me to invite Simon Nikwa to the space. Well, Simon Nikwa is invited. I doubt if he will come, though, but there it is. Simon, if you are listening, which I know you are invited. He said the police was forced into carrying out the inquiry, adding that the autopsy report did not resolve the claims of her alleged murder and that the family were prepared to pursue the matter. So there it is. So that's the unfortunate, that story is circulating around social media. So I'm just bringing it to you. I don't know fully the backdrop of it. So anybody that is aware of that story and wants to fill in the gap, you can. So anybody that's aware of that story that wants to fill in the gap, you can. So let me bring you this final readout and then we come into the room. Let the poor breathe. Akpabio finally reacts to viral rib cracking video at plenary. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has responded to criticism over his "Let the Poor Breathe" joke made on Tuesday, July the 25th at plenary session. The Senate President clarified that the remark was made in firm rejection of the plan to increase. The Senate President clarified that the remark was made in firm rejection of the plan to increase electricity tariff for Nigerians, considering the current economic situation in the country. He gave these clarifications via a statement issued from the office of the Senate President on Friday. So here is his statement. Let the masses breathe. We are deeply concerned about the negative tilting of a very harmless statement by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, about his deep concern and that of the Senate on the plight of the ordinary Nigerians as a result of the prevailing economic situation in the country. The statement, "Let the people breathe," made during plenary on the 26th of July 2023, was made by Senator Akintunde Abiodun while speaking on the motion to halt the planned electricity tariff hike. We want to assure the general public that all matters discussed during Senate sessions are of utmost importance and are treated with great seriousness by the President of the Senate and his distinguished colleagues. It is crucial to clarify that the intentions of the mover of the motion and the comments of the President of the Senate were never to make light of the hardship, suffering, and economic challenges faced by Nigerians at this critical time. so that's a part then. So that's Akpabio. So I think that's sufficient enough of that. So that's sufficient enough of that. Let's come into the room to see who is there to take it on. So let's come into the room, see who is there to take it on. Let's put this up. Yes, let's put that on. Okay. So let's come into the room, see who is here to take it up. Ajale Koko, of course, as ever. Good to see Ajale Koko. Solomon joins us from Abuja. Good to see you, Solomon. Mike joins us. He'll be taking over shortly. Desmond joins us. Good to have you there. Ekene joins us from Lagos, and Kumi from somewhere in America. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me kick it off with you, Solomon. So Solomon, we were with this conversation yesterday, and you were a bit reluctant to accept that letter came from Nnamdi Kanu. So we now have near proof positive now that the letter comes from Nnamdi Kanu. So now the response from Simon Ekpa will now tell us the direction of the relationship between Kanu and himself. Solomon, good to see you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Oh, sorry. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Yeah, and good evening to the people in the comment section. Can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. Concerning this, I told you yesterday that two things are involved in this Simon Ekpa space. This letter, because me is this any information that comes to Ejimoko, this Ejimoko, is it Ejimoko? Ejimako, yeah. Ejimako, I think it used to be authentic, but for this letter, I don't know. I said it might be real and it might not be real. Then another thing in this letter is that this guy, why you see, I want to just make something clear here. When we come here to talk, it's not like people, like maybe I'm talking about this space or I say some things, the people will take it like maybe I'm an IPOB member, or we come here to talk, to discuss things, and to elaborate more on issues and provide solution, and not that this is one's ideology or this is the kind of thing one have in head. We just come here to. So I just want people to be rational in listening, and not just only when with it, people that talk or the panelists that will be rational. So let me just continue. Yeah. So in this letter, I feel, and what Simon Ekpa said today, that because this man is under DSS custody, that he might, if at all, it might be out of fear that that he wrote this letter and all that he's not, maybe because if people, not Simon Ekpa actually, what people are speculating or saying, and me myself, I see
that Nnamdi Kanu wrote the letter out of fear.
No, like no, not that Nnamdi Kanu wrote the letter, not what Simon Ekpa said, sorry, what people are saying, and I mean, I thought about it and I saw sense in it that it might be true, because this guy is under DSS custody. He might just if at all, it might be like they because of how scared he is and all that, he will just write that kind of thing.
Does Nnamdi Kanu strike you as somebody that will write anything out of fear?
Yeah, it's very possible. He's just one man, and with everything he has been saying before now, that he even believe that he would be extradited, like the way, or repatriated back to Nigeria the way he was in the way they did in 2021 or so. Yeah, he never believed. So he's just a human being like every one of us, and he's not bigger than the government. The government have power over him as long as he's still in this country. The government is bigger.
Do you think Nnamdi Kanu approves of the sit at home that Simon Ekpa is ordering in the southeast?
He was the one who introduced sit at home. So, and in some broadcast that he made some years, like a year before he was arrested, he said that he used to tell them, go and listen to Simon Ekpa, that even though, because him saying that, it means that his ideology and that of Simon Ekpa resonates. Simon Ekpa knows his heart. He was very pleased with whatever Simon Ekpa is doing. And I feel this radical way Simon Ekpa is going is the same way he would have gone if he was not in, if they never arrested him. So I feel the two they work in hand, like their spirits, they have the same type of spirit and the same ideology. So you can't take it out from Simon Ekpa. I feel he's doing what this man would have been doing if this man was not uh, arrested or in DSS dungeon.
All right. I'm not sure that I'm with you there. I don't think Nnamdi Kanu would go to the extremes that Simon Ekpa has gone. I don't think so. What level of credibility? What level of credibility does Aloy Ejimakor have amongst that space? Is he a respected voice in that space?
Yeah, I'm just surprised. Like this whole thing is just confusing everybody. Okay, it's confusing me because this Aloy Ejimakor, some months back, some clips I saw about Simon Ekpa talking about Ifeanyi Ejiofor, that this guy is a traitor and all that to the IPO, to the Biafran movement and all that. That's him, at least he was talking good of Ejimakor. So I'm just surprised now he's coming out now to say Ejimakor is that some people has collected money to come and say such things and to come and present such letter and say that he's on that the Mazin Nadikadu that wrote the letter and all that kind of thing. So I'm just surprised. The whole thing is just confusing.
But why would it surprise you if you are saying that Aloy Ejimakor has credibility and he's Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer and he goes to see Nnamdi Kanu regularly at DSS facilities and he has now held this press conference to tell you that this is what Nnamdi Kanu desires, that Nnamdi Kanu does not want the destruction of the Southeast? Why would that surprise you?
Yeah, why it like the kind of, I don't know if I should use the word propaganda or the kind of things this guy is
the only thing will be that Aloy Ejimakor has been compromised. So are you suggesting that Aloy Ejimakor has been compromised?
That is where the issue or the problem lies now about this whole thing, this between the both parties. That is just the thing. It's very possible. Most people is a woman being, so definitely it would have had, because they still said something that they've never allowed the lawyers to go inside to see him with pen and paper. So all of a sudden now, this man coming out with these are the things we should factor in and see how the authenticity of this letter. So I don't really know what to say about this whole thing, but if it's true that he really wrote the letter, that means why he's going to be definitely under fear
duress.
Duress, exactly. So it's very, very possible that he wrote the letter, and it's still possible that it's possible he wrote the letter. It's still possible he did not write the letter. But
Nnamdi Kanu's handwriting is known, by the way. So
has anybody come out to confirm the handwriting that it was him that drafted that?
Well, the IPOB has confirmed it. His own lawyer has confirmed it. I'm not quite sure if his brother has spoken on it yet. But a lot of authoritative spaces have confirmed that this letter is authentic.
Then, and let me tell you the kind of ideology again that they share in that place. You see, when they even if they succeed to get Simon Ekpa now, one person from another place, one radical person from another location, from another country will rise up again to continue for where they stop. Do you get? So, and they will be, even though they would feel like they will start feeling remorse, like the ones they've caught, like Nnamdi Kanu now feeling like he's saying all this is he's saying that this sit at home should be stopped and all that. He will be when another person comes out again, indirectly he will still there is no how you will tell me with what he has said when he was outside that he will not still be in support of the decision that person is taking. I just feel like maybe if he even wrote this letter, it's just for formality. It's not really like down to his heart for this whole thing. Because what this man has said, if you've listened to Radio Biafra and you've heard what this man has said, you know that there is no turning back. There is no turning back. The pass is a movement of passing the
baton
to another person. So the letter, if at all it was written by him, is for formality. It's not from his heart.
All right. What are you making of Hope Uzodimma's invitation to the government and the military to rendition Simon Ekpa from Finland? Are we about to see another suddenly arriving in Nigeria sort of thing, the Nnamdi Kanu package?
I would want to see how it will go. I would want to see how it will go, and how if it should happen, that means
I don't think they can do it in Finland, but if he ever leaves Finland, because I'm sure that there are DSS agents, there are Nigerian security forces agents in Finland monitoring his movement. But the moment he steps out of that country or out of that continent, then he's back in Nigeria.
That guy is very smart. I just saw a clip of him this evening saying that they will be having a meeting, like some kind of strategic meeting in executing this getting of Biafra. The thing sounds funny to me, but it still shows that how prepared this guy is and how smart he is. This guy, I feel he's still a smart guy in the sense that he's not going to in this.
Do you think he's smart, or do you think he's just blustering? I think it's just. I think it's just peacocking. You think he's smart? You think Simon Ekpa is smart?
I will use this word that he's taking advantage of the system he's in and his citizenship. Do you understand?
Yes. Have we lost you or have you lost me?
I mean, I just one more.
Yeah, come in. I think we lost you.
Finish as somebody who's.
Are you back?
From breaking up.
Yeah, I'm here. Come on.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So he's taking advantage of that citizenship. So, and there's that meeting he will be holding. I think all the meeting he will be holding, he's not going to be traveling like the way Nnamdi Kanu was traveling from here to there and all that. Everything he's positioning them in Finland. That meeting will be held in October, and it will be in Finland there. So you understand? So I'm still trying to see how, and if there's anybody here that knows how they would get this guy. I'm really interested in knowing how this guy can be brought back to Nigeria.
You know that the Senate has requested for him, so they can the Senate have requested for him, so they can have him extradited under official channels, or and as they continue to monitor him with the Nnamdi Kanu package sort of thing.
Yes. So now it's for but I thought our this guy, this Onyema something, that was the Minister of Foreign Affairs or something like that, that last year he went to Finland to make some inquiry or to negotiate something like that to get this guy back. But I think that was when they said that his arrest came up, and they said it was not arrest, that it was just questioning, that they called him to question him and all that they can't get him back to Nigeria. But let's see how it goes. If now that the Senate is fully involved, let's see how it goes, if it's going to be possible to get this guy back. But to me, I if they could not get him that last time, I don't see any possibility of them getting him back to Nigeria and him facing the law.
Do you think Simon Ekpa has mass support in the Southeast? Do you think the people support him?
One man, I'm trying to look for a way that I feel like the Igbos in diaspora, I don't know, but I just feel like they even with some obedience that of my Igbo, my Igbo people, I feel like in diaspora, I feel like they are in full support of this guy. When I stumbled on one platform today, and I saw some persons that used to be obedient, but they are in full support of this guy. People that are real, that are really obedient.
So the obedience are starting to cross over to IPOB, just as we knew. Is that what you're saying? The obedience are starting to cross over to IPOB?
Like seeing those people today, I was really surprised that they could go back and they can champion this. They can still champion this movement of IPOB.
Are you saying you are surprised that the obedience are crossing over to IPOB? Because you've been here for long enough. We've always said that is what will happen. As soon as they see that the Peter Obi space has run its natural course, they will take their anger back to IPOB, of course. You know that.
Yeah, I would say I'm surprised because with the way the passion and the zeal that they used in championing this obedient movement and all that, I thought maybe they would never go back or think about.
Okay, when they come to the realization that the Obi space has no further space to go, what do you think they will do next?
That's why they are going back to the ones that are going back to IPOB are going back, and even if they will not, they might because of how they've been lambasted in that because I never told them that you will come back and he said certain things about them coming back and how the election will go, and they eventually went that way. And the people like us were like trying to let people know that, see, this politics in Nigeria is different. Let's play our politics like this and like that, and we'll definitely get the goal we're looking for. But they felt maybe, they took the drastic decision of going that route. They went, and you see, some of them are now falling back, but some of them are still strongly with the obedient movement. But those in diaspora, especially one man. Most of them in diaspora, they've gone back. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I think Des wants to come in. Des, you wanted to say?
Okay.
Yeah. Now this
Des first. Des first. Des, can you hear me?
Hold on.
Yeah, Des first. Do you think the letter is authentic? Start from there. Do you think the Nnamdi Kanu letter is authentic? Because there's every indication that it is, but do you think it is?
I believe it's authentic. Regardless of whether he wrote it in the Gulag or whatever. I believe it's authentic. What Simon Ekpa is coming out to say doesn't even, make any sense. Because I know that even if Nnamdi Kanu comes out and, on video and speaks, that same criminal will come out and say it's a doctor's video. So I don't want to listen to someone Ekpa because this is a guy that I asked one question one time in his platform because it was really getting me pissed off. So I went to his platform when he was talking about after the election, he's going to resurrect Biafra and all that stuff, just trying to deceive his followers. I asked him a simple question. After the election, you said you're going to bring back Biafra. What are the steps you're going to take? He never answered that question. He just basically said he doesn't want to, say anything online or whatever. I'm like, bro, you are fooling these people and stop fooling them. Then you basically removed me. One thing about people online saying things, anybody can go online and say what they want. There's a lot of people that will have the same ideology. So those people that have the same ideology with you will always stick to your whatever nonsense you're talking, regardless of, they're basically blind. So this guy that is coming out to say this, I hope he gets arrested soon because he's basically destroying Southeast. He's destroying Southeast. Nnamdi Kanu
No,
has already.
okay. Desmond, here is the thing, and we're struggling to hear you, by the way. So maybe you adjust your system a little bit.
Dex, wait. Well, I want to ask just a question. Did you see, like you? This what you said. If he should do a video and they should give it to, they show it to Simon Ekpa. He's going to say that he's doctored. He gave his own the only way he can know if he wants to, or he would only believe whatever Nnamdi Kanu says if they should bring him to Finland and he will talk to him one-on-one. That is how.
Yes, you
that
see,
is
so
the only way.
it's made it impossible, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's made it impossible. But what I was going to ask you, Des, is that do you think that what we are seeing is a battle for supremacy for that IPOB space between Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa? Because that is what I've always thought was ultimately going to be the space, the case. But do you think what we're seeing is a battle for supremacy, especially off the back of Simon Ekpa declaring himself a prime minister? And I'm not sure that anybody sits on top of a prime minister. So is what we're seeing, because if he rejects in totality this direct instruction from Nnamdi Kanu, is that the battle line drawn between these two guys? Have we lost you, Des? All right.
I basically lost. I was trying to put on my proper earpiece so that, but I didn't really understand. I think you're talking about the two alpha male, trying to lead Biafra. I think that's where your question is leading to.
Yes, but we can barely hear you anyway.
Just come back to me, one man. Come back to me. Let me.
All right. Let's sample mute yourself for a moment. Let's sample Joel's opinion. Apologies to the people that have been waiting, but I think this is the space for especially Joel, because he's been running comments in the comment section. So Joel, firstly, is the letter authentic? And secondly, do you think Simon Ekpa will acquiesce? And ultimately, do you think these two characters are about to lock horns?
One man, good day, Nigeria. Good day, one man show. Fellow panelists, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be watching from. One man, this issue, I think we have discussed this issue before. The IPOB, the Nnamdi Kanu faction, I believe there's a faction, and there's no doubt about that. But above all, nature abhors a vacuum. So when Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, I think he took up the mantle of leadership. However, his quest for having Biafra has not been clear to anybody. What they've really seen is that of violence against his fellow Igbo people and Nigeria at large. So one man, this issue I have discussed before. Nnamdi Kanu has said that the sit at home should stop. I think IPOB, the Nnamdi Kanu faction, made that point. I think as of last year, September, October, they have come out to denounce this stuff. Simon Ekpa is the person that should be incarcerated, that should be caught and jailed. And one man, the reason why I'm saying this is because I've heard some people say that people are trying to tie or trying to link them to obedience. Obedience has
Let me place that question, because it was an observation that Solomon made, that the obedient adherents, having now seen the writing on the wall, have now made their way back to their natural habitat, which is the IPOB space. So are you seeing signs now of the obedient people who came to park temporarily with the obedient narrative, going back to their natural habitat, which is the Biafran narrative?
Okay, now one man, this is the issue. What is the percentage? Because I cannot sit out here and say that everybody that voted for Tinubu didn't believe in the Yoruba nation. I wouldn't say that different people that believed in different ideology about secession. Remember, it's not just IPOB and the Yoruba nation. There are other nationalities in Nigeria that want to succeed. And all of these people have people that actually believe in that secession. But they all came out to, pick and choose a party or choose a candidate to vote for in the last election. So am I going to sit out here and say that every person that voted Obi had no atom of IPOB in them or maybe from the IPOB stock? I won't sit down here and say it. I can't say that. However, what percentage are they? Very minute. Very, very minute. So if the numbers are inconsequential, I don't see any reason why, the obedience space should be linked with anything that has to do with IPOB. The obedience space believe in Nigeria. We believe that Nigerian can work. We believe that things can be done in a better way than it is done today. We believe that corruption should not be in Nigeria or should be reduced to the barest minimum. We believe that Nigeria should live a better life. We believe that the economy should work better. These are the issues. And we should see the obedience for what they are. They are here to say that enough is enough. We need a better Nigeria, not a better Yoruba nation, not a better Igbo nation, not a better Hausa nation. We want a better Nigeria. So
we know all that talk, but a lot of them, and by the way, everybody wants a better Nigeria, so it's not anything unique or peculiar to any person. Yes, exactly. It's a narrative about the pathway to the better Nigeria. Not that there's no Nigerian that wants a terrible Nigeria. By the way, I'm sure we can all agree on that. But the pathway to it is where the conversation is.
You can also admit that some pathway can be so dumb because the pathway that led to us choosing Buhari was so dumb. The pathway that led us to choosing Tinubu today was also dumb.
That's a subjective view, though, isn't it? That's a subjective view.
In a minute, right?
Yeah.
One man. Hold on. I'm not going to show in a minute. Now, let me ask you a question. What's up with Asari and Tinubu? What is going on?
No, Asari Dokubo, he should be arrested, I think. Yeah.
Look, one man. See, I want you to understand this. And you see, that is where my passion comes from. There are certain things we cannot allow to go on in this nation. It's either we want a Nigeria that works or a good Nigeria that does not work. There's no need to come here to beat around the bush.
One man, what's
that way? You understand what I'm saying? So Asari Dokubo has come out.
Hold on. Take a comment from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, sorry, repeat that.
One man, you said that Asari Dokubo should be arrested. What has Asari Dokubo done wrong against the constituted authority? Or against
it's threatening mannerism, assembling an unofficial, a private army. What's that phraseology?
One man. All the questions we asked on this platform yesterday, I believe Asari Dokubo answered all the questions today on a live chat. He said he never terrorized anybody.
Was that the link? Was that the link you sent to me?
He said
hold on. Can you hear me? Was that the link you sent to me? Yeah, was that the link you sent to me? Yeah, okay, all right.
Yes, sir. I want you to all the questions you guys asked yesterday. He answered everything today. If we go to the extent that he was issued a license for insecurity guard in 2012. He answered all the questions. He talked about what concerning the state governor. Why he said that. He goes to the extent that he answered question that why he attacked some Igbo. He doesn't attack all Igbo. He attacked the people who come on his line and attack him. That's what he responds to. But the video they have taken up and down was long time video. That's all. He answered all the question. If you can play it today, the man is already answered the question.
All right. Let's not get too heavily into that for the moment. I'll play it. But let's do the Simon Nipa first, and then we'll come into that.
The shift Simon Nipa to Asari Dokubo. Anytime you confronted them, they will go. Is it that Lekki Toge? Is it that Asari Dokubo? Let us face what is going on in Southeast.
What do you mean by? Well, hold on, Mr. Fumi, please. Apologies. You don't come out to insult our intelligence. We are smarter. We are smarter. Hold on, please. Let me respond, please. Can I say something? We are smarter. Right. We are smarter than this. What was said was said. It was loud and clear. What I am saying is this: you cannot have any person brandish any weapon, and you are threatening any group. You cannot threaten your governor. Who are you?
All right. Who said it?
Look. One man. I know. Probably you want to play something. I do not intend to say much, but I listened to Solomon speaking, and I decided to go. You can say I'm on my workload, right? So I listened to someone speak, so I said, let me just come in. Because see, one man, I'm going to come back because it's certain things that
he denied it.
Where I wouldn't expect him to come out and say and stand by what he said in it. I wouldn't. So what he's trying to do is but the pressure is coming up. Trying to threaten your governor for any reason. We are back. I thought we have left that phase. But with Tinubu's government, we are seeing certain things, one man. And I must be playing with you. No, I am telling you, one man. I have to be playing with you. It is not going right. It is not going right.
One man, see the conversation. We are talking about Samuel Epa. We are talking about Asari Dokubo. That's the issue. We are talking about the letter in Nandikano. Does it genuine? But they are talking about Asari Dokubo.
One man, can you allow the guy let Joel speak? Like, when
I don't know why you're. I don't know where you started coming to this show.
No. Interjections are allowed, but not badgering. Not badgering.
What to say?
All right. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. When I say everybody, that includes you, Kumi. Everybody, hold on. Okay. One voice, and that voice, Joel of Nashville. Joel, carry on.
One man, I do not, like I told you, I do not intend to take much of your time. I have told you that Simon Ekpa is a criminal. Point blank.
Mr. Joel, sorry, I want to ask you something. Please, what did I say here that is wrong? I just want to know.
No. I heard you talking about trying to link the obedient thing with IPOB.
But you said here that you had to ration percentage to the.
No.
You said that the percentage of.
No, when you were talking about it,
I never said all obedient to. I said, hold on.
All right. Let Joel carry on. But Joel, it is common knowledge that a lot of IPOB members moved over to the. We covered it here now. Moved over to the obedient narrative. But let's agree to disagree on that one and just.
No. On that same show, we asked those people that made those comments and said, mention about 5. They could not.
Remember, we went on our Facebook, and community after community that were dedicated to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, their avatar changed to the obedient narrative. And what we are seeing now is those avatars now changing back to the IPOB space. So a lot of IPOB members.
One man, I do not think so. Like I told you, a fraction of those who may have voted for Obi may have their beliefs in Peter Obi. There is no doubt about it. And just who believe in the Yoruba nation voted for Tinubu. But those people does not define what Tinubu is doing today, and neither will IPOB define what Obi is going to do when he becomes the president.
A lot of people have a contrary view on that. A lot of people feel that there's a natural synergy between the Ipobian space and the Peter Obi space, and a lot of people feel that there's a lot of sympathy from the Peter Obi himself as a person towards the Ipobian narrative. And we've seen it play out, but we will disagree on that. But let's go back to Simon Ekpa and the locking of heads with Nnamdi Kanu.
Yeah, so like I told you, one man, I see it. I'm not part of the organization, so I don't know what, but from what I'm seeing, from what I can read, I think there's a division. Simon Ekpa is trying to, do things his own way. Nnamdi Kanu has said it and came out. I mean, I know that it was reported in the news. They came out to denounce the sit at home on so many occasions. But you see, do I really pity Nnamdi Kanu? No, because these are the factors. Because when you raise a monster, these are the kind of things you see. The activities of Simon Ekpa, whether directly or indirectly, affects Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration. That is what he doesn't know. He thinks that by saying stay at home every Monday, that they will release Nnamdi Kanu. However, now it is not turning to be like, dude, because of this thing you're doing, Nnamdi Kanu is being incarcerated. Nobody is thinking about it. One man, it's about the greed. It's about the greed. These things, people pay money to these people. There are people that believe in them. They pay their tithes, they pay everything to them. So what are you going to do to stay relevant? Is to stay violent. So him being cynical is his business. Our business is to get that man arrested, get him locked up. And in this case, I don't want to say the person come out to say, or this person come out to say, oh, he should be released. No. Whoever that goes about trying to kill anybody in the name of Biafra, in the name of anything, should be killed. I said it one man, I said on your show. The reason why I say it is because I have seen it happen. When you allow one person or a group to kill one person, you have given them license to kill 100.
Careful with that word, by the way. It could trigger you too. But carry on. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. So I do not support any kind of monster in any form. But on the other hand, the reason why these state parties or these state forces, these non-state actors are springing up is as a result of failed leadership. How are we going to get it right? It's not by encouraging them, like Tinubu is doing with Asari Dokubo. You should put Asari Dokubo at the arm's length. And these are one of the things that will destroy Tinubu's government. Whether he likes it or not, I am telling him today. It's either he needs Asari Dokubo in the board, or Asari will destroy him.
I don't think Asari Dokubo is going to destroy anything. It's just a willful nuisance. That's all it is. Asari Dokubo is just it's not anything of anything. It's not destroying anybody. Don't worry about that.
One man. You weren't in Port Harcourt in the 2006, 2007. I lived there. One man. There are nights. I am not lying to you. It is like a war zone. In fact, when you look into the sky, you will see flashes of light. It is war going on there. You do not know the capabilities of these people. They have the armories. So what I'm trying to make you understand is that we have built that monster. We told them to release or to submit their guns. They did. They only submitted like 1%. And even if they submitted all, they bought it back. They have access to the oil. They have access to concrete. So one man.
All right. That's your
the way he relates with Asari. One man. I'm going to be back on the show, and I'm going to talk on other things that I feel Tinubu is not doing right. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's Joel of Nashville, unmistakably so. So let's keep the conversation still with the Nnamdi Kanu Simon Ekpa space. But let's invite a divergent view. So we hear from Mike, and if Mike is not ready, we hear from Kumi. But before
Good afternoon, fellow Biafrans all over the world.
We hear from either of them, rather, Simon Ekpa responds to the goings on today. So let's hear the latest from Simon Ekpa. And then Mike, if he's ready, or Kumi, if Mike is not, they pick it up from there.
Good afternoon, fellow Biafrans all over the world. This is the 29th day of July 2023. I want to use this opportunity to make it very clear that the coming 2 weeks sit at home is non-negotiable. And in case, for those who have collected money and started flying fake letter from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I want to make it very clear to them as well that the sit at home we have embarked on, and we are going to embark on in the nearest future, have 5-point agenda. One is for the demand for immediate release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from DSS dungeon. 2 is in preparation for the Biafra self-referendum. We want to prepare the mind of Biafra people to prepare themselves for the self-referendum of Biafra, which is coming very soon. And to that effect, we are going to have the Biafra self-referendum first ever convention 2023 in Finland in October. 3, to make sure that we further notify the world about the readiness of the Biafra people to take their own freedom and their future into their own hand. So by sitting at home, you create the awareness. By sitting at home, you crash the economy of Nigeria. By sitting at home is one of the sitting at home is one of the powerful weapons that have been used for the time immemorial. And we have come to adopt the sit at home and many other civil disobedience that will follow. If they are not going to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu after these 2 weeks, more of this civil disobedience is on the way. 4, to demonstrate that the Biafra Republic government in exile is in charge and continue to enjoy 99% of the loyalty of the Biafra people in Biafra land. Just like what the Senate president said the other day, even though he misrepresented me, he called me the real governor of the Southeast. I am not the real governor of the Southeast. I am the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic. 5, to invalidate the legitimacy of those who parade themselves as the elected officials, those people speaking nonsense at the National Assembly, to invalidate them, invalidate their legitimacy. This is at home is what we are using to prove to the world that Biafra people are ready to leave Nigeria. They're ready to exit Nigeria for better future. So my Biafra people, do not listen to anybody telling you about sit at home is going to enter check-up from Monday, 31st day of July 2023. The sit at home will enter check-up. Thank you. Share this video. Let every Biafra understand that we are not stepping back an inch until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is freed. Thank you. May God bless you.
So there it is. Mike. So there it is. It's I feel that this is egos at play, and I feel that that letter is from Nnamdi Kanu. And I don't think that anybody can force Nnamdi Kanu to write a letter that is not of his will. So that is a direct instruction from Nnamdi Kanu to Simon Ekpa, who parades himself as the Prime Minister of Biafra land. So now it looks as though the egos are coming into conflict. Or what's your reading of the situation, Mike?
Well, as far as the letter goes, the only way we can confirm if that letter came directly from Kanu is if they bring Kanu's handwriting and compare it to the handwriting on the letter. That's the only way we can confirm. So we don't know who is lying between, the rights, who's, because we can't really decide who's making up stuff or who's right, who's wrong, But the only way we can confirm that letter is if we see Kanu's writing. And from what he said, the only part I find very funny is when he said the goal is to crash the Nigerian economy. So, and the same follow quite a lot of videos. They are the same people that will go after somebody else for the economic situation and stuff like that. you know, they won't say, Ekpa is part of the reason the economy is crashing. But, you know, they will never say that. But to me, Sha, my opinion as far as Samuel Ekpa goes, I don't have problem with the guy because I don't think the guy is committing any crime.
But how is crashing the economy in the Southeast? I don't think the Southeast especially contributes to the Nigerian economy in any significant way.
I don't think that either. I don't think that. But the fact that he's saying that and those his followers, you know, they claim they care about the economy and they don't have issue with whether he has what it takes or not. The fact that he wished the economy to crash. I mean, someone should say, how can you wish the economy to crash? But they'll turn deaf ears to that. You know? But to me, Sha, as far as my opinion, I just think people in Nigeria, they're just making the guy even more popular, superstar, because the guy is really not doing anything that's criminal. He's not committing crime. He's doing something that's not moral. That's definitely immoral because it's not like an example. He doesn't wish Nigeria. He wishes Nigeria economy to crash. He wishes people to keep suffering. That's just his personal wish. It's not a crime. He's not forcing anyone to sit at home. It's not putting gun in someone's head to sit at home. It's not, you know, he doesn't have power to make anyone sit at home. The only power he has is his power of his voice. He doesn't have power to crash the Nigeria economy. So it's like me getting mad at him for Nigeria economy crash or whatever. He doesn't have any power. The only power he has is power of speech, freedom of speech. And he's not calling anyone. I don't think I even have issue with him because he's not calling anything. It's not directing somebody to go and burn down my place or something, and then somebody actually burn it. And that's why I have a problem with him. Or he's not, you know, insulting me or insulting my ethnic group. So I don't have a problem with him, you know. And, you know, I just think, to me, if people are sitting at home, it's not a power we blame. Personally, woman, you guys are thinking people are sitting at home because of Kanu. That's not true, man. I think people are sitting at home just to keep, it's a part of the agitation, it's a form of agitation for Biafra. You understand? Because
do you not think they are sitting at home out of fear, really?
No.
You don't think so?
Mama, are you serious? So you tell, okay, let me ask you this. Now I know people will say two things. Ekpa commanded so we are afraid of Ekpa, and do two, they will say because ESN, what's their number, are there to force people to sit at home. Woman, ESN to me is just, it's like me now sit in America and I tell Yoruba people, we are sit at home. And then everybody's sitting at home because some group of armed robbers in Yoruba land are out there. Are you kidding me? Group of armed robbers. The ESN is just like, it's comparable to the group of armed robbers now. It's like during the Shinorambo days, you know, Anini days, something like that. We know Anini in South in the open, in the out there in the open. Shinorambo is out there in the open. And then somebody is now commanding everybody, like, if you come out, Shinorambo will kill you. What? Millions of people, are you kidding me? If the millions of people are against sitting at home and they're against the ESN, they will all come out the street with machetes. Like, okay, I dare you, ESN, and they work with the police and everything. They will fish out the armed robbers or whatever you want to call them, ESN, whatever. So it's not any ESN forcing them to sit at home. It's the people are willing. They want to sit at home. It's a part of their agitation. They all want that southeastern area region. A lot of, you may say maybe the one that know better, the intelligent, the intellectuals, those ones that know better. What's the population of those ones compared to the rest? I mean, majority of the people there are not really educated, are not really smart now. There are a lot of millions are like literate and semi-literate, you know, just traders.
Where are you talking of that are illiterate? Is it the sciences?
Nigerians are illiterate now. Come on now. I mean, are you saying everyone is very intelligent? Everybody is very educated? Come on now.
Well, Mike, you're actually.
It's not peculiar to Southeast. I say the whole Nigeria.
No,
so
I'm not talking about
an insult. It's not an insult.
Huh? I'm talking about when you're saying that they're not scared. I bet to differ, because even if you say, okay, I know that ESN they're not much. Let's say they're like maybe even like 50 people, and you know, people in Southeast are much more, you know, in number than them. But it's the case of, if these people go to their normal business, that isolated place, that 50 or 20 people can actually cause harm and spread it. And now it's going to make a lot of people fear. Am I next? When you have this sense of,
we saw that with the example of those people those little boys and those students that are and their mother, that they sat on the floor and were flogging them, and we saw how they go. Yeah,
the reason that's happening is because you have just that woman and the children on the street. Everybody else is at home. You understand? If millions are sitting at home, it's only 3 people or few people.
Yeah, hold on now, Uptown. Is the fear of that fate befalling them that makes
No,
people sit at
Woman, you
home?
don't get my point. Listen. The population of people in that southeast, they're at least 20 million, something like that. Million. This is million. This is a crowded.
Let me give you.
Wait, let me land now. Cool down. This is millions of people. If millions of people come out at the same time, there's no one that can force millions to go back inside. It's not possible. But what we have here is because millions are sitting at home, so the few that want to come out can't come out because they see that the number of people that want to sit at home are way larger than them. So we have is only few. You understand? I don't believe in this rubbish. I don't believe in the Biafra. I want to come out, and then when they come out, you can easily spot them because they're just only few of them. It's like almost like there'll be like 5 on there on one street or 5 their pockets on so it's easy to target those few people. But what I'm saying is, if millions of people come out, you can't force millions of people to go back inside. It's not possible. You can't enforce it. ESN cannot enforce millions of people. In fact, they will fish ESN out easily.
Mike, let me give you an example.
All you have to do is all the population have to do is call the police. Okay, police, stay with us here, post here. That's it. Work with the police or work with the army. That's it. But the people themselves are not even calling for the police to work together or the army or anything. They just sat at home and they would tell people, someone like me, that we're afraid. It's a lie, man. It's agitation. That's all it is. You all want Biafra.
Mike, you're not being honest. Let me tell you something. And let's try and be talking about the space we know. Where we don't know, let's not talk about it. See, my own state. It's not everywhere that, like my own place, they don't observe sit at home. Every Monday they go to work. People that are going to work go to work. People that are going to school, they go to school. And this ESN or this thing of those people that used to go and attack places, how they do it is maybe where they are close to. It's not everywhere in the southeast that they can shut down, lock down. It's not everywhere. Just some places, especially where they don't have local security network, like maybe their vigilantes are not at alert or they are not organized. That is where they can only go to. But where their vigilantes are on, they can't go there. I bet you, like my place, they can't go there and go and say that they want to pronounce it at home, that they can't try it.
No, you're telling me there's only pockets of places that are sitting at home. It's
of
not
course,
the millions.
Of course.
The millions of people in the southeast are not sitting at home.
I'm telling you that.
Then there's no sit at home going on then. So there's no discussion here.
Solomon.
How can you tell me it's only pocket of places that are sitting at home when we all know that millions are sitting at home? Right? So why are they complaining? If it's only few people that are sitting at home, then there's no economy, there's no problem there. Why is this government complaining there? What you're telling us that millions are sitting at home and it's causing problem.
All right. Hold on. Let Uptown come in.
Okay, thank you very much, One Man. That issue of the guys that was flogging a teacher and some kids. When I heard what you said, I was like, okay, when One Man is quite informed, because for you to say that, that means you know what's probably going on here. And I've been in Southeast for 3 weeks in a row now. And that thing didn't happen on Monday, sit at home. That thing happened on another day, probably I think it's a Wednesday. Simon Ekpa had called for a sit at home. Nobody sat at home anywhere in the Southeast. Now, that event that day happened, that these guys had to make a video. And I'm wondering, you enter the primary school, and then all you can see in the primary school is one piece of teacher and 3 kids. And I came to the platform, I told them that what these guys do is guerrilla scaremongering. So, I said it in the platform that day, and I backed it up with an extra one that happened in Anambra that day, that I took it upon myself to go there. Because after seeing a video that the people were running in main market, I called a friend. Is anything like that going on? The person says no. I said, okay, so where is the source of this video that's trending on Twitter? When I asked, they now say it's somewhere called Oka Road in Onitsha. I drove there. I have a friend that the dad owns Cotton World. He's a manager in the store. So that Oka Road is where their office is. I went there, called Ebuka. What's going on? We heard that IPOP guys attacked here. He started laughing. He said no, that what actually happened is that some group of boys ran from a police station and started shouting, sit at home, and all that. And everybody started running. And these are just normal street boys. And then people took videos of those runnings and all that. And this thing happened in just 5 minutes, and everywhere returned to normalcy. But that 5 minutes clip.
So the AK-47 you were carrying, what was that?
Wait, calm down. That 5 minutes clip generated buzz across Twitter that day that Southeast was shut down. I was like, this place that I am.
Are you talking about the same one they had gone with a shot at the Okada? Or are you talking about a different one?
No. The one I'm talking about is the one that went viral. Someone was taking video from upstairs of some people just running, just normal people just running up and down and stuff like that. It was just about like 2 minutes video. So that one went really very viral on Twitter. That they were chasing people in on HMM Market. That's why it went viral. But that never happened in Market. It happened somewhere called Oka Road. Now, the point I made that some days back on the platform about these guys, what they do is they go to a remote area. You can't come and do that in Onitsha, Nerioka, Enugu, Aba. No. They go to a remote area, one of these tiny villages somewhere at the outskirts, where maybe there's no proximity to military or local vigilantes and all that. They go to a small market, where there's elderly women. They go and cause this. They make sure they always video it. You can cause whatever. Hey, it's supposed to be sit at home, blah blah blah, and those old women run, and then they make the video and put it online. For obviously, Simon has to pay them now, so they have to provide evidence for scaremongering purposes. So this is what these guys do. And funny enough, days later, Senator Enyinia Baribe went to the Senate floor, and he spoke as if he listened to Uptown on one man's show. Every single thing I said was my observation in Southeast with this issue that day on the platform. I think on that Thomas's section was exactly what Enyinia Baribe explained was going on in the Southeast in the Senate as at yesterday or so, which I was the plenaries. So the fact is that Simon is running.
What did Baribe say? What did Baribe say?
Exactly what I said that day. I said that this is a case.
That there's no sit-at-home going on?
No. Listen to me. Those sit-at-home that Simon Ekpa calls, nobody observes them in Southeast. Now, the only sit-at-home that some parts of Southeast are still struggling with is that Monday sit-at-home. Parts of Abia substantially goes out on Monday. I know that one from my investigations. Enugu, until the recent, whatever the governor was doing, also goes out on Monday. Onitsha.
So what percentage of Southeast is sitting at home on Mondays? What percentage?
He has told you in the rural settlements, that's in the extremely rural settlements, that they don't have vigilante, as they don't have an organized and sincere vigilante group.
Exactly.
Even in the main market are not sitting at home.
No.
What about the government official that's not? What about the government
official? Calm down.
Those ones are using it to cover up. Some of them are using it to cover up.
Can you see? You guys are just defending everything here. Double face. A lot of double faces there.
Let me carry on.
If nobody wants to know the situation report,
all right. Hold on. Bring it home in a couple more sentences. Somebody's just sent me a clip of some of the goings on in that space. I can't show it. I can't show it on the screen, unfortunately. But there's burnings of fires all over the place. Policemen shot. Everybody in chaos. Everybody running helter skelter. So yeah, it's
all right.
All right, bring it home. Then we move on from that space. Yeah.
All right. So again, there are parts of Southeast.
It was my floor now. This guy just hijacked it. I don't know. This guy's very skilled in doing that.
Yeah, no, you have to condense your interjections.
That's very skilled, man. You know how to hijack.
No. Kumi, let Uptown bring it home, and then let Mike round it up, and then I want to go to
you were supposed to go to Kumi after me, I think. So you had a way you wanted to go, but then they have a way of just, hijacking and just turn the whole thing apart. So.
All right. Bring it home, Uptown.
All right. Thank you very much. Every time in action, I try to let people to know how civil conversations work. If you interject and shut up, people should try to learn it so that we'll perform better. I don't know why
It
people
was my
just,
flaw.
let me
You
just
hijacked
abandon
it from me. That's what I'm telling you. When
All
you
right.
give me interjection, when you
okay,
give us
can I
hijack.
just continue?
All right. Settle down. I'm going to be handing over to you in a moment, Mike. So you have to be a bit more gentle with them. But yes, bring it home, Uptown.
All right. So, woman, I will still tell you categorically, because I've been here for 3 weeks, that main marketing on it still sits at some on Monday. They still do that, and I don't know why.
Is that out of free will or out of fear?
No. It's basically out of fear. It's basically out of fear. Let me tell you, nobody, no trader in main markets wants to sit at home at Monday. It's really obvious. I've spoken with a majority of them, and we can actually do a live video on a normal sit at home day. I'll probably interview people if you so desire. But
yeah, do that. Document some stuff for us from there so we can have some on the ground stuff. I've told Hassan to do that in the north as well, so you do that.
Yeah, I'll be glad to. I mean, as far as Onitsha is concerned, I can do that one right here. But
don't give us your biased view, or don't go and interview people that concur with your worldview. Yeah.
I say maybe we
know your little games. But carry on.
No, but
I think sorry, one man, but
I think on a normal
I
market
just said
day,
something now.
Okay, on a normal market day, one man, if you just enter the market and make videos, you can't possibly come to market and announce to them, please, this is what view I want you to take, because I'm recording for 1 month. You know, these people in their shops and whatever it is. So, that aside, one man, you talked about some videos. I think that's some goings on in Abia State right now, and Enugu State, following the selling of the shops of some people that by the governor, which I think is really not a very productive decision to make. But then it went to protest, and it went to killing of some people and all that. So I think that's what's going on in those two spaces right now. But generally, like I'm telling you, like the submission I made last time I spoke on this topic, the moment Simon Ekpa was designated as a criminal by majority, if not the entire Southeast, apart from his boys that are actively working for him, that is the moment I know that this has been won by 70%. You understand what I'm saying? So now, even this letter from Nnamdi Kanu has probably increased that percent to 90. Now,
it's not increased anything. Oh, hold on, it's not increased anything. The whole hold on.
Did you go to the fundraising today?
Hold on, Solomon. Simon Ekpa has all of the governors in he has a stranglehold on all of the governors in the Southeast, to the point that the Senate of Nigeria are discussing him. So the guy has the upper hand in that space at the moment.
No. He doesn't. Someone made something on this. Someone said something on this platform.
So why are the Senate discussing him and requesting his extradition?
Yes, they are.
Why are all of the governors meeting every time to discuss him?
I think
why is the whole of the country just agog and aghast at his excesses?
Listen, one man. That is what I'm saying. Yeah.
But bring it on quickly. I think Mike is losing patience. Yeah.
So they want to make sure that they pin this guy for what he is, which is a criminal, which is enough ground to attack him and his boys and whatever they represent. And one man, bad news goes faster than good news. Have you been seeing the tons of videos of the intervention of local vigilantes across the Southeast, catching these boys, dealing with them, messing them up across different rural communities everywhere? At least I have maybe 20 now that I've seen in the last 1 week. They are now messing with him. I think Soludo has also released these boys that has been training for some months now. I think for 6 months he's been training them. And all these local communities, they're not taking it upon themselves. Police, no, they do them again. Police will just stay back in their stations, and these boys will come and deliver these boys to them in their stations. So I think, which is what I suggested in this platform, which is what they're now doing. I said this fight is not for the police and the army. Form the local vigilantes, let the police give them necessary backings. They know where these boys are. They get these boys, they bring it to the station, and hopefully nobody will go and break those prisons to get them out again.
All right, back to you, Mike. Back to you, Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
You lost your train of thought.
I don't know where I was. Just go back, move on to.
All right. I'm going to bring Kumi in, and then Kumi with Ajale Koko I'm bringing in. But I'm bringing them in off the back of this clip that Kumi sent in. So let's listen to this. This is the Asari Dokubo plays. So Asari Dokubo has been forced into the public glare to come and defend himself.
List, the ministerial nominee list that the president just sent to the Senate. What do you make of it?
I've seen the list. I don't know most of the people on the list. I only know. I've only heard of some of the ex-governors, the state governor. I know that's through El-Rufai. I know Wike, the governor of Rivers State. Most of the other people, I know that I've read so much about the woman leader of APC. I totally disagree with one of your panelists who was talking of technocrats, PhD holders, and so forth. I think that people there should not be tyranny of certificated people. This country belongs to all Nigerians. A truck pusher, a plumber, a Meirua, a Meidoya, a fisherman, a farmer. It belongs to all the people of Nigeria. And there's universal adult suffrage in Nigeria, where when you are 10, 18 years, you are going to vote. And once you start voting, you also have the right and access to all institutions of government. We should not practice apartheid. If you have a PhD, you have it for. If you have a PhD, you have it for yourself. If you have whatever degree, whatever this thing, you have it for yourself. And somebody should not be discriminated. This is apartheid, and it should not be allowed, as far as I'm concerned. In the First Republic, how many PhD holders?
But you imagine that. You can imagine that being a cabinet member is a role that needs a lot of expertise, because you're going to be in charge of sectors that are directly impacting on the lives and the livelihood of the people. So your expertise, your capacity to deliver is based on your knowledge that you have on such a sector. Don't you think that we needed to get the best of the best in each of the sector to lead this country in that regard?
What is the criteria? What is the criteria to measure the best of the best? From Yakubu Gowon administration, we have had technocrats in government. What have we achieved? We have moved from a third world country to a country that cannot even be classified. Maybe we're in a last world country now. We have been having technocrats in different fields in Nigeria, and they are the worst offenders. They are the most corrupt people. So to say we need expertise has what? What has that achieved for us? What we need are patriotic people, people who are patriotic, people who have passion for the country, people who want the country to succeed. I just came back from Saudi Arabia, and you see miracle and magic and everything that is going on. And they don't speak this cheap language of this, that, technocrat, this, that. For a country to succeed, go to Singapore, go to all these places. They need patriotic and passionate people, people who have passion for the country. And once you have passion for the country, whatever office you are put in, you will be able, you have passion, you'll be passion driven, you'll be patriotic driven. And that is what we need. Not to talk, not to say we have professors as ministers of health. How is our health sector? We have had professors as ministers of power. How is our power sector? We have had professors as ministers of petroleum. How is our petroleum sector? We should not be bringing this argument that, as far as I'm concerned, have no meaning. But let me look at the list. Let me take Omai was governor. I don't know the standard that people use in judging performance. My friend was saying that Wike is a workaholic. Today, the poverty index in Nigeria just came out. River State is top in the South. The poverty index just came out. You can go to the social media, and River State is top. And River State had budgeted more money than all the South states. Is it concrete and gravels and sand that makes a governor successful? So flyovers are what makes a government successful. I would want you to travel to River State and visit the local government joining Port Harcourt and Obiato and see things for yourself. Let us not stay far and start to give pass mark to people. I would totally disagree with that. But did Wike merit being a minister? I would say absolutely. He merit being a minister. Wike merit being a minister. The reason being that there are several considerations to become a minister. We can stake everything in at the last minute for Ahmed Bola Tinubu. And it will be wrong not to reward people who stood by you. This election that we had is the most tumultuous, the most volatile election, and Ahmed Tinubu was the most maligned, the most abused, and all sorts of things. So if somebody put everything at stake and stood by him, even if it is me, I will reward him, not based on past performance. For El-Rufai, his past performance will speak for him in Abuja. At least he tried. Abuja was better off when he was a minister. I don't know how Kaduna looks like now. I've not been to Kaduna in ages. But if we are going to judge El-Rufai, we have to judge him by his performance in Abuja. I was going to Abuja, I knew Abuja, and he performed very well. And since El-Rufai left Abuja, Abuja had gone to sleep. And I was hearing the other fellow talking about youth. When you talk about youth, they are not just males. Youth are women, girls, boys, female youth, and male youth. On the list, I saw 36, I saw 37, I saw 38. So youth have been, from both genders, have been represented. And I think that youth are one of the biggest problems of Africa. Youth are one of the biggest problems of Africa. An old man of 80 is not looking to buy Lamborghini. He's not looking to buy all sorts of these vehicles. He's not looking for them. It is the young people that want to go to nightclub, that want to go and flex, that want to go and do all sorts of things. Talking about youth, trying to
let me take you away quickly.
Try to promote youth over and above others as if corruption starts and ends with the older people. I don't believe that.
Let me take you away from this issue of the president's ministerial nominees for a moment. There are a few things that that caught the attention of Nigerians, and a lot of people have been critical about your position on some of these issues. But let me ask you, because there are those who think that your meeting with the president has suddenly given you another kind of personality in the polity that has, according to some of your critics, emboldened you to say some of the things that you have said. First and foremost, you raised the curiosity of a lot of Nigerians when you visited the Aso Rock Villa and got the attention when you dropped the bombshell on the issue of oil theft. Since you visited the president, have you noticed anything different from the initial observation you made?
Since I visited the president, I've seen an NPC working with contractors. I've seen it on social media and on print media. But to be very frank, my dear brother, if you are doing you Channel Television that you work for, went and saw an oil terminal about 3 kilometers length, constructed pipes into the ocean. We have drones. We are not living in a world where native doctor will be looking at his mirror. We now have drones. We have satellites in space. We have planes. We have surveillance planes. So did they build that something that Channel showed in one day? Did they build it in one day or they build it in 2 days? You see, truth, the truth, the biggest poison in Nigeria is the truth. Nobody can venture to go and take 1 spoon of oil anywhere without the connivance of the military. Because before you go, you must go and give military men guarding these facilities. You have to pay them before you can go and take 1 spoon of oil. Everybody knows it. It's not because I saw the president. I'm surprised, Sanwo, you are saying this. I've been in your station before. You've interviewed me before. For you to say that it was because what is little cheap black men against Ahmed Bola Tinubu? It has nothing to do with Ahmed Bola Tinubu. This is why I talk. This is why I always talk. This is why I will always talk. So as far as I'm concerned, until we accept the truth, see, Nigeria is losing billions.
But Elijah, you heard what
billions because of
you heard what the military said in their response. They said, if you have names of those military men that you're talking about, you should name them. And they say that it was just a blackmail on them.
Do I work with the military? That is a cheap blackmail. Do I work with the military? Are we not seeing it? You see big vessels. Just now at a Edu Bridge, you saw a big vessel there. What is a big vessel doing in the creeks of Edu, by Edu Bridge, in that shallow creek? What is that big vessel doing there? Shame we know the truth now. I'm not employed by the military. How would I go and so if a military man is coming, he remove his tag, I will now do this thing, clairvoyancy, and put his name there. There are military men, they know themselves. Even recently, a military men were arrested by military men themselves at Abonima in Akukso local government because of bunkering activities. So these are not the issues that we should talk. These are facts and truth. We didn't say all military. We said a few, listen to my statement, a few bad eggs who feel that they have people on top to protect them, that they won't perpetuating this act against the state. I come from an oil producing community. I want to bring an helicopter, come, let us fly around OML. Let us fly around OML 18 and see what is happening. Even just today, I just received a text message from somebody as I'm talking. Just today, at Bukuma Creek, military men were collecting money from, somebody just sent me, were collecting money from loaded boats at Bukuma Creek, OML 18. Somebody just sent me a text in my other phone. Just now, as I'm talking.
these things are not what.
I have a few questions for you. Do you have an army of your own that you control?
I don't have an army, but I have a private military company that was engaged by the government of Nigerian state. And I've been doing the work for the Nigerian state. Private military companies exist all over the world. We have Blackwaters, we have Wagner, we have so many private military companies. They are not even new to Nigeria. The only thing new is that maybe a Nigerian is now providing the same services that South African and Belarusians and other people provided to fight Boko Haram. And this thing, it was on BBC. There was a BBC documentary on South African mercenaries that were in Nigeria, fought in Nigeria. And I listened to the interview where they said they were even sabotaged by the military when they were here. So I have a private military company that is engaged by the government, and we fought. We are fighting side by side with the Nigerian military in many places.
Places like Kaduna, Abuja, or where? Where are these places?
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered. I'm talking about enterprise-grade security.
In Niger, in Plateau, in Imo, in Abia, and in part of Rivers State. We were in Anambra before. They pulled us out of Anambra. We're in Plateau, and we're doing a good job. We're being commended by all the host communities. You can go to this community. You can go to Wase, you can go to Baga, you can go to Chiroro, you can go to the Kaduna Abuja Road. We're doing fine. We're being commended.
What is the name of this, your military group? Sorry, it seems your connection, we lost your connection. Can you still hear me? Alhaji Dokubo, can you hear me?
It's not a military.
Okay. We're having issues with the connection. But can you hear me now?
Yes, the company is called Royal Future.
Okay.
Services.
Okay. So I mean, there are a lot of issues that those who are very critical about your position, about your stance. In fact, there are those who believe that your statements are more or less a diatribe on the Igbo people and the manner in which you've spoken about the Igbo people. Do you have any kind of apologies to make to the Igbo race who believe that you may have made some statement that derogatory to them?
I don't have any apology to anybody. I am an Igbo man from Abam. I have Igbo blood flowing in my vein. I only speak the truth. They brought first this bunch of liars. They brought a video made on the 29th of September. Check that broadcast. 29th of September, 2002. And it has nothing to do with Igbo people. I was replying to a Calabari person who came to my wall to attack me. Who came to my wall to insult me when I was doing a broadcast. And I was replying to him, listen to that. I say, this Calabari people own it. It's not every Calabari man that says it's Calabari that is Calabari. And he says, I'm causing problem between Igbos. I said, the Igbos you are talking about, I don't know them. These Igbos, he's talking about IPOB, ESN. I don't have problem with majority of Igbos. I am married to an Igbo woman from the same Abam area. I am from Opom. I am an Abam man. In my DNA, maybe 70% Igbo. I have no apology to anybody for speaking the truth. And that my fathers bought them as slaves and sold them, which is true.
But don't you think that some of these statements might be offensive? Don't you think that some of these might be offensive to an entire
the truth
race?
is always offensive. The truth is always offensive. It's true. My fathers bought them as slaves and sold them. There was what is called the transatlantic slave trade. And my fathers were in the forefront of that transatlantic slave trade. And it was Igbos they were selling. They were not selling Ijaw. They were not selling Ogoni. They were not selling Efik. They were selling Igbos.
But I mean, in this age and time, saying that kind of thing, you know, could be offensive. It could be a diatribe taken too far, like Dokubo.
An Igbo man comes to my wall and call me a pig. An Igbo man comes to my wall and call me a terrorist.
Yeah. So
an Igbo man come to my wall. I've never been convicted and call me a criminal.
But how does that translate to insulting the whole of Igbo people? How does that translate? Because one Igbo man calls
so why can't the Igbo people? Why shut up your mouth? Why can't Igbo people that are there?
Why will that now become a thing that all Igbo people now become victims of? Why will that become a thing that all Igbo people will now be punished for? Why?
But then they should caution their Igbos that are running around abusing people. They should caution Igbos that are running around causing problems for them. If they don't caution those Igbos, then others have the right of reply. Others have the right of retaliation.
Your statement about the issue of sit at home, you said you were in the Southeast at some point. What do you think may happen? Because, I mean, allegedly we're hearing now that Nnamdi Kanu has sent a message out to Simon Ekpa. What do you think is likely to be a solution? And you have spoken up about it. Your statement has also angered a few people in the Southeast.
My take is this: Nnamdi Kanu is no longer relevant in the question in the Southeast. I said it in my interview. Simeon Ekpa has taken over from Nnamdi Kanu, and we have to deal with that. Nnamdi Kanu had to face the consequences of his actions. He has to go through, like us, who went through the courts. He has to go through the rule of law. He has to be prosecuted, and if he's found innocent, then he can be discharged and acquitted. But to say that he should be released after calling people to kill Tinubu children, burn Tinubu businesses, at least he said that. We have the broadcast. He said that on all. He commanded people to kill. He put an 100 million bounty on Wike's head, and that they should bring Wike to him, dead or alive. So these are all the things that Nnamdi Kanu did. He weaponized people to attack and kill and maim and destroy. He did that. So he's no longer in control. Ekpa has come out that sit at home will continue. So
what do you think is the solution? What do you think is the solution?
The solution is let us be sincere with ourselves. There should be a sincere approach. There should be town hall meetings of all the people. The Igbos should be able to come out and speak. They should not be living in denial that a great evil is happening in Igbo land. An undeclared war is happening in Igbo land. Igbos are killing Igbos. Igbos are eating Igbos. Igbos are committing heinous crime against their fellow Igbos. And I am not the only person saying it. Ijele is saying it. The other lady is saying it. And more people are coming. They are putting out their voices and they are saying this thing as they are. So let us be courageous enough to come. Let us call on those who are ready to repent and leave the forest, their camps and so on, and come out. And all those who are not ready to repent and come out and change and be integrated into society should be crushed.
Let me take you up on this. A group called the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, they called for your arrest and that over your suspected link to the violent phenomenon of unknown gunmen in the Southeast. How do you react to this?
I don't want to rely. It's part of the evil gimmick of living in denial. Because Emmanuel Onbiko is an Igbo man. Igbos are always living in denial. 1966 coup, they're denying. Everything, what everybody knows, the Igbos always deny. The Igbos are the people who put us in this mess. We had a federation of 5 federating units, the federal government and 4 regions. Ironsi overthrew, brought Decree 21 and made sure that we had a crude unitary system of government. That is what is plaguing Nigeria today. That is what led to the Biafran war, that led to the death of millions of people, Ijaw people, Ogoni people, Ishekri people, Orobo people, Efik people, Ibibio people, including Igbo people. So, and they want to coerce everybody. They want to bully everybody to accept the distortion and embellishment of known facts. And this is not possible. We will not accept it. We'll continue to say the truth. We'll continue to move. We are begging General, we're begging the whole Nigerian and President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, please let the Igbo go. We don't want this vicious cycle again. No, Give them a referendum. Let them go.
That is a very strong statement against the position of the Nigerian
Yes, so let them go now. We don't want. No, they said they want to go.
That's an extreme thought that you're sharing about a 5 states in a major.
I've told you before that me, I'm an extremist. I don't pretend. I'm an extremist. People say they want to go. Why are we forcing them to remain? They should go.
But that may not represent the feeling of an entire people, of an entire region of the country. If just a few people...
I think not. Owanese in the Igbo is supposed to be speaking for all Igbos. They are supporting Nnamdi Kanu. And what is Nnamdi Kanu asking for? Igbo exit. So if on Owanese in the Igbo is the uppermost organization of Igbo people, and they are demanding, and they are supporting Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu is
We're losing connection with you yet again. I don't know if you're still with us. Elijah Kuba, can you hear me? Oh, there. I'm not sure it's you can hear the connection just got totally. We have an outage on his connection. There just they have a few more connections. I mean, a few more questions there. We have loved to throw at him. But Deji, what are your views on
people without certificate should be the one who should be running the economy of the country? Will he allow a truck pusher to conduct a medical surgery on him if he goes to a public hospital? Will he allow a truck pusher to drive a plane that is a passenger on? Haven't said that. Because for me, when he was making a remark,
Would you
and
allow a
I
medical doctor-
and I
would you
interjected.
allow a medical
You know,
doctor to put it
when I interjected, he said, "Shut up! I will not go into the gutters with him. He can be twerking for Tinubu all he likes. He's very happy now because Tinubu has invited him to the villa. They even gave him the chamber to address the press. So he's happy. He's twerking for Asiwaju now. He's wishing. His wish is that they will give him his wish is that they will give him Tompolo's job so that he will begin to do Tompolo's job. But all the twerking that he's twerking and shaking bum bum for Tinubu now, that's all his wish. And I don't blame him. It is Tinubu that I blame. It is Tinubu that I blame. That Tinubu is now openly endorsing criminality. Tinubu can be meeting bad boys at night. There's nothing wrong in Tinubu meeting bad boys at night. But making it a content policy is very detestable, it's despicable. How can this man sit down in his house and be threatening a sitting governor? Because the governor simply told him that his boys are the one who are creating the insecurity problem in River State. Again, several groups in Imo State have come. Several groups in Imo State have come to say it is his boys in Imo that are killing people as unknown gunmen in Imo. Just like the way you have raised that issue, the way you have raised this issue now of the NGO that said it is boys, it is Al-Asadi's militia that are killing people in Imo.
Allow Alaji Asari to respond. Alaji, speak to the issue raised about the Rivers governor and your statement about Governor Fubara, where you were quoted to, where you were saying in a video saying that Boko Haram would be a child's play. What did you mean? Because it's interpreted and it's inferred that you are actually threatening a sitting governor. Can you hear me?
Exactly.
Hello, can you hear me? Please go ahead. Alaji Dokubo.
Yes, to order for the death and the killing and violence against citizens of his own state. Does the Constitution give a sitting governor that right? Is this the sort of educated people we have who feels that a sitting governor have all the power?
All right. It goes on and on, but I think there's sufficient enough for us there to digest. So Mike, are you there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. I'm going to hand over to you, Mike. So gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to Mike because I have an airport run in a few hours, so I have to get a bit of rest because I have to drive all the way to Heathrow. So I'll hand over to Mike. So Mike, bring Ajanle Koko very quickly into the conversation. Bring Kumi, who sent in that clip in.
One man have not spoken though.
Yes, I'm just going by the order that people came in. So I was going to go to Ikene, but I think his system has let him down. But just orchestrate as you best can. So Mike, over to you. Be kind to Mike, and Mike, be kind to them. I'll see you guys.
All right. Okay. About Jali Kuku, it's you. I don't know what do you have to say about all this.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Mike, Asari Dokubo, in that video, make a case very, very clear. What he stands for in Nigerian state is patriotism to Nigerian state. It's organization that he uses to fight for the security of Nigerian state. He stated everything clearly. So what information that we gather today from Asari Dokubo is that he worked hand in hand in Nigerian state with his military guys. He didn't bring them, he didn't have them, the people of Nigeria, but to save life and property and defend the territorial integrity of that country alongside the military. So I think it's clear. People that go all over the places say, oh, he got military man, he got militia group tormenting people.
Ajali Koko, let me ask you a question, please. When in Nigerian constitution, I don't remember when they have devolution of power. Yeah. So when in that constitution does it say that someone should have a private, some sort of a private place or whatever, that he should arm those people? There is no place in the constitution that anybody apart from the person under Tinubu or whatever it's called, the chief of army staff or whatever, should actually arm himself. It is against the law. So don't say that he's working for whoever.
Okay, so
What
that
he's
is
doing
where you
is
got it
basically
wrong. That is
illegal.
where you got it wrong.
All
He
right.
did not harm himself. The
Have you
state,
seen the video?
hold on.
Let him I'm sorry, just let him respond now.
He did not harm himself. The state harmed him. He got the approval from the state to carry arms. He's a military contractor. He worked with the military. So he got a private military group that work alongside the military to fight insurgency and what do you call this, bandit. So he didn't harm himself. He didn't get the arms without the permission of the state. So all those arms you see is group carrying are given to them by Nigerian state. So we need to
Can
get
I
it clear.
interject?
So
Hold on. Let Ajani Koko land.
So in this video now, let us open our mind, let us be objective, and don't let us be spreading unnecessary rumor that, oh, he's carrying Nigerian state, allow him, and Nigerian state this.
Hold on, rational mind. Wait now. Let Ajani Koko land and then.
So look, let us not allow our.
Let us give Ajani Koko space, please.
Let Ajani Koko wait, guys. Hold on. Let Ajani Koko land and then Uptown we interject, and then after Uptown, Ajani Koko can respond. Then rational mind can come in.
Okay. Let us not allow our biases, our hatred of this guy, because it does not play the same, it does not align with our political ideology or where we align with politically. Don't let us use that against him to spread lies and propaganda against him. And to me, I think he has stated everything clearly to the understanding of everybody. But what he said that I think is not good enough, that I think is reckless in his statement, is where he allowed his anger by responding to some Igbo people when he was running his video, when he mentioned that, oh, his father sold some Igbo for slavery and something like that. I think that is not good enough. We should not open that kind of bad history against each other. But on the other side, some people will say, well, it's a statement of truth. It's historical, and he hasn't said anything wrong. But, as far as that country is concerned, we have issue of We have problem with unity among ourselves, and he shouldn't have mentioned that statement. I think he should have acted maturely by not mentioning it. That is where I can fault him. But
really coming. Interject you real quick.
Yeah, but in every other thing he said, I think he made it clear to every Nigerian that his group is not a militia group that are terrorizing the state. Is a military.
Before can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Also, I think before time coming, I think someone is allowed to get a license to start a security company the same way, because I know people do own security companies in Nigeria, and also the same way we have like Amotekun and all these vigilante groups. I mean, I think people can acquire license from the federal government to start their own security company, and also maybe to the weapons part, have to get license as well from the federal government. So it could be that if Asari Dokubo said, "Hey, the government licensing," then I disagree with Des that he's breaking the law. If it's something that's licensed to do,
I think, is he proving that he has a license? That's the question.
He said it now, and the government haven't disputed. But Uptown, go ahead and was he Uptown trying to interject? He was Uptown.
Yeah.
He said it. They still don't want to believe. He said it.
That he has a license from the government.
Yes. He said it, but you still don't want to believe. You still want to tag him as a
rational
no,
mind.
we believe.
If he does not have license, how would the Nigerian state assign him with the military to fight?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question?
Rational mind. Hold on. Let's be fair. Let's Uptown was trying to interject earlier. Let's Uptown go.
Okay, all right. Because I'm eating the toss.
You go Uptown. Let Uptown go. I'm trying to be fair. He just asked to interject first. You can't ignore him. Yeah. Go ahead. Uptown.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Babaja, I want to ask just a couple of questions. Number one, it was clear under Buhari's government when Buhari took a stand with the issue of hiring private militia when the insecurity was ravaging Buhari's tenure. In fact, El-Rufai suggested that this should be done. Buhari insisted that his government will not do what Jonathan did. His government will not hire private militia. That
He later hired Tompolo.
When Buhari's government
did he say foreign militia or did he say foreign militia? Did the president meant foreign militia?
I say private militia, whether foreign, local, whatever it is.
We've always been using vigilante in Nigeria. So what are you talking about? It's almost a security company. Vigilantes.
No. Did you hear what I said? Private militia. I didn't say a state setting up a security system. No.
Buhari said won't hire. You are saying Buhari said won't hire foreign missionaries to fight Boko Haram. Something, right?
I said, let me repeat myself again, that his government will not hire private militia.
When did he say that? We have a proof that he said that directly.
Everybody in Nigeria knows that. Probably you don't know.
No, Buhari never said that. The body language does Buhari never said something.
We have Nigerians there. How many of them know?
Allow me.
Buhari never said anything like that. No.
Allow me.
Okay, let's allow him to land. Okay, go ahead.
Goodluck Jonathan engaged services of a militia. Buhari discontinued it. Didn't only discontinue the foreign one, he discontinued everything.
Hold on. Is this tied to Asari Dokubo? You're taking us another different area,
No, I'm talking about Asari Dokubo. I'm making a point. Maybe if you allow me for maybe 5 seconds running concurrently, I'll be able to make my point.
You sure it's 5 seconds? Because we know your point will take us like 5 minutes, and then you land us somewhere far miles away from what we are talking about.
You use your own sort of let him talk.
No. You need to. The one hosting us now. You need to talk now. Nobody can manipulate this conversation here. We stand our ground here.
I hope to land your point. Go ahead.
My hand is not far from my mic if you so desire. But let me say what I was saying. Buhari's government, we know the stand they took with hiring of militias. He even discontinued that of Tomporo and all of that. Now, at the tail end of the administration, when Tomporo was brought in again, it is never a secret. Everybody in Nigeria knew when Tomporo was brought back on board at the tail end of the administration. You don't need to go to the soothsayer to know. Now, Asari coming now he now has the backing of the new government to tell us that he's working with military, or maybe he's doing his own this thing that is government. Which government? That is one. Then secondly,
You want Asari to expose himself that is on the way on Kaduna Express Road. Think about it, man. We call it security.
No government.
Okay, you want him to come.
Government.
You want him to come out to campaign that I'm the one protecting Kaduna Abuja Express
Okay, so
Road.
now
Are you
under
joking?
Tinubu, what is he doing?
Okay,
so
hold
the
on.
PR is doing under Tinubu now.
Optan, what was your question for Ajale Koko? You said you were interjecting, asking a question, but what you are doing here is just giving us other stories. When you come to your turn, you can give us a story.
I said number two. Let me ask my questions, and if I get interjected a lot, I will mute myself.
Just ask your question. What you do is give all this turn around. When someone has a flaw, if you ask question, but don't give us this.
All right, I think I'm done. You guys can continue.
Okay, thank you. You are done. That's fine.
Let him ask now.
He's not asking question. I just taking also a bunch of. You throw a bunch of this thing on the wall.
I'm very curious. I want to know his question. 1 minute.
He doesn't have a question, man. He doesn't have a question.
Interjection, no. Interjection, though, mustn't be a question. It might be just.
Okay, if you want to interject, hold on, guys, wait. If you want to interject, it has to be on a point someone is saying, right? What is it that you are interjecting about? And then it should be precisely on one particular point. It's not like you don't give us 10 different discussions just to interject. What does they have to do? I mean, it's like you've taken over that person's floor, then. Hold on, listen. If someone is having a conversation and there's something you disagree with, that's when you interject, right? And that particular thing you disagree with, you talk on that thing. But it's not like you say you want to interject. You start telling us something that person is not even talking about. So things he's taking. Wait. Hold on. Which part of he said he wanted to interject Ajani Koko, right? Which part of Ajani Koko discussion was about Buhari? Nothing.
He's trying to make a background.
Hold on. Ajani Koko is talking about Asai Dokubo, and he make points about that. And you say you want to interject, meaning there's something you disagree with about what he's saying, and then we say interject, but you're taking also a whole different topic. That's not interjection, man. That's taking over the floor. If you want to take us a different topic, a different point, then wait till your turn, and then you can take us all that area, and then people can challenge you on that.
Mike, let me make a point very clear. The fact that I act civil does not mean that I don't get weary. But the point is, I understand that it's a public platform, and I understand that I'm operating on the particular standard. And the point is that you trying to tell what I say because you are on the helm of affair in a public platform is really very funny. And the point
thank you very much.
Can I say something, gentlemen?
Is everybody should calm down? Let everybody
hello, everybody.
Let me speak to Uptown.
Uptown. Hold
on. I don't want to hear one voice, guys. Let Ajani go talk. He has the floor. Let him talk. Guys, hold on.
Mike, gentlemen, I think we should understand what Mike is saying. Mike is not trying to stop Uptown from saying his mind or ask his question, but he is mindful of the time. He doesn't want it to get rowdy. He wanted him to go straight to the point. So I think, yes, Uptown, you have the floor. Go straight to the point. Ask your question, and let me respond. And then if others want to interject, Mike, as the moderator, can then take control of the situation. So you have the floor, Uptown. Go ahead. Ask your question. Let's go.
Ajani Koko is more of an interjector than a moderator. But the point which I wanted to raise to you was two things, and I made it clear in my beginning. And the first one I talked about was that this guy said that the government hired him. I was taking care of Kaduna, whatever it is, and that is obviously under Buhari's government. Tinubu has just been there for 50 days now, and I made the point of Buhari's government stand in militia. How is it not related with Asari's topic that we're talking about? Like, people just want to make people angry and then lose their standard.
Thank you. I heard you. It's okay.
But
It's
let me go
okay.
ahead. The second one,
It's okay. You have heard this. Enough. I don't go respond, please. Respond. What have you want to interject to? Respond.
Okay, I think on the
I have the second question, please, Baba.
Bros, man, please. If I didn't ask you to talk, just you, man. I've heard you. It's enough. Let go respond. One question is enough.
Please calm down now.
Mike, please let him out.
No. I don't even respond. Let someone, the next person. One person want to take 10 minutes just to do his own shit. No. Okay, please. Okay. Rational mind, go. Do your own. Do your own interjection.
Mike. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I want my way to be here. Maybe I'll know what to do. But then I don't think I have access anymore being a moderator. Well, that's for one man to decide. Anyway, yeah. So I just need all of us to calm down. Mike, please. I understand you're the moderator. It's your job to moderate, and everybody, please try and cooperate with Mike. It's not easy when people try to coordinate people on even one man himself. Sometimes he does a shitty job on that sometimes, but however he does his thing. Yeah, so please let us cooperate with Mike. If he says it's okay, let's let it be. Yeah, my interjection, in fact, I've lost track of what there was something Jalekoko was saying at that time, which I think it was answered when I asked the question about does he have a license. He said it. You guys said he has a license. But the thing is this, you see, my point is, you see, sometimes I just get too tired of talking about Nigeria. I'm just trying to read meaning to all of this thing that is this new development that is going on, that is happening right now in Nigeria, with this private militias that we're seeing, that some people are raising, and sometimes it says history have a way of repeating itself. Not necessarily that it must be. Some people sometimes they say experience is the best teacher. You don't have to experience things yourself. You can learn from other people's experience to kind of like come to a conclusion of what might possibly happen in your own case too. Now we're seeing this militia thing that is going on, and I think somebody came here some few days ago and he gave a very good submission. I mean, this is our Fulani guy who came with a distinct accent, this Americanized accent, some few days ago. I think
Q.
Thank you very much, Q. He was having this back and forth with Kulata, and he gave a very good a good submission here when he said something about this private entities that are taking over. We see this Prussian in Russia. This what's it called? This
the Wagner Group.
Wagner Group, the private army that Putin once had under his control, and how they almost toppled him. Look at what happened in Sudan too. So these are some of the things we need to understand, that when you start breeding the monster, sooner or later that monster will eat you up. That's python or snake or whatever it is, beast will eat you up. When we start giving our territorial sovereignty into the hands of some private individuals, we're setting the stage for anarchy or some kind of takeover of and control by some people who would hold that country to ransom, which Q rightly, even though some of the things he expressed already, I didn't really buy into it. But some of the things he said, which is one of them, is this issue of when you were saying something, Ajaliko, you see, I supported what our friend here said. What's his name that was having back and forth with Mike? So I supported what he said, because initially, Bubu said that it was not going to engage the use of private mercenaries or private people, contractors.
Wrap up your interjection.
I don't know how
I want to go around now. Everybody else to get a voice. I mean, you can just learn our point without giving stories, and it make the thing boring.
It's not story now.
Just learn the points. Instead of
so people can talk. I want people to talk. Like everyone to talk at least.
But I'm talking now. I mean, you know, the next time I'm going to talk again.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this, guys. If you have a point to make, package your point ready. So by the time you say you want to talk, we just make your point. So the next person will talk. I want everybody to be talking. I don't want that show where some people are here for like 1 hour. They haven't said a word.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Some people are taking 20 minutes just to land a single point. You know.
You're right.
It's like
you're right.
people. No. What happens is that show gets boring when somebody will talk for like 10 minutes. You don't even get anything out of what they say. You know. I don't want that.
You don't have to be saying that now. When you say people.
No, I'm just being. I'm trying to tell you what I observe.
I
told one like this, like
talk, man.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
I don't understand why
just
people do
mute
that.
yourself. The way you're
Your
laughing is not
interjection
making
should be
sense.
straight to the point because it is
Just
not
make
your
us know what
monologue.
you're saying,
Not
right?
your turn,
We'll
yeah.
get the point in. Another person can say something too, you know. Instead of
Yeah.
because a lot of times I see some people will talk for a long time, and out of everything they say, hold on. I'm trying to tell you, out of everything they say, you won't really get too much out of it. And I'm like, why did you spend that long to talk then?
You've already
Go
spent
straight.
about 2 minutes talking, which he would have already used to summarize everything. So I don't know why you even.
I'm just trying to say.
Sorry, mute
Hold
yourself.
on.
Now, sorry.
Complain. See, if you're interjecting, go straight to the point. But when it is your turn, you can monologue. You cannot be doing monologue.
I'm trying to give
under another person's weight now. You cannot be doing monologue under another person's turn.
Please. Yeah, we had
You can't be doing monologue under another person's
Yeah,
turn.
we hear
Time
you.
is
So
going.
it's okay. Now, I'm only trying to give a context to what my question is going to be. If I'm going to ask Angelico, I know he has the floor, but Angelico, let me ask you a question. There's no way I can ask this question without giving you a background context. But all I just want to have to say is this: in what this back and forth with the Jadeyonju, are you saying that all this thing that this guy is doing, that he has a point? What's his name? Sorry, Dokubo. Is that what you're saying, Angelico, that he is justified in what he's doing?
Is back and forth with the Adeyanju. It's not an issue. It's just show because the Adeyanju is an anti-Tinubu, and haven't seen Asari Dokubo declaring support for Tinubu presidential campaign before the election, and up to today chanting Tinubu. So I think that the Jadeyonju is taking him up because number one, he is a Tinubu supporter to the core, and number two, because of the statement he made against the Igbo that his father engaged in selling some Igbo into slavery. So, which is a legitimate question. So, and that is why I said earlier in my statement that is the only area I can fault him. That statement should not be a statement that any Nigerian should make against each other. That, oh, my own father sold your family to slavery. It is very, very barbaric. We should be looking for we should be doing everything to bring us together, to unite us, and not to divide us. So that statement is a very reckless statement, very, very bad statement. And no Igbo man that we hear that statement will be happy with him. So I think that's all. And number two,
can I interject on that?
Who wants to judge? That's all.
Let me
still going. When Angelico is land this Kumi, you wanted to call me earlier, something like that.
On the question that on the issue of Buhari did not license any private contractor when he came in, that Uptown was saying the other time, I think it's true. He didn't do it at the beginning of his administration. He canceled all private military contractors, militial group. He canceled everything. Those with the foreign, with that we had, that the Jonathan administration had then, that were fighting with Nigerian military against Boko Haram, cancel it. And so I believe those didn't as well. If there are, I'm not sure if there were any within, but it might be that we didn't know. But we are all aware of that foreign South African group. So he canceled it. And but towards the tail end of his administration, he engaged Tompolo and Asari Tokumbo.
Are you still there?
I do not know.
Actually, Coco, you break
Yeah,
up.
your network is kind of bad. But Soli, go ahead,
Can you hear me
Gary.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let's Soli interject real quick. Soli, go ahead, Gary. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I agree with most of what you said, except for, and you know, a lot of people in the comment section, I know they will soon get ready to attack me. But I don't agree on that part where you say, oh, you should not be talking this way or that way. What I've noticed is nobody ever talks that way without being pushed. Why are we always addressing the person that is pushed and not the person pushing? Do you know how many times I've been called slave by Igbo people? I can't even count anymore. And that's why I stopped checking comment section. That's why I stopped going around some of these blogs. They slave. This one slave, that one slave, this one slave. You know how many times I've been called slave? How come nobody cautions that?
Soli, what are you? Sorry, Soli.
Let me finish.
We go fight to Matt.
Okay, let him. I'll let you respond to him. I'll let you respond.
Let me finish. How come now? If all the times I have been called slave, I now react. That's when people want to comment. Why is nobody addressing the person pushing all this in the first place? Nobody wants to insult anybody unless you are pushed to it. So why don't we address the pushy? Because this thing is going to continue happening over and over and over again. If it's not this guy, it will be another person. If it's not another person, they're always pushed at the end of the day. Nobody wants to insult Igbos. Nobody ever goes to insult any Igbo person. I've never seen anybody going on his own, waking up without anybody pushing him to go and insult any Igbo person in their life. I've never seen it before in my life. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Please. Let me just say a few things.
Let Des wanted to. Go ahead.
Let me respond to
Soli.
Soli, look, whether we like it or not, in that country, Asari Sokubo is a stakeholder. It's one of the leaders.
I better have smiling face with heart.
Can you? Who is that? Hello.
We can hear you.
Go ahead, Papa Jelly Kuku. We can hear you.
So Asari Dokubo is a stakeholder in that country.
What is your interpretation of a stakeholder?
Hold on.
We just throw words around sometimes. You want to address?
Hold on. You see, truth is bitter.
No. Don't give me that. Me that.
Okay. Let me land now.
I gotta go. Which part of the government is Asari Dokubo? What was his position?
What's the stakeholder? What makes him a stakeholder?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Asari Dokubo is a stakeholder among the leadership in that country, whether you like it or not.
Who is it leading? Which part of what fabric of
and SCOV is a stakeholder, sir. How is he a stakeholder?
Okay, how is a stakeholder is that he is one of the leader of his nation.
Well, who elects him to be anyway?
Ijaw nation and Kalabari nation. He is recognized, he speaks for them, and he have followers. So it's just like what do you call it? Ariel Okakanfo of Yoruba land. You might not like him. You can call them, oh, he didn't go to school, or he was one time a thug, or he was one time, whether you like it or not, he's one of the leaders in that country.
Does he hold a staff of sociocultural office like the Obas and all those other people, like Ariel and all those, but he doesn't hold a traditional ethnic position recognized by government. It's just to me, it's just a citizen that just owns his own private company. So I don't know how you mean he's a leader.
If he's not a leader, he won't have a military.
A private company.
Yeah, private company.
It's a leader of his own company, his own
security company that Nigerian state allow his group.
He said it now.
To carry license, to carry arms and fight for Nigerian state.
No,
not fight for Nigerian state. But anyway,
look. You say he's not fighting for Nigerian state, or what are you guys talking about?
Okay, let me ask another question. Are you now saying that
he fights for Nigerian state against insurgency and this thing? So he's a stakeholder.
No.
Okay, let's not come in. Let's be fair.
So a person like that in a position of leadership should not speak recklessly.
Okay, so, let me allow Des to say so. You wanted to say something, so I don't want to shut him door too long. I guess I don't know what.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on Sully. See, so when something is wrong, it is wrong. Don't say that the Igbos have been insulting you on social media and calling you slaves. You have to actually come out and tell us which Igbo person. The last time I checked, the only person that's called Yorubas, some sort of, not even all Yorubas, basically the politicians, slaves, was Nnamdi Kalu, which some of the Igbos has come out and condemned it, say you shouldn't be saying that for a sort of tribe. And if this Asari Dokubo is on social or whatever media he is, talking whatever he's talking, saying that he sold Igbos, he's saying it in such a tune. Imagine that someone in America, a white person, start talking about how he enslaved blacks. I'm telling you, they probably go there and arrest the fuck out of him. Sorry for my language. They're gonna arrest him. So don't say that it's right. When it's wrong, is wrong. And to Ajali Koko, when you're talking about Asari Dokubo and you're saying he's patriotic, what do you mean patriotic? What made him patriotic? Someone that is saying that Igbo should fuck off and leave. The last time I checked, Nigeria as a state, Nigeria as a country is made up of 36 states. And if you're patriotic, you have to be patriotic to that 36 state. When you're saying that 4 or 5 states should fuck off, then you're not patriotic. So let's get this fact straight, please.
Sorry.
Let's only respond real quick.
Mike, can I say something?
Let me respond. Let me respond.
Who was yes. After Solly, then who was that? I want to say something.
Jide, please.
Okay, let Solly go first, then you come after Solly. Yeah. Solly, go ahead.
You are very predictable. I never said I never at any point in time said what he said was right. And I never supported it at any point in time. So all these things you're always trying to make up, I'm used to it. I was expecting it, so I marked it down once you said it. Second of all, he did not say he said that. We all watched that video. So why you try to warp it, I don't understand, but it's something you do.
No, what do you mean? Do you want me to bring the video?
Finish now. Let me finish. I let you talk.
He said it.
Wait now. Can you let me finish? Okay. He said they were insulting him for weeks. Insulting him. He mentioned many types of insults. If you said that somebody should sit down and write the names of the Igbos, book will full. Book will full. The book will be full. They are insulting me. Sometimes I don't even make comments insulting. I'm just explaining the situation. And if I make common sense, the next thing that is insults. Start calling me slave.
Hey, Solly, give me 1 second. Solly, give me 1 second. There's somebody in the background that is starting to come in. His name is One Man Went. So I don't know if he's a true. I want to see his face first before I can hide him. Whoever that person is, can you turn your camera home for a second? Let me see your face. So that way, it's not some kind of, whoever that person is. One man went to One Man Tea or something like that.
No, it is me. It is me in the background.
Oh, okay. This thing you are using, that's why I'm like, who the hell is that? Okay, all right. Thank you, One Man, for letting me know, Shai. Okay. Go ahead, Solly. Go ahead.
In the video that we watched, he said that Okay, you can play that video again, and he said that's why he said that thing that he said. You can watch. I never supported him. I never said what he did was right. If you ask me, I'll say it's wrong. But let's not just focus on one part. Let's focus on the full dynamics, how we got there in the first
Okay,
place.
let us
If we
wait
now,
on,
let
solid.
me finish. Let me
No,
finish.
you talk now.
Let him line real quick, and then
if we can stop the beginning part, that ending part that always gets people offended will not come in the first place. I will not be needing to go through this round and round and round and round, because it's just going to repeat again. This thing is still going to happen again. I can bet money on it. It's still going to happen again. But how are we getting there in the first place? Can we stop that so we don't get there in the first place? It's a waste of time.
There's a previous one, and then we go to
apologies, Mike. Maybe let's just move away from solid belly aching and back to the main.
Yeah, I'll just give everybody voice,
yeah, let me just respond to Solly.
Okay,
Solly,
just respond, and we'll go.
I understand where you're coming from. Asari Dokubo is a public figure. When you're a public figure and people know you, you have to expect all manner of jabs at you. It doesn't matter whether you have 10,000, 100 people watching you. 50 is probably throwing jabs at you. So you have to have this this sort of personality to control whatever emotion people, the emotions, your emotion flowing through that social media or whatever. If you can't control it, then you don't have any means going to public. You shouldn't be in a public figure at all. You have to control your emotion. That's what I'm trying to say.
Jide, Olajide, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to say Asari Dokubo, being who he is by his temperament, is not a cool-headed person. So, and you wouldn't blame him for being who he is. That is just who he is. And to what Solly said, Solly is correct, and I want to share. I want to support him 100% on what he has said.
By the way, I agree with Des on his last statement.
Yes, obviously, but we need to.
This whole thing. Can we just move on?
We need to also understand that every person has their own level of temperament, and the way they carry themselves or manage themselves, it's a function of their temperament. Now, if we go by this thing, we need to understand that if we want unity, then we shouldn't sow the seeds of discord. Now, I want to cite a very simple example. What happened in Lagos? Now the ministerial list is out. There's no non-indigenous. Everybody can now shout. Or they are demolishing buildings in Alaba. Everybody can now shout. It's now looking like Lagos state government is the bad person. But this thing started somehow. If the beginning did not occur, then the reaction would not come. We need to be guided also the way we start things. Now, Asari Dokubo, we said this yesterday. I told one man yesterday that Asari Dokubo has a contract with the government. He has his own company, and I think Solomon was contesting that with me. A lot of companies in Nigeria, private companies, are into security. I know of my own company. There is a French company in Nigeria that is into private security. They have their own military, and they are the ones that go about safeguarding our plant managers and things like that. So even when they are needed somehow in different locations, the Nigerian military is the one that gives them the license to operate in any region they want them to operate. This is what I know for a fact. So Asari Dokubo has his own license. The gun is flashing. He has the license to carry it. So, but what I want to say in all this is this: moving forward, if Nigeria is to be one, Des was angry because Asari Dokubo said Igbo should go. But the truth of the matter is, what are the Igbos asking for? Are they asking for inclusion? No. They are asking for them to go. So if somebody now comes out and say, okay, now you can go, then you now start saying that person is not looking for the unity. Then I begin to ask myself, what do you want? What do you want actually? Because when Nnamdi Kanu was saying burn down Lagos, turn Lagos upside down, everything, no Igbo, no prominent Igbo leader came out to condemn this. Now Asari Dokubo has said something, everybody is shouting Asari Dokubo. But it started somehow. That is why I want to say, and I want to still align with what Soli said. If the beginning is not there, the ending or the reaction will not come. So if the Yorubas in Lagos now are reacting somehow, not giving space, not opening up the way they normally open up to the Igbos should understand that they started it because you saw, these things was not there before. They don't see you in the light that they are now seeing you now before. So we need to tell ourselves the truth. It's not about our tribes now. Every tribe has its own.
Are we now listening to another APC narrative here? Now? Is that what we're doing now?
Okay. It's not an APC narrative. It is not an APC narrative.
It's about APC.
You need
combine with your is APC. If the thing is not going your way, it's APC. No, we should stop it now.
It is APC.
Let's not make it crowded.
Let me land, please, National Mind. Let me land. See,
before you continue, let me say something real quick. National Mind, just to respond to you, like one man has a list of topics, right? Whichever one you want to talk to, if you just bring it up and talk about it, you understand? When if it's your, just ask. But if you're interjecting somebody, interject based on what that person is talking about. But if you want to jump on another topic, if you want to talk about different topic, just say, Mike, I want to talk about this topic, and I'll give you the floor, and that probably will take us away from whatever way.
My interjection now is based on what he's saying.
So it's not your time to interject now. But no, I'm just responding to what you said. Like, can we get away from this or whatever?
Oh, okay.
There's a list of topics. So if you want to jump on a different topic, just say, hey, I want to talk about this, and then you get on that, and I'll let you go on that topic, and they'll probably take us away from whichever one we are on. So that's the way it moves. But I can't come here and tell people what to talk about because everybody calling to talk on what they have in mind. So if somebody calling to talk on one aside Dokubo, I'm not going to say, hey, talk about this other topic because the reason he calling, you know why he calling for that. So that's what I just want to say. So we already finished, and then
let me just land. I believe Rational Mind. If something doesn't go your own direction, doesn't mean what I'm saying is not making sense. So in Ogun State now, normally in Ogun State there are permanent secretaries that are from the last permanent secretary to the government. I think on one easy education or something is from Igbo land. But the truth of the matter now is the new set of people they are installing now, they are no non-indigenous. And we are seeing this thing play out. And this is not what was happening before. And we are saying, okay, for the unity of Nigeria, we need to speak to ourselves. And if we want to speak to ourselves, we go back to the root cause of the matter. And the root cause of the matter is this. You don't want to be a part of Nigeria? Fine. Does not mean that you look for you abuse people, you go against people, and when they now come back and say, okay, fine, they leverage you, the grants, the rights, the authority, the opportunities we've been giving to you before, we are withdrawing it, then you start shouting. Then I now look like an APC person saying that. I'm just saying, if we want unity, the person sowing the seed in the first place should understand that, okay, whatever I sow would germinate, it will grow, and I cannot know the extent to which it will grow. That is the point. So don't see it like APC, whatever. What I want is the Igbo should understand, if you want to be a part of Nigeria, play the business of inclusiveness. See yourself as a brother, just like we see ourselves in Lagos. Before, nobody knows you are Igbo, you are this, everybody is Omona, everybody is Omo Yoruba, everybody is the same. But now, you need to come to Lagos and see what is happening. Igbos are different. Even Igbos are afraid of entering Marua during the election. Entering Marua that Yorubas. Yorubas will say that I'm not picking you. You see, you don't understand the division that is already on ground. And that's why I said what Soli said is right. When we are reacting, it is because of something. Then if we want to go back to the drawing board and counsel, everybody should say sorry to one another. Then At the end of it, don't start it, then you won't get the reaction. Simple. That is my point.
All right, thanks, man. So I think this Bishop there, I think he came before Adewale and Simba. Oh, I don't think he's there. Okay.
I'm there, but you can go ahead. I'm listening. If I want
Okay.
to participate, I'll come later. Thank you.
Okay. Adewale, I think you're right.
And I say something.
Talking. Who?
It's me. If anybody wants to talk, let me talk because.
No, but these people are being here now. Like
I'm just saying, hold on now. I said if they don't want to talk. If they don't want to talk, like Bishop said.
Okay, let me see if they want to talk. Okay, Adewale didn't say anything. Okay, Simba, are you there? Adewale, Simba, already. Okay, go ahead. Rational Mind, go ahead. Yeah.
You see, I mean, I don't just know where to even start with all this thing that we've just said. All of us we've said here today. You see, this whole finger pointing, finding fault with one person or one group, one ethnic, one tribe, is just so exhausting. I just don't know how. I mean, can we just get past all this crap?
Okay, talk about something else then. Bring up.
I'm gonna talk. I mean, so let's just get past all this crap. I mean, like we keep getting reminded daily by some actions of some state actors, like the governor of Lagos State, the one that he released. The woman, I heard him when he said he released the list, and it made it sound like I mean, and somebody here just said, "Can we just say sorry to each other and move on?" Is that how easy it is to just say sorry to each other? I mean, this thing is deeply entrenched. It's deeply rooted in that country.
What deeply rooted, Rational Mind? What is deeply rooted?
The hate.
Which hate?
We need to
understand what you're saying now.
You don't understand
what you're saying.
You don't understand. You don't understand, right? But
I'm trying to understand. That's why I'm asking you a question.
Cool. The hate between.
Hate by who?
Oh, you're farabalẹ̀ now. I mean, I'm talking. I hear you.
But it to make sense if you are talking. You have to make sense.
You need to be patient if you want to be a moderator here. I mean, I don't understand. You're just too in the ace to want to just. Please, I beg you, please. I'm talking. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not a spring chicken that will be talking too fast. I'm talking about the hate between the different. I've said it earlier. I said the different tribal group in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
There was no hate before. There was no hate before. That is what he literally just explained. That there was no hate in Lagos before. But you should look at it now. So which hate are you talking about? Which previous hate? From where?
Sorry, I would not dignify your question because sometimes I know your.
Yeah, if you don't want to answer a question, I don't know what are we having conversation.
Sorry. Let Rational Mind speak. Rational Mind has a particular manner of delivery. So, if he has the floor, then let him have the floor.
Please, thank you, one man, please. Sorry, no disrespect to you, a young man. I just don't. Sometimes I don't want to engage you in certain discussion. For me, because it's exhausting. It exhausts me, it drains me mentally, and I don't have the time for all of those back and forth. So my point is this: that it's not a quick fix. It's not a quick fix for this problem in Nigeria. It's deeply rooted, deeply entrenched in that country. So for me, I just hope that it's going to take a long time for us to start seeing each other as brothers and sisters, as people who are part of a union or unions, should we call it, in that country called Nigeria. But as long as we see state actors like governors make pronouncements or the actions like what we saw to Sanwo Olu just did, I'm not saying it's his prerogative to decide who he wants to work with. If he wants to constitute all it, because of course Lagos is Yoruba, it's a Yoruba state. The people who live there were Yoruba speaking people. So if he decides to employ all of them to be Yorubas, fine and good. But this narrative of when some of us should now bring it and start rubbishing it on people's face, you see, because of you see that list now? You see that is a payback now to all of you because people did not support us. Why do we have to go down length to be saying that?
Did the governor say that, Rational Mind?
He said what?
Did the governor say that?
God.
It's just a question.
That's the governor said.
Rational Mind. You know you just twisted.
Okay. Now, let me say something. Let me ask you, Mike. Mike, you are the
hold on.
Mike, so from the list that the governor released today, how many were non-indigenous there?
No. Your assertion is that he's rubbing something. Someone is rubbing something on someone's face, and I'm asking.
No.
Hold on,
He's
guys.
referring to me. He's referring to me, and I feel he doesn't understand what I'm saying. He's only twisting my words. I wasn't trying to rub it on anybody's face. I was only saying before now, if you look at it in the southeastern states, it wasn't as if they normally give positions to non-indigens. But Lagos is a cosmopolitan city, and it's more like a general thing. They call it a no man's land. Nobody doubts that they do things a different way before, but now they are reacting. And what I'm saying is, can we please go back to the way we were? That's just what I'm saying. But for we to go back,
how were we before?
we were together before. See, my brother, I am in Lagos. Nobody knows the difference between a Ghanaian, an Igbo man, and a Joe man. Nobody knows. What we know is you are a Lagosian, and we treat ourselves with respect. We laugh together, we play together, we chat together. But now, I'm telling you, you don't know what is happening in Lagos. Should any riot come in, that's why I was scared that if the tribunal should go in the opposition direction, there might be an outburst of war in Lagos. You don't know what you're saying. Maybe you are not around. You are not here in Lagos. So I'm just saying, can we please go back?
Hold on. You see, that is the point. We cannot go back because of what I just said. The actions of some people. If Sanwo Olu decided to say, okay, all my cabinet is going to be Yoruba, no problem. So be it. It is prerogative to do that. But when some of the APC, or how do I call them, some of these Agbado people and Batified people and some of these apologists of the APC, they come on platforms like this and start rubbishing on other people's face. You see, did you not say that it's payback time? Yes.
But rational mind, is this something?
We don't need all of this. We don't need all of this.
Hold on.
We don't need it.
Oh, I agree with you. Okay, we don't need the negativity. But wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. So, rational mind, you saying this negative things or whatever, speaking about the opposite side, is it only so-called Batified people that are doing this, or is this going on obedience side too? Are obedience making negative comments about people, or I mean, what?
Yeah, Mike.
No, it's a simple question because it looks like you're playing double standard here. You are just pointing finger one direction.
Okay, thank you.
When this is something that's happening across board.
You and I, we've known each other online. Maybe we don't know each other in person. So for you to still be holding on to this view.
Holding on to what view? I didn't hold a view. I asked you a question.
Hold on. Now. Hold on to this view of say maybe I'm a full obedient. I'm not, for your information, I'm not obedient. I'm not obedient. I say, listen, I say I'm obedient. I'm obeying leaning. Obi is the person I see as my own candidate, or I will vouch for. Let me say vouch for, and I will see yes. But what I'm saying is that doesn't make me a fanatic of.
That's not why you're doing strong argument. You're talking about something that I didn't
say you said that. I didn't say you said
exactly. That was what you agreed about.
You can get away with that woman, but not with me. You're doing strong argument. I'll say one thing. You're arguing against something different.
Can I land?
No, you don't need to land. Hold on.
I've not said you said it. Hold on.
Hold on. Are you responding to my question, or you are talking to something different?
So what's your question? Let me understand your question.
I just asked you a question. You said the people, APC people, they are online making comment about other people and things like that. And I'm asking you, are you saying it's only the APC people that are online making comment about other people, or are people like the Obedience or maybe PDP or other people doing the same thing? Or are you just that's what I asked you.
Okay, Rational Mind denied obedience. Wow.
Hold on. So now I was trying to address that question you just asked, but I just want to give you a prayer. I just want to say something before it. I'm not an obedient fanatic. I'm not even obedient, for your information. But so what I'm trying to tell you is that I will hold on, Farabale.
I'm thanking you now for
the I will criticize. Listen, I will criticize obedience. I will criticize even Obi himself. I have to criticize them. I've done that on this platform many times.
Really?
Yes. There are fanatics among them who are
Give
crazy.
us one critique of obedience.
No. You don't put word in my mouth. Sorry, please don't do this to me. Don't believe. There are some. In fact, I was on a platform today. when some people were, I think Peter Obi was there. He was giving
sorry, Rational Mind, and this will be the last time I come in. Apologies to you, Mike, as well. Solly, can you stop badgering Rational Mind? Mike is the moderator, so if Mike wants to put him up, he will, but let him have the space to express himself, please.
All right, one man. Thank you. So, you see, for me, I was on that platform when Obi was talking. Somebody said, "Oh, good day." I was like, "What kind of crap is this?" Hey, he's our Lord and Master, our Savior. I was like, "What kind of crap? What is wrong with people like this? Why you just pedestalize a man? I mean, a human being like you, and then make it like as if it's a god-like person." I mean, I just get the crap out of that place. I mean, I was just like so mad. Like, what is this all crap all about? This is another kind of cult following kind of thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Obi, but I'm not that kind of fanatic to be like. And in the comment section, I was like, lashing out on some people that what is wrong with you people? Are you people just insane or what? You know. So I tell them what I need to tell them. And
Okay,
if they're also bigots, like the APC bigots too, I would lash out at them. Don't get me wrong. I've criticized some Igbo people too. Don't get me wrong. I'll criticize them. I've been on this
Rational mind. Rational mind.
I have to see the need for that. I'll do that.
Who's that? Who wants to comment?
Yeah, yeah?
Someone wanted to comment. I don't know who that was. Well, anyway, continue. Well,
Rational mind.
Just answer your question.
Sorry. Rational mind, please calm down. I want to give you a question, a simple question. Is Lagos or the
who's that? Is that I don't know who's talking, sir. Was that already? Well, anyway, I think it's never.
Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Is Lagos the same way? The question is Lagos the same way it was before election? Is the relationship among the tribes in Lagos? Please, I want you to answer me.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
It's not the same. Okay. Is it good the way it is?
Oh my God, my friend.
So how am I gratified by asking that everything should go back to normal? See, I don't like this hide and seek. You want to talk to me directly. For the records, I'm not gratified. I'm not anything.
Okay, guys. One voice. Hold on. Rational mind. I think I get your point. If you are certain that you go after the obedience that are negative or whoever is negative, the same way you're going after the APC, whoever I think is negative, then that's be fair. Well, the reason why someone like me is pushing is because I've never seen you do that. I've never seen you calling on Dr. Damages or all these channels to tell them like, hey, you guys have been to propaganda. I come on different names. Or call on all this and tell them you guys have been to hateful. I've seen you calling on other shows, and in fact, I've seen you call on shows of obedience and things like that, and I don't see you challenge. Even this show here, I've seen people in the past where they come here to speak bigotry. Like literally, we are earlier on, I think around 2 years ago, and you don't even. It's like you won't comment them in a way, like you won't side with them in a way. So, my issue with you is not that you are against somebody being anti someone or someone, but my issue is just a double standard you play. That's the only issue I have.
I'm not an hypocrite. Maybe I am in some ways, but not to the point of when it comes to.
You are in some ways.
Hold on. When I'm saying in some ways, when I see that, let me not go into those because I want other people to talk. Yeah, but when it comes to when people tries to bring a wedge between brothers with sisters, trying to bring disunity among them, when I see that, I recognize it immediately, and I will just rail on that person. If it's anybody here, either is bad, even though it's an obedient person, I will call him or her out.
I haven't seen you done it until I see you. Then I will take it seriously.
You've not seen me.
Go to another person.
You told me I don't do it.
I've never seen you do it. So until I see you do it, then I'll take it seriously.
Here, they can bear me witness.
Okay, man, I haven't seen you until I see you. Then I will take it seriously.
My point is this:
who wants to speak next, man?
Okay, go
who's down? Who hasn't spoken? Simba, are you here? Okay, who wants to speak? Who wants to go next?
Me, I want to talk about the Wagner group.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not interjection. So, me, I'm very
but Mike, hold on, Mike.
It's a very tricky case. I see from my analysis, Tinubu going towards France.
Somebody hear me?
I just go let solid land.
No, hold on. I have an advice for you, Mike. You are not taking you are not positioning the topic of the day to each person. You are just saying who want to speak next. I mean, let's follow.
But I already made it clear now.
Do it according to what do you call it? This the talking point, so that we can all engage in it and do it the right way, the normal traditional way. You understand?
But I already said it. If everybody know the topic, I say whichever topic you want to speak on, jump
Is
on it
Mike
and
the
speak on
host?
it.
Is Mike
Hey,
hosting the show?
can you
You have
hold
the
on.
topic. You have the topic. You should position that topic to whoever that you like, or whoever you pick out to speak. Position those topics to them, and then they can have we can have interactive section here. But to say not I mean, some people came in late, maybe they didn't even hear any one of the topic that one man read out. So you have the topic, position the topic.
Okay, here's the deal. Okay, I got you. Good advice. Thank you. So what I'll do is, whoever wants to speak, I will ask, which topic do you want to speak on? Now, if you don't know any of the topic, then I'll present the topics to you. Is that fair?
Please.
That's okay.
Can I say something on this topic that's before you move away from it, please?
Yeah, hold on. I think Sully was saying something, and then I don't want to look like I cut him off, and then you jump in after him. Sully, are you still on? Or you already saying what you're saying?
I'm here. So
okay, land your point, and then Bishop will come after. Okay, go ahead, bro.
So what I was talking about is this Wagner group thing. They are talking about US wants to back Tinubu to resolve Niger Republic crisis. What US is trying to do is, US has been trying to forcefully force, and impute democracy into many African countries, and the Wagner group too, they are trying to use the same US strategy, but to instill anti-imperialism. Okay, so that's why they are targeting these French colonialist countries. Nigeria is not a French colonialist country. However, Tinubu is going to meet Macron, and I think he's on the French side. What France is trying to do is, I don't think they really care that much about Nigeria. They are trying to choke out, Russia is trying to choke out France, right? I don't know why they targeted France out of all the European countries, but they are just trying to choke out France. If that coup that happened in Niger, they were trying many ways to get insurgents to, run amok in the country and let it go down. But I think finally they settled with this coup. If you look at the current president of Burkina Faso that got there through coup, he was part of those meeting, that's Russia-Africa meeting. And if you noticed, when they interacted, they shook each other and they smiled at each other. So you know that, okay, this Wagner group is just, because they helped them doing that, this Wagner group is just Russia doing their own proxy war, the same way US has been doing it almost all over the world too. Now, so they've blocked Niger with the resources, because 3 out of 4 lights are powered by that in France. There's supposed to be a pipeline that they are supposed to build from Nigeria through Niger, through Algeria, that will go straight directly to Europe, so that they will not depend on Russia. That was supposed to take about 2 to 3 years to complete. Now that Niger is in coup d'etat, they will not be able to run that pipe through Niger, because it has to go through Niger to Algeria. And this Wagner group, they already have Mali, they already have Burkina Faso, they already have Niger, they already have Mauritania, they already have they are about getting to Chad, they have Sudan, so they have the whole area. So that means France cannot get any energy, Europe cannot get any energy. Okay, they now say if you want to pass the pipeline through the sea, that's going to take 25 years. 25 years for it to get through. And that's if, Wagner group were allowed to pass Mauritania without blowing up the pipeline. So that dumb thing that USA did of blowing the Nord Stream pipeline just beat them in the ass. Because I don't know how Europe is going to cope with all these issues. I don't know, because Macron is somebody that panics a lot, and once he's panicking, he starts making terrible, terrible decisions. And French people are not the kind of people that like their leaders that much. They will just topple down the whole country. How is it going to affect the whole of Europe? I don't know, because all the migrants that usually come to Europe, they will not be able to come to Europe easily anymore. But the migrants that are in Europe, the poor people that are in Europe, if France collapses, I think that thing is going to spread widespread over Europe. So they don't even need to fire one bullet. They don't need to fire one bullet in Europe to destabilize the whole place. We might now see that with all this thing going on, if Tinubu decides to go with US support, he's going to have to fight Russia and all these other African countries around. It's not just an ECOWAS issue. And from what we are seeing, Russia does not even need to enter your country to destabilize it. We have IPOB, we have Boko Haram, we have ISWAP, we have so many things. People just ready for somebody to support them. Just ready, willing and waiting to crumble the whole country down. Just one international support. We're in trouble. That country is in trouble. And if I'm being honest.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Mike. For letting me in. Can I interject, my brother Solly?
Hold on, Tony. You interject, but someone was already ready to speak. I'll let you come in after.
I'm about to finish. Just 1 minute.
Okay. Wrap it up, Solly. So
the logical thing for Tinubu to do is go with Russia. But it looks like he's going with US and France, and I don't know how that's going to play out.
Okay, Bishop, you still want to come in?
I wanted to, but I don't know if I'll be taking us now because I'm not talking about the Wagner group. I wanted to talk about the topic we were having before. Just
go ahead and talk about that.
Okay. Can I just interject Solly first, then, my brother Bishop?
Okay. Since Tony want to go on whatever Solly was saying, then Tony, go ahead, and then when you guys are done with that, then Bishop can go on talk about.
Yeah, thank you very much, Solly. Solly, thank you. You landed very well. Although you were, you didn't know how to land, but you landed at the end of the day. You said that we should cooperate with Russia because the Western countries are only there to suck us. They are using our graduates. They are using our qualified men and women. And then even the unskilled laborers are running out of the country as a result of their sucking of our resources. So, and then we thank God, so let us, Badura for, Olorun that Niger something took place so that they cannot be able to pipe our gas up to the Europe. You know what I'm saying? So the best thing is that we should start working with Russia and then to see if our Ajakuta steel contract can be renewed so that they can renovate it for us. So that Russian people.
Tony,
hold on, please. I'm speaking from Germany. Holland is a very friendly country with Denmark. But when we talk of Germans, the German that doesn't have any gas, because they are the ones sparking off all this gas war. If you look at the First World War or the war before the First World War, the Second World War, it's all about the gas. Gas war. It's about the gas in the Caucasus region. And if you go to Moscow, you have more than 300,000 Nigerians that are living there, or Congolese or Black African that don't need to be renewed their stay permit or whatever. But come to Western Europe, you see how people are sleeping. Many people don't have papers to live in this country. So the best thing is that even my neighbor is a Russian. His wife. We even built a door linking our house together. They cook for me. We eat the same, from the same plate, and we use the same spoon to eat. They are so good people, these Russian people. You know what I'm saying? So that is for that we should work with Russia. Let us dump these European people that we have been dealing with for how many 100 years, people that enslaved us, that they keep enslaving us, that keep giving us all this IMF and all the bullshit. We are suffering. We are dying. We are losing 200, 200 doctors, trained doctors from our Nigerian universities are moving to Western Europe and Canada and all these useless countries, every month on monthly basis. So where are we headed to? It is high time people like us should go back home to do something, or let us cooperate with Russians. You can see that in Mali and all this Burkina Faso now, all this terrorism is gone. Even Russia, the Syrian president yesterday, we saw him moving around. You saw the video that was making viral, that was going viral on the internet. Well, they don't even need security right now because all those terrorists in Chechnya, Russia dealt with them. These Boko Haram types of of terrorism. They also help the Philippines to defeat Abu Sayyaf. The Russians, when they go to that place, they don't care. So they don't not on selective basis. They just destroy the terrorists, destroy them, and they rebuild the place. So thank you very much, moderator Mike.
But then, do you know the underlying thing behind it? You can't expect to get anything from Russia. Russia does not have their own interest. Do you realize that too?
Yes, exactly. The Russians don't because they also have some kind of level of natural resources. But actually, the Russian people. No. See, my brother. So my God, sorry, sir. You're my brother now. We're from the same place. You are from Edo. You are from Yoruba. So we are the same people. So let me tell you one thing. Russian people, you have to look at the mindset.
What happened?
Wait, I don't know what remote.
It's okay. I know what's going on. So anyway, Mike.
Wait.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. We'll go ahead and ask your question. Yeah. I think Bishop needs to go. We'll go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah. I mean, Solly and our guy that they put behind. I don't know. Maybe they put, or maybe he fell. He dropped off. Anyway, so you guys realize that Russia is not doing all of this for their own. They're doing it for their own selfish interest too. Now, Nigeria we need money, we need revenue. Tinubu or whoever gets there would need a huge amount of money to be able to run that country effectively and bring us back to at least to maybe pre-Jonathan time or close to like Jonathan time. Now, we're talking about that pipeline, that gas. Nigeria has a huge gas reserve that will power lots of European nations, and they need it. Russia has their own gas they sell to Europe, but with this war, we know what happened with that gas. A lot of them are threatening, they're sanctioning, they are also withholding their money from Russia. Now, Europe now is looking at Nigeria as the alternative for their gas, but Russia wants to block it. Well, from your analysis, if we're to go by your analysis, that they are trying to take all of these countries surrounding Nigeria and make them to become their ally, and then block Nigeria from being able to, pass that gas pipeline through their country, through their own territorial area. So if they achieve that, let's just assume that's what the whole idea of this Wagner Group operation within the Sahel and within some other parts of French Africa, then it tells us that not just France that would be one of the losers, even Nigeria too will be a loser, because we will not only be limited to the current situation we have, which is our oil that we have, but that gas, we need to sell that gas to Europe to make more money. And Tinubu talk about it. Hold on.
Guys, I think Bishop has been trying to comment, so it's not fair to just
Okay.
Yeah. So but if you can just land in a few once in a sentence or so. It's only if your interjection is just a sentence, you can throw it real quick and then you can go to Bishop. I don't want us to keep on this. Keep him waiting.
I just want to answer the concerns that Rational Mind has. Now, you said they have their own interest. Yes, but they are not predatory interests. Western world always has predatory interests. In their own mind, they must always win. They can never do anything fair. Russia just wants to do straight business. Now you are saying we need money. Russia is offering Nigerian companies loans. Okay? Nigerian companies, almost every and any Nigerian company. Now you say, okay, we need a way to export our resources, and they are not planning to choke us. They are planning to choke Europe. They've already created a path that could go through Sudan and could go from Sudan and that area to the Middle East, and from that Middle East straight to Russia and the rest of Asia. So they already have a plan for every problem that they are giving to you. You are not their problem. Europe is. If we start to interfere, we are now fighting for the Western world.
But you realize, Mike.
They want us to wait. Now, let me finish. They want us to fight their battle, but we have a lot to lose. And will they help us if we lose? No, they won't. So why are we fighting their battle?
Whose battle are we fighting? What are you talking about?
They want to use us as for their proxy war.
So who are the people using us for? Who are using us for proxy war?
I'm saying if we interfere, we will be fighting their battle. Because if we don't wait now, if we don't interfere, we have nothing to lose. But if we interfere, we have things to lose.
Those years of non-alliance is gone. In this polarized world that we live right now, you know what is in international politics, geopolitics, talk about polarization. I mean, in fact, we're seeing it come back to another polarization now between the North-West bloc, or how they call it back then. So that's what it is now. On the one side, Europe now. On the one side, with the United States, and then Russia and its own allies now. So we are in the middle. We have to take sides. There's no play.
Actually, if you don't take sides, it's when you benefit the most. You take advantage of their fighting.
Many years back, we can talk about when this former prime minister was there, the first prime minister we had in Nigeria. This Hausa guy, what's his name?
Tafawa
Balewa. Well, that's why when we play that non-alliance kind of politics. But in today's more polarized geopolitics that we play today, you must align. If you don't align, one of them will make you align.
Can I ask you a question?
Well, back then, yeah, but now people, I mean, the world has changed. Back then is when you have to align, or they come assassinate you.
No. Even now you have to.
Well, now you can. Now the days of forcing someone to align.
You see that's the point. That's what you're not getting, Mike. That's what you're not getting.
The days of invading countries is gone.
Hold on. That's what you're not getting. Hold on, that's what you're not getting.
Can I ask you a question?
You ask me a question. Let me quickly address Mike. Hold on, let me quickly address Mike. That's what you're not getting. Because if Nigeria says, look at Nigeria stay by itself now. Nigeria just stay by itself. We don't want to be good. But now look at how they're doing now. Russia is making incursion into their neighbors, Nigerian neighbors, Burkina, Niger. They are already forcing Nigeria to take sides now. There's no way Nigeria cannot stay neutral in this matter.
So France has been controlling those countries. Is Nigeria taking side? So if Russia wants to steal those countries from France, it doesn't change anything for Nigeria. It's the same thing.
No,
France has been using those countries against us forever anyway. We can't even Dangote cannot even take his goods to Dangote cannot even take his goods to sell his goods in Nigeria. Wait, hold on, rational mind. Before when we're trying to create the eco currency, it was France that came in to sabotage it. So France is already sabotaging us as the controller of those countries around us. So if Russia now come to snatch those countries from France, what difference does it make, man?
No,
so you
don't understand. You don't understand this. You don't understand this geopolitics or what is going on here.
I don't understand, really.
Yeah, you don't understand because that's why you're talking the way you're talking.
Can I ask you a question, Rashid?
What don't I understand? Hold on. What don't I understand?
That there is a polarization now. We're back to that
Cold War era.
That Cold War era back now. We're back to it in some ways. We have Russia. You talk about the BRICS nation now, right? You're talking about Russia, China, Brazil, and the rest of them on one side. Let's just say Russia and China on one side. Now you're talking about the US and the European nation. And some of you, Solly, you are here talking about if Europe collapsed today, I bet will you go to Russia and stay? So you need to.
The whole Nigeria, what are you talking about, man? Let's move on, man. Bishop, come in.
Mike,
so your concern is immigration. Migration is your concern, right? We won't be able to migrate to Europe now for greener pastures. That's our biggest problem. That's Nigeria's biggest problem.
No. That's not the point. The point is that Nigeria needs revenue, and Nigeria will lose a lot. We need to stand. We need to take a side. I understand rational mind. He's making a point.
Let Russia finish your country. Let Russia finish your country.
Guys, hold on. Please, hold on. We'll come back to this point, but I just want to give Bishop a chance to say what he wanted to get on the point he wanted to discuss, and then we'll get back to it. It's unfair. He's been trying to come in since he's been here for like almost.
No, but I mean, I was just going to make an input. I don't want to derail your thoughts on the topic that is on the floor, but if you permit me, I just want to make a quick contribution on the last topic about how polarized we are, and a very critical question that we should ask and be ready to address is that how did we get here? Unfortunately, there is no way we want to address how we got here. That some people will not be riled up, will not be agitated, because as they used to say, truth can be very uncomfortable. Without going back to the distortions of the history that we have had repeatedly, In the very recent past, we knew what played out post 2015. And part of what played out that was repeated still surfaced online yesterday when people brought about the story of how the Civil War, how Awolowo used starvation as a weapon against the Igbos. Of course, reasonable people know that that was a lie from the pit of hell. The story they used to tell initially was that, Awolowo and Ojukwu had an agreement that as soon as he declares, Awolowo too was going to declare and pull out the Southwest, and but Awolowo betrayed Ojukwu. That is a blatant lie. But if you know the caliber of people that believe it, even though some of them know that it is not true, then the issue of the 20 pounds, then the issue of now, this is the narrative that a whole generation of people believed, that has painted these Yorubas as traitors, as betrayers, as cowards, and some people believe this thing, whether we like it or not, and they keep rubbing it all the time at every opportunity. They keep throwing it. So if there were no reactions when some people were throwing all these mud, and people were calling some people cowards and slave, a whole generation, and we managed to walk past it, it got to a different level in 2015 when Buhari came into power with the help of Tinubu, and the attack became very, 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 in fact, it was something else. So as the attack against Fulani, ethnic Islam, and Northerners in general, then the attack against the Yorubas, because it was perceived that it was the Southwest that helped a Fulani man to come to power, that was tagged the enemy of the Igbos. It was so bad that listening to some leaders of supposedly leaders of thought in the Southeast will lead you broken-hearted. And I saw the danger then. We stereotyped a whole nation. The media joined in that campaign. And I knew that, look, something is going to give at some point, because there's going to be a payback time. Now, when the chances of Tinubu becoming the president came up, I was really scared, because I know the kind of very ferocious attack that was launched on the person of Buhari, on Islam and his ethnic stock, the Fulanis, is going to be directed towards Tinubu and his ethnic stock and Islamization angle that played into it. But the only thing that I know was that there was going to be a pushback from the Southwest. And the Southwest, we now want to emphasize, look, okay, you have called us cowards and slave for long enough. Now we want to stamp our feet and reject it. And it could degenerate from there. Now, we stereotype a whole ethnic group. I was shouting. Unfortunately, the church, which ordinarily should be my own primary constituency, played very ignoble and inglorious role in doing that. Played into the skinny of PDP, which used a whole ethnic nationality in Nigeria as a launch pad of that attack. All these seed that we sow that have been now began to generate, and gradually we were seeing the fruits. A little bit of pushback, everything started falling apart. When the Southwest was not pushing back, because the North did not push back. See, at every point in time, I was always very scared. If the North decided to retaliate about those killings that went on in the Southeast, if the North had chosen to retaliate against Southeasterners that were living in the North, we would not be having this conversation. I don't know how they managed. I don't know how those that God used, that there were no reprisal killing for everything that happened in the East that time, in the name of ESN, in the name of Leave Our Land, and they were recording these atrocities. Killing children, Leave Our Land, killing their animals, killing these. Went to a community somewhere in Anambra State, killed almost 10 persons. Same thing happened in Nomoku. The list is endless. Burning their trailers when anytime they see anything. Some mad men will just come and attack them. Oh, leave our land. Burning their goods, burning everything. How many Dangote trailers were burnt? How many trailers carrying onions and things? So I saw it was a recipe for disaster. But God knows how they managed it in the north, that there were no reprisal attack. Because look, they say who person wake up face first slap no be in the papers. I've had in the talk. So when it changed direction from Fulanization, Fulani, herdsmen, blah, 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 when that thing changed and was coming to the southwest with the ferociousness of those attacks, some people had to rise up. I'm not a bigot, but at some point it got to the neck that, you know what, we just have to speak. Because I listen to people that are supposed to be intelligent, that are educated, that are well-read, that are well-traveled. And what I hear from them is appalling, is disgusting, is disappointing, it's completely reprehensible. So when you sow wind, at some point you will reap whirlwind. We have succeeded in planting lies and deceit, misinformation, propaganda in the heart of people about some ethnic tribe that your own tribe is the best. Others are just leeches. That you are playing victim. At some point, people will push back and say, you know what, enough of this. And it was that enough of this that will almost push Lagos through. There was no single voice of reason when all those things were going on to call all those young people back and say, you know, Bob, take a step back. So when people keep quiet, it will get to a point that you will push them to the wall. Even sheep will say, the way that they talk, say no get teeth. When you push them, reach one place where you no feel run again, it will turn back and bite you. And that was, the Yorubas are very liberal. And I've had that testimony from everyone outside. They can share everything with you if you meet them as a visitor. But hey, man, we should not take that for granted. Look, let's be very sincere. Many people will not like it. The Southeast, our brothers from the Southeast took the Yorubas for granted and crossed the line. If we are very temperate, we don't want to say it because we don't want to be offensive or we want to offend. That was then, not now anymore. Everybody has sensibilities. We have emotions. Sometimes people are emotionally attached to their land. And you don't just come and say certain things that people were saying. But all of a sudden, because of some of the media narrative, people are not thinking of what they were saying. But it is only when you now respond that will now. People said worst thing that was Bayo Ononuga said. And I was there when we were talking about it here. We forgot all the things that brought the reaction of Bayo Ononuga. All the things that people say. Even people on this platform are very biased to that. It's a matter of time. If you want peace, all those lies, their leaders that witnessed the war should be able to say no. We saw the records. The records are there, but they keep pushing those narratives. It was Awolowo that used 20 pounds. It was Awolowo that stabbed them with food. It was the propaganda of Ojukwu, very well documented by people, even Ojukwu himself, hired, that there was food by the World Church Organization, by the Red Cross. Everybody wanted to supply food, but because Ojukwu wanted sympathy, he was killing his own people with starvation. But yet they keep telling us, oh, it was Awolowo that did this. Oh, it was Awolowo that betrayed. It was Yoruba that pulled out. So until we are able to tell ourselves the truth, and everybody is ready and willing to accept that, okay, I think we made a mistake here. I think we should better start setting the record straight. If what happened in this last election repeats itself, it's not going to be this funny. Forget what the media people are saying. They will just set Nigeria ablaze. It has happened in several places before.
Bishop.
Yeah, National Mike, can you just let me land, please? I'm not going to listen to your interjection. Just let me land. Let me land, please. I'm not entertaining your interjection. I am not entertaining your interjection. I'm pouring out my mind. If you are not comfortable with it, so be it. So if we need to heal, we must tell ourselves the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. All these things that happen, I'm not a kid. Maybe if you think you are the only one that is old on this platform. No, I'm not. We witnessed some of these things. There were times that Yorubas were completely obliterated. 1979, Yoruba did not get any role. There was only Southeast. The vice president was from the Southeast. The Senate president was of the Southeast. The speaker of the Assembly was from the Southeast. They gave Yoruba Southwest in Akijide just chairman of the party. But we did not bring the heavens down. Same thing happened under Jonathan. We did not bring the heavens down. Simply now because somebody contested an election and Nigeria must crumble. No, let's tell ourselves the bitter truth. Respect is reciprocal. You respect other tribe, they respect you. You go to other people's land, they accommodate you, you flourish in their land, but at the very simplest, not even provocation, you poke your fingers into their eyes. What do you expect in return? To be given roses and candies and chocolate and what again? It's not going to happen. So if you want to tell ourselves the bitter truth, let us face it and insult and abuse ourselves and hug ourselves and angry and believe that it is over. And those lies they keep pushing out, those narratives, lies about the rules of Awolowo, the role of this, the role of that, let us bury it once and for all and let the people correct them. When they correct them and when they say, no, this is not the truth, let leaders of thought come and say, no, this is not correct. This is not correct. Let's say what is the truth. And the truth,
Mike.
Let's say what is the truth. When people are not when people are not comfortable and ready to listen, you speak for longer than this. The rational mind, respect other people's opinion. You speak longer all the time. No, I am not going to hold on for you. Whatever you want to do, you can remove me if you want to. I am not going to hold on for you. I am not going to hold on for you. I am not going to hold on for you. I am not going to hold on for you. I am not entertaining your interjection. If you want to interject, I will permit you. I refuse to permit you to interject me. Simple.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Hold on, both of you. Wait.
Goodness.
Wait. Rational mind. I said it. I said when someone has the floor, that's when you can do your monologue, right? He has the floor. He's doing his monologue. Now, if you want to interject or something, right? Wait. If you want to interject,
is it a monologue
guys,
now?
chill out, man. What?
Is it a monologue that I'm asking? Don't tell me to chill out. I'm asking you. Is it a monologue we're doing right now? Is that what we're doing?
We are not doing monologue. If someone has the floor, he wants to express his view on a topic or whatever, let him do that.
Okay.
If he was interjecting somebody and he went this long, I would have said, hey, no, you can't do that because he's just interjecting. But if he has the floor, he's speaking to a topic, that's his floor. Now, if you want to interject on what he's saying, you can ask. Now, if he wants you to interject,
this long story. It's a question I ask you.
Bros, it's okay. I'm the moderator. You're not the moderator. If you don't like the long story, you bounce.
I'm asking you, is it the monologue we're doing right now? Is that what we're doing? That's the question.
We're not. Dude, are you listening to me? I'm explaining something to you. You're still asking me a question that's not even. I don't even understand. Chill out. He's expressing his view on a topic. Let him express it. Now, if you want to interject on what he's saying, you ask to interject. If he doesn't want you to interject, then chill out. Wait for your turn. You give your own stuff. So he's saying he doesn't want to entertain your interjection. So chill out. Let him finish. He's going to be finished. And then if you want to go next, if you do your have the floor next, you can give us your own long story, or whatever you want to give us, Okay? All right, please respect that. Bishop, continue. Sorry.
Thank you. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Mike, I'm coming now.
Okay, Mike. Let me talk to my brother there, Bishop, a little bit. I want to help him out there, please. Because I went off suddenly, because of my battery was off. I just reconnected it back. So, Bishop, you're still there?
Yes, I just muted myself. I'm hearing you.
Good evening, sir. So, you did a great job there. I know that wasn't the topic of the day, but let me just help you out there. This coup that they talk about was actually done by the Westerners because they wanted to restore Awolowo back. I told something. So I believe that that narrative because at the end of the day, those coup plotters were the beneficiaries of our great guys' free education programs, sir. And the industrialization. You know what I'm saying? So. But only to be hijacked by erosion. You know what I'm saying? So that was why it became an Igbo coup. Otherwise, it was actually made because hold on. Because Chief Nahoro and Awolowo, they are the greatest politicians that Nigeria ever had. The Western region, the Western region pool. And then rational mind, don't forget that you are from that place, from a Nahoro's place. You know what I'm saying? So you are from a state somehow. And the party Yoruba also. So, but at the end of the day, you know that these people, if Nigeria want to move forward, they should go back to those programs of Awolowo and the Nahoro. That is separate Nigeria. I know my brother is there, our friend is there, Minister Bo. He should listen to me right now. We need to decentralize our country, restructure. Forget about Tinubu. If not that the military are be owned by the Northerners, I would have asked them to come in right now, right away. That is it. So Awolowo the Great, nobody should talk to Awolowo in any platform. I'll be fighting around. I will abuse that person Even though if you like, take me out. Awolowo is the god of development in Nigeria for the 2,000 years to come. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Bishop.
Tony, your version of story is a little bit new. Maybe I'll do my research. I've read probably 5 or 6 books about the history of the Civil War in Nigeria, how it started, how it went. I'm just hearing this version, so I'll not be able to speak about it because I
This
really
this version is very equivocal according to Thomas, So, because those people they are the Benin people, the Benin Igbos, they stayed that cool because Awolowo was wrongly locked up with an Nahuru. You know what I'm saying? They are mentors. Because they get their papa, so their fathers, or they themselves through education that enable them to go to the ND or whatever. The ND that was to be settled in Onitsha, which I think we compromised. You know what I'm saying? So that is why we're having all this problem today. The Igbos get this useless power to the Northerners today that we can't even just reverse back from. Okay, thank you. I don't drop my bomb here. All right.
Tony, where did you get the Bini Igbos that planning coup? I mean, where did you? Were you smoking?
Them is Zegu. Hold on. Chukma Zegu, or whatever. Kaduna is Zegu. It's from Agbo or Asaba. Atosami. These are middle. These are the Westerners, the old Western region. So up to Asaba, from Oyo, from Oyo State, or Osun State, right to Delta State today. You get me now? So they were under the control of Awolowo and the Nahuru. So it was that time that the Nahuru suggested that we should be having pipe-borne water. That's why we're having potable water in the old Western region. Then
so
Awolowo,
are you saying it was Awolowo and Nahuru that sent them to go and do a coup? Is that what you're telling me?
No, because those two men, they are great men. The men that made their life better, that made changes in, positive changes to their life, were wrongfully jailed. Do you know that I think we jailed Chief Nahuru and Awolowo, remember? So that's why that
if Azikwe jailed them, so why didn't they go after Azikwe then? Why did they go after
No, Azikwe was the president. You get me now? He was the president.
It was Azikwe that jailed there. What you are telling us is that these Benin Igbos, they were part of the Western region, and Awolowo was their hero. And because Azikwe jailed Awolowo and Nahuru, so
that's what they tried to retaliate somehow. Because you know that the narrative was that they want to free Awolowo.
Cool down.
Yeah, they actually want to restore Awolowo. Do you know that Awolowo is the one that brought
where did you read your history from?
No, hold on. First TV station, you should learn right now. First,
we know that. Tony, we know what you're saying.
Okay, then hold on. Industrial estate, provided, this rubber plantation, rubber research, NAFO, oil palm research, cocoa research. You know what I'm talking about? Man, that was a great man. So when that guy was wrongfully jailed, so that was why they actually, okay, let me say allegedly that they wanted to bring him back to come and be the president of Nigeria or the prime minister. You know what I'm saying? Akintola was a useless guy from Osun State. That's why today we should have problem. We should have traitors in Osun State today. You know what I'm saying? Now. So if you want to really know who love Awolowo, you go to this Ondo, Edo, all those Ekiti people, okay? All these Ogun State, now half. We have the Egbas going against Awawo Ijebu. You know what I'm saying? So they're useless. All is clear. German, I say everything.
Simba, you see here? Because I haven't heard from Simba all day.
Simba, I look for where I would counter. I want to make a fire now. I want to fire that guy. With this Kumi also, you have to be very careful.
He's not here to speak for himself. So
no, but Kumi is there. Kumi.
So, Mike, can I speak now?
Yeah,
that's Kumi. Be careful.
We heard you. Thank you. Let us know why you speak.
You see, out of respect for one man, there's certain things I don't like. Out of respect for him, I just have to do certain things. There's a way you address people. Sometimes I don't. Doesn't sit well with me. Don't get me wrong. I will play with anybody. I will play with a 5 years old. Even my own stepdaughter here. Sometimes there's a way I will play with her here. You think I'm my mate. But there's certain things I will not allow somebody when it comes to disrespect. For me, If I ask you a question, it's because I want to understand. You might have said it in the past. Maybe I didn't hear you, or maybe I hear you, or maybe I didn't take it the way you said it. But I just want to ask just to be sure. When I ask you, is this a monologue? Yes, it is a monologue. Shikina, no point you telling me, oh, if it's your turn, this and that, you don't have the right to be talking to him. I'm like, I don't need all of that. It's a question I ask you. And telling me there was one language you were using. I don't want to go into that, but there was a language you were using. What was that language again? You were telling me to just keep quiet, something like that, and let him talk. It's my turn. Then when it's your turn, you can talk. And blah, blah, blah. I was like, look, listen, I only ask a simple question. Is it a monologue? So let us leave that aside. Even when I started doing moderation for One Man Two, people criticized me, and I learned from it. But I think that's one thing we should all learn from. We all learn it. So now talking about, you see, Yoruba people used to say something. Ìtàn ni bàbá àrọ́bá. Àbí báwo la ṣe máa pa òwe yẹn. Sometimes people will tell you stories, and you also hear stories that are even more than the other stories. Yeah, it is true that people can say, yes, Awolowo has once been accused. But then the question you're asking is, why was he accused? Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying he's been accused is justified. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. I'm the kind of person, I'm a very open-minded person. I will listen to you. But if I need to counter you, I'll counter you. I will tell you that, look, listen, dude, this what you're saying is wrong. We all know, people who understand the story back in the 1970s, or like, 1960s, before the Civil War, the outbreak of the Civil War, you understand what happened. After Aguro Ronsi died, Awolowo was working with the then Federal Military Council then. He was the Minister of Finance, I think, at that time.
When was he Minister of Finance? When was this?
I think during the time of Gowon. Was he not the Minister of Finance? I think it was.
Okay.
It was Federal Minister of Finance. I think he from jail.
Okay.
You're right. Was he Commissioner of Finance, or maybe Commissioner or whatever, Federal Minister?
Finance Minister. He was. You're right.
Commissioner of Finance, something like that. Anyway, let's just leave that. Let's not go into details. But the point is, he worked for Gowon. And then the outbreak of the Civil War is the people could, we know Ojukwu had his own propagandist. What's the name of that guy then? Very popular name. Okosisi, what do you call it, that guy name? Whatever his name is.
Chukwumerige.
No, was it Chukwumerige?
Yes, it was Chukwumerige. Was information.
Okosisi, they used to call him one name, one name like that. Anyway, let's just leave that. But the point I'm not trying to say is that we know of the propaganda by the Biafrans then. Even the Nigerian, please, let's just understand this too. Even the Nigerian Military Council then, they also have their own propaganda machine. So both sides were launching.
Give us examples. Go ahead. Give us examples.
Well, listen. I'm talking about what I read in history, even at that time. What I read in history. So I can't be too factual as to that. In Lagos, as far as I remember then, there was this whole thing about bombing going on in Lagos. Go and check this. I'm glad this guy has that thing on his file. This Adeyinka something. There's one guy called Adeyinka. His father used to be a Navy Commodore. That then I think he has this YouTube platform where he goes to the archive.
Grass zone. Adeyinka Grass Zone.
No, Makinde, something like Makinde. Yeah, that's his name. Something Makinde. Yeah. So that guy has some of those videos. So we hear of the bombing in Lagos. There was bombing in Lagos, yeah. That were said that Igbos were the one bombing Lagos. All in the guys to want to like clamp down. People did bomb Lagos, though. You know that, right?
Yeah. You see, this is some of the narratives that we hear.
No, he flew. So who flew the airplane? Who flew the? Was it a helicopter airplane? Who flew it?
We're talking about planting bombs in police station where people markets. There were several bombings in Lagos.
Okay. I don't know about that.
This was some of the propaganda of the Federal Military Council then, just to stir up some kind of sentiment against the Biafran war effort then. And Igbos were labeled as, of course, some Igbos were caught, were paraded and saying they were the people that were sent by the Biafran people to come and bomb Lagos then. these are not just them say. Go and look at that guy's.
Before in my life.
You said what?
I've never heard that story before in my life.
You see, this is it. So all of us, we've read stories, we've seen. We don't get. I'm not saying I get the whole. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I have all the whole picture, but I've done my own due diligence. Seen things from different angles, not just from one perspective.
Rational mind, was Ojukwu making threats? Was he making threats that he was going to flatten Lagos? He was making a lot of threats. He was broadcasting threats.
Everybody was making threats.
Okay, cool. So maybe they were taking the threat seriously. Maybe
everybody was making threats. You see.
Okay, give us example of go on making.
When people were talking now, some people were talking now. You don't ask them for evidence. But when it's my own turn now, you ask them.
Mike, let rational mind.
Because you are known for carrying information without evidence, and when we dig in,
I just give you an example now.
Let rational mind make his point.
Sorry.
Let him do what he wants to do, then we can move on. Let him make his point now.
But one thing about me, hold on, before you continue, one thing about me, Ajanle is this: I like to fact check. Like there's some
somebody
people
was talking now, you didn't fact check.
Everything he said was factual. I was listening. If I would have heard, listen. If I would have heard something, listen to me. If I would have heard something that's not a record, I would have say, hold on, ask him a question. Like, hey, can you give me example or give me where is this? I would have asked. Well, what you telling me? So you were making threats, and I'm asking you.
That's the problem. So you see,
I'm asking you. Did go on make threat? That's what I'm asking, because what we know, understand what's going on was going around trying to make peace, trying to prevent war.
The question you
when you saying they were making threats, you agree that Ojukwu made threat. We all know that. Well, now you said there were threats on both sides, and I'm trying to ask you what's going on. The two sides is going on Ojukwu. Now I'm asking you what's going on making threats. It's a legitimate question. So just say yes or no, and then if you say yes, then can you tell us when? I'm moderating a show, so I got to fact check things.
This is what you people do a lot. This Agbado people.
No, this is what you do a lot. When
let us know if what you are saying is true. It should not be hard. You don't.
I just gave you solid. I just gave you this. Somebody just confirmed the name Makinde. Go and Google it. Oh, God bless that guy. That guy has archives of that war, this Biafran war, from A to Z. When I mean A to Z, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the whole, but I'm saying those things that you will need when you watch these clips, you can come to your own conclusion as to what really transpired during that war.
Oga Rational Mind, please, I've got a question for you, sir. What led to this the confusion between between us? Why should the Igbos form a country with the North? When I now to say no.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to go into that. I just
so if you don't want to go there, then what's the repercussion later? Why should we be concerned? What happened to the Igbos after that formation of a country with people with strange, with aliens like that? Starting to use aliens.
Hold on. Rational has the floor. So if you want to interject him, ask him to. If you want to interject.
Yeah, I'm just asking him that. But before the independence, when we said that we don't want to form a country with these people.
I hear your question.
Why should they? Whatever come out of it, don't you say that they should shoot out by themselves?
Okay. All right. Can I talk now, please?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Rational mind.
When I say something, I want to be factual of what I said. That's why I don't want to. That's why I'm slow in talking, because I have to bring that on my head. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: I can understand if people accuse Awolowo then of being somebody who starved, who joined the Federal Military Council then they call them SMC, Supreme Military Council then, to starve the Igbos for that war. I can understand. But then the point is this: Awolowo will have to prove his own side of the story, which I think is, I think he wrote in one of his memoir or one of his books, where he says he gave his own account of what happened. How some people have said it here, how he sent food, and Ojukwu and his men people, they will take it and then use it through that Okosisi or whatever they call that guy's name. He will go and be their propaganda machine, minister of propaganda, whatever. We start propaganda. Say, oh, they want to kill us, they want to starve us, they don't want to give us food, and those kind of things. They bring us propaganda. We don't understand all the stories. The thing is this: both sides in that war were wrong. The Biafran under Ojukwu was terribly wrong. The Nigerian government were terrible. They were all guilty. They were all guilty in the war. So
any instrument you have to be used to kill your enemy. A rational mind. You cannot start to give food to your enemy. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes,
when
Tony,
wait, when Murtala Muhammad want to use atomic bomb to wipe the Igbo out, but I will say no. Because if you are just talking only one
Tony, what are
thing,
you talking about, man? Which one is atomic bomb? Tony, if you want to interject, just ask first. Don't just cut him off. If Rashoma is talking, just ask him if you want to say something.
I'm sorry. Okay.
So my point is this: that I understand when people criticize Awolowo on that. Now, let us now go to the issue. Let us now fast forward. I know somebody was saying here, 1979, after the election that Shagari won, and the large bulk of it were between the Igbos and the Hausas, and Yorubas never played any major role. And then also during what's it called, Jonathan, Yoruba never played any. Come on. I mean, we've had a Yoruba man being at the end of the person of Obasanjo. Heaven did not fall. Of course, there was a time Igbos and Hausas were dominating. Of course, it has always been the case until maybe from Obasanjo time, when he became head of state, military head of state, and maybe the things started changing a little bit. Then it went back again. So it is the dynamic of that country. People must always align and realign. We need to understand that very well. There will never be a time. Maybe the only person that tried it was Obasanjo, because the guy knew, he understand the complexities of the complexities of Nigeria. That was why he constituted his government in a balanced way, because he's a Yoruba man. He did not just read book. He reads sense with his own book. He knows that there should be balance in everything. You can talk about the other two ethnic groups. They can be biased in their way. Igbos can be like, oh, we hate Yorubas. Hausa can say, yes, we hate Igbos. And then there will always be, you can never have a government whereby the three components, the three major components will be fully represented. I'm not saying that it's not, it can be done. Obasanjo tried it. But now we're seeing what is playing out now. People are playing on this ethnic card in the person of Tinubu and his APC. Now, 2015, when the Oba of Lagos, we never had at least for some time, ever since the Abiola issue, everything died down. Obasanjo came in there. We never heard about, maybe here and there we heard about Oduduwa people fighting with Ijaw people. And I mean, I've never even had Oduduwa people fighting with Igbos in Lagos. Maybe they fight with Ijaw people, they fight with Arewa people. You said what?
Ijaw people.
Yeah, they fought. Ijaw people, yeah, they fought in Lagos. Yeah, they fought. You don't know about that, yeah. During Tinubu's time, there was real massive fighting, yeah.
Ijaw people and Yoruba people fighting.
Yeah, they fought, yeah. Yeah, they were fighting. They were fighting, yeah.
Ajani Gogo, is this true?
Mike, let me help you there. If rational mind will allow me to.
Who are the people who rational mind send their fight?
The militants came to Lagos, actually, and they bombed Atlas Cove during Tinubu's time. Atlas Cove is
Tinubu or Obasanjo?
No, Tinubu's time in Lagos. The militants came to Atlas Cove. Okay. Atlas Cove is opposite Apapa Apapa Wharf. That's where you have the tankers. I mean, the tanks, the petrol tanks. It's a petrol farm, one of the biggest in Lagos, actually. We call it Atlas Cove, opposite Federal Palace, opposite Wharf on the right when you are coming in from Eastmore Signal Station. Okay, that was when that thing started. They just mobilized immediately.
Okay, yeah.
And came and plead with Tinubu, and they talked to their people. It was resolved amicably. And I suspect that's where the friendship of Asari Dokubo and Tinubu started.
Very likely, yeah.
I suspect.
Yeah, very likely. So
was there a clash between Ijaw and Yorubas in Lagos? Like clash, like
they have been clash.
The initial uproar, actually.
No.
You understand, but the Ijaws moderated it very well.
No,
we appreciated them then.
Of course, the
Ijaws did well.
The Ijaw residents in Lagos, did they have a clash?
They were fighting, yeah. They were fighting.
They were fighting in the street of Lagos.
Yeah, they
were no, not fighting.
That's what National Mind is telling us now.
Man, no, they were not fighting.
Hold on.
They knew their people, the militants coming to bomb Lagos. They wanted the attention of the federal government. That's why they came to bomb Lagos.
Okay.
And they know if they bomb Lagos.
Somebody want to come here real quick. Who's that?
It's me, if it is possible.
Okay.
Can I respond? If Rational Man has landed.
Rational Man, can you respond?
I've not landed, but go on.
Okay. See, I'm not trying. Let's not muddle the water up. We are 10 on this platform now. Those propaganda you mentioned that were said against the Southeast, the history you just told us now, if we put it to vote, all the things I said, I'm sure 80% of the people that are listening to us here know that story. If we put the same to vote, what you just said, I have never had it before.
There you go.
So let us put it. Now, hold on, just let me land. How many people on this platform has had that your own version of the story?
Okay, so now
let's count.
I said it sounded.
Let me finish. Let me just land.
Middle. I won't lie. It sounded middle.
Let me just land. Now, I have read at least probably 6 or 7 history of the Biafra War because there were certain questions that agitated my mind. And you will not see an average man, Yoruba man, that will tell you the story that you have painted it. The number of Yorubas that paid, even fought on the side of Ojukwu. Do you know how many of Ojukwu's friends that he executed?
Colonel Victor Banjo,
and others. Now, same Ojukwu that we're talking about, Awolowo left the Southwest against all advice to go and meet Ojukwu in Enugu. That look, let not your ambition be bigger than the lives of these ordinary people. People are dying and you don't have a chance in this war. But Ojukwu depended heavily on propaganda and was spending money. At least we know how much money went to a few of the countries. I know Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Tanzania, and one of the first recognized Biafran Republic.
And Sao Tome and Principe.
So Oba Awolowo went there to go and meet him. And in that meeting, there were 4 others. Awolowo actually took 3 people because he wanted witness, because of the kind of propaganda machine that he knew Ojukwu was waging. One of the foremost PR people from America, I can't remember the guy's name now, that Ojukwu hired, go and look for the letter that guy wrote to Ojukwu to resign, and even refunded the money, over £1 million, way back in 1960 something. That look, Ojukwu is like your war is about a personal ambition. They termed Awolowo a traitor for going there to want to go and persuade Ojukwu not to fight that war. But Azikiwe left the Southeast and came to Lagos and sat beside Ojukwu when they were making that world press conference. Look, mistakes have been made in the past. If we want to now muddle the water by saying, no, it happened on the other side, I challenge how many people on this platform here, at least we in the room, how many people know that story that Rational Mind just told us? I've written it down. I'm going to check it. Let us put it to vote. How many people? I will pay a work that if more than
the fact that you've not heard it doesn't mean it's not right.
I am asking how many people. No, so let me finish. I will land in a minute. Hold on. So I will land in a minute.
Run up. Okay.
I will land in a minute. So now you brought in the issue example. Yeah, you did not mention my name, but I know that was meant for me. The example of 1975 I gave, it was a fact. There was an election. Awolowo contested and lost. Whether rightly or wrongly, it is immaterial. Joseph Waya, Alex Ekweme was the vice president. Joseph Waya was the Senate president. Ume Ezeoke was the speaker of the House of Rep. There was not a single person from the Southwest except for the chairman of the party, Akindele, as a minister, who is an appointee.
Meredith Augustus Adisa Akinoye, AMA Adiloye, was the party chairman. So we have, and there was no south, south, southeast something there. The eastern region alone, even nothing comes to the Midwest. The eastern region alone, that was made of those states, had all the number 2, number 3, number 4 position of Nigeria. The Yorubas did not say Nigeria must crumble. We did not bring heavens down. We went back and re-strategized. In 2011, Tinubu helped Jonathan to come to power. They begged Tinubu to appoint, okay, if this, we have lost this, we have lost it, give us the secretary to the government of the Federation. He went and brought Aye Pius Aye. When eventually he eased Sanusi Lamido Sanusi out, we had somebody as the deputy governor, Sarah Adiola Kode. They went, some Yoruba leaders went to, okay, make our own daughter the CBN governor. He still went and brought Emefiele, an Igbo man from Abo. So if we want to cry marginalization at that particular time, go and fact check prominent position from number 1 to number 11 in Nigeria. There was no single Southwesterner or Yoruba man. What are we talking about? But did we shout marginalization? Did we say Nigeria must burn? We went and re-strategized, despite the fact that it was Tinubu that helped Jonathan to win that election. Go and check, the records are there. We did not bring the country down. We did not say Nigeria is a zoo. We did not say Nigeria must burn. One man went the memory lane yesterday and look at how Nnamdi Kanu was saying before. Immediately 2011, the music changed. Nigeria became a zoo. Nothing was working in Nigeria because you did not have a peace in the center for once. All the times you have been having it. Are other people fools? So Yorubas did not say we must destroy Nigeria because we did not get what we want. We went and re-strategized and realigned ourselves. Why is it that when you lose election, everything must scatter? That is only when 2 children are playing game. And when loses election, the one that is always destroyed, because anytime he loses, you will break the thing or bust the ball or destroy the game. Watch that child very well. That is a symptom that the child is displaying. So what I said is not a fabrication of my own. What you said, your response was just muddling of the water. My apologies if you take wanting to that. That is the fact, because you did not say anything. You were just responding, beating here and there, here and there, here and there. There was no substance. There were no facts in what you presented. Come and contradict everything I have said now. I will mention the time, I will mention the date, I will mention the names of the people that contributed. So what are we talking about? Do we want to heal? Do we want to move Nigeria forward? Do we want positive impact and changes? Let's face the truth.
Are you done? Are you done talking? Because
I am not done. You just barge into me now. But you can have your way.
Bishop, can I?
That's cool. You can go ahead.
You know I had the floor. Do you know that? I had the floor. Do you know that?
No, I had the floor when I was talking, when you came in to interject me. So don't say you had the floor.
Did you allow me to talk? Did you allow me to interject you?
So how did you come? How come you were now talking? Was it not the same topic that I brought up that you were responding to?
What is wrong with this dude?
Can I say something?
Don't be using rational mind. Don't be using this kind of demeaning language. What is wrong with you?
I will.
Sometimes you sound. Sometimes the way you sound, I don't know who you are. I really don't care. I've never insulted you. The way you sound, sometimes I don't know you.
You don't.
Quite honestly, I beg to say you are rude. I'm telling you, you are rude. You are very rude.
Let's keep it a little civil. Let's who wanted to jump in real quick?
I wanted.
Mike, but you know I had the floor.
It was me, Oriade.
But Mike, you know I had the floor. Before this
you know what? Okay. Rational mind.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. It's really me that had the floor. I just let somebody interject, and since then I've not come back.
Mike, did you know?
No. Rational mind. I think Rational mind had the floor. Rational mind had the floor.
What are you talking about?
Okay. Rational mind. Do you want Oriade to?
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Okay.
You see, when we do this a lot, this whole thing about. I'm not here to attack anybody.
But I don't want us to get back into fighting now. Hold on. We already. It's okay. I think you guys already exchanged words. It's okay.
Go on.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. You're muted.
All right. What I wanted to say is this. All this back and forth. We are here on this platform for the peace of this nation. We are here to come together as people from different backgrounds. I am an Ikiti man, and from people from different tribes to come together and see how we can at least push our country ahead. And even on this platform, we cannot even agree on some common issues that affect us all. I begin to doubt if Nigeria would move ahead. What Bishop said when he waited and Mr. Mike finally gave him the opportunity to say what he wanted to say. For any peace-loving Nigerian, any person that wants Nigeria to move forward will understand that what he was saying was from the mind of somebody that was passionate and patriotic about the peace of this country. And that was why when I came in the other time, I asked the question, was Lagos okay before now? Yes, we were all friends, we were all brothers. Nobody knows who is who, but now we know who is who. Should we continue down this line? No. So instead of we trying to twist or trying to change or trying to put narratives on histories, we should try to come together and see how we can move forward. And I feel the only way we can move forward is this. Let he who is at fault accept he's at fault. The point when you don't want to accept that, yes, I'm at fault. If we want to even go down, let's not go down to the coup or go down to independence or all this. Let's go down to what happened before this election. What happened before this election? Somebody introduced religion, somebody introduced tribal, somebody introduced this and that. We need to first tell ourselves the truth and we need to accept it. The truth is bitter, but it needs to be accepted. For us to move forward as a nation, we need to forget all this. The election is gone. Somebody is still speaking as obedient. Somebody is speaking batified. No, we should speak as Nigerians. Now, that is the truth. We need to come together now and start looking for how to push our country forward. We are in a deep mess. So I want to say that what Bishop has said is from the mind of somebody that is really passionate about the country, that sees his brothers that were friends with him before now becoming estranged. And I don't think he's saying it from a mindset of he wants to prove that, oh, I'm right or I'm wrong. He's trying to say, let's come back together. We cannot continue like this. So I don't see any point where we should continue to argue this. I think that's just my point.
Mike, may I come in, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can I just land this point so I can move? I need to go somewhere.
Okay, go ahead, Rational Man. I'll come after you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So you see, I don't think anybody wants to heal. No, I don't think so. Let's call this crap of this sweetness that we also talk. Oh, Nigeria. Of course there was Lagos. We were living together. We never had these issues until especially let me talk about from 2015 when Tinubu and his people were planning all their shenanigans, and we had a certain number of Lagos saying it was going to drown certain people in the lagoon because they identified differently in terms of who they're going to vote for, because they will not vote for their own Lagos landlord who owns Lagos, and so therefore they should all drown. That is the genesis of it. If you want to talk about the contemporary how it all began, let us start from there. Let us call this book crap of 1960 or
Rational Mind.
Let me land. I will not let you interject me. Let me speak. Let us call this book crap of 1960, 1940 or whatever. Let us call all that off. Let us start from 1999. That's where I want us to start from. 1993, we all knew what happened. How all the Yoruba people raged against the Nigerian government. A lot of them went on exiles. Even the one that is currently there that was there was one of those pseudo pretender of an Adeko then who went on exile with them. And we see what he's doing today. And now he came back. Okay, let me just leave that. We saw how the Yoruba people fought Abacha then. How the majority of the Nadeko people then were Yorubas. They were all in exile. The majority of people that were killed by the late General Abacha were mostly Yorubas. The what's it called? Kudira that died was Yoruba. His husband that died was Yoruba. Other people that died too. I mean, I'm not saying all of them though, but I'm saying some of them, if not most of them, that Yorubas that died.
Rational mind, give me a second. Rational mind, 1 second. Adewale, are you there? Because I think the guy is not there, man. Some people want to come in, but he's only last one. Go ahead, Rational mind, continue. I'll just.
Anybody wants to come in apart from people that are spoken? I mean, Adewale, I will let.
No. I'm trying to. Simba wants to come in, but he's been on the. The screen is full, but he's. I think it's just on the screen, but it's not actually here with us. That's why I called to see if he's actually there. So I'll just remove him and bring him.
So my point is. Let's start from 1999. That was what brought Obasanjo there. We had in person of Obasanjo and Olufalaye. Those were the two prominent Yoruba people who vied for that office, and the whole nation supported them because they felt that Yoruba has been cheated. Fine, and then a new beginning from there. Everybody started agitating. The Northern started agitating that it's their own turn. Southeast too, by also being part of the union, they said, yeah, we too also have to agitate too. We have to be part of this. We have the right to the presidency too, just as Yorubas did, and the Hausa people are doing. We too we have right to that presidency. Everybody has taken it. Then Obasanjo worked for a Fulani guy to be there to replace him in the person of Yadua. He got there. So what stops an Igbo person saying that I want to be there too? If a Yoruba in 1992 was denied, and they said, okay, Yoruba people, you people should have the slot. They exclusively gave it to 2 Yoruba men. What are we talking about?
Who exclusively gave it to Yoruba men?
The whole of Nigeria. The whole of Nigeria. The whole of Nigeria.
The whole of Nigeria gave what to who?
So what happened before they gave to Yoruba? What happened? What was the factor?
Yoruba,
what was the reason responsible for that?
Okay, this is the reason. And I said it before. I don't know if I have to go back to it. The reason was because a Yoruba man who won the election was denied his right. And he had it. Obasanjo knew that he has completed his own Yoruba turn. Now let us go back to the north. Now since I gone to the north, he has to come back to the south. Let it go to somebody in the south again too. In the person of maybe an Igbo person. And then what's his name? This person, he stole it. What's his name? Jonathan. Ubu did his own ATS from the north. Let it come to the south. And then an Igbo man says, yeah, it's our own turn because we have not. Yoruba people have had it. Yeah, Hausa people have had it. Igbo people have had it. Let's wait. We are. If you count the 3 major ethnic, tribal group in that country, Igbos are one of the major 3. So why can't we have it?
So who are you blaming for them not having it?
Hold on. Let's not go into that blame. I don't want to do all that blame game here. What I'm addressing here is this. I'm addressing the genesis of this whole crap that we saw played out in this last election, which began in 2015 when Tinubu was doing their own when they were doing their campaign and they were making it more of ethnic. It's making it sound like that was what we had a Yoruba Oba saying that it will drown some people of a particular tribe in the lagoon. If I were to be a member of that tribe, how do you expect me to feel?
So the one that the Southeasterners have been saying about Fulani in the Southeast, I mean, is this the first time people are making ethnic statements?
I'm giving you.
Who made the most ethnic statement in Nigeria? Is it not the Southeasterners?
Let us argue based on point. I'm giving you the timeline, how it all began. Fast forward, we saw Nnamdi Kanu came into the picture with all his bigotry too. In some ways that is speed out, how he singled out some ethnic group like Yorubas and other and the Fulanis. Yeah, but we don't understand what happened during that time. We know what was going on, the agenda that was flying out. Even Obasanjo himself said it. Theophilus Danjuma said it. So many prominent people said it that there's an agenda going on. Let us. My point is this. Let me land this point. So that I can land it. Now, my point is this. Tinubu and his people played on ethnic card. Everybody does that. The Igbos did that. Everybody did that. Yeah. I agree that.
Tito, do not play on naked.
If they do it, why are you not finding fault with other people that are doing it? When you are
saying that based on, wait, you are saying that based on Oba of Lagos comments. That's Tinubu playing on ethnic card. So Oba of Lagos, is he? I mean,
come on.
So you are blaming Tinubu for a comment Oba of Lagos made.
You asked me a question now. You asked me. I hope you can play that video. Can you play that video for us?
But another thing is, why do you guys like holding on to?
I will not address any question if you don't allow me to say what I want to say.
But I'll let you say now. Hold on, give me a second.
No. The video I sent you.
Go ahead, finish.
Are you going to play that video? Are you going to play that
Which
video?
video? Which video?
It's there in the private section. I sent it to you of that propaganda that I'm telling you about that was going on, the bombing of Lagos. Oh, we caught some Biafrans, and I can give you so many of them. The Asaba massacre.
One man wants me to play a video. Maybe you contact one man. Because I don't want copyright things and stuff like that.
The Asaba massacre too was one of them. The what's it called? There was a place in, is it Benin or Edo State, where they said the Biafran people did. I mean, so many of them. Even the flying of somebody mentioned that the flying of that jet to come and bomb. It's all part of it. So I'm trying to tell you that you see, I don't want to go into all these things. My point is
rational. I don't understand what you mean by all this old Biafra story in Lagos, because
it's because somebody started it now. Somebody's
Yoruba people. We don't.
Do Yoruba people really sit around and talk about Biafra stories? We don't even exactly. Is it? In fact, it was the Igbos that even made me to go and research Biafra.
So how does that play out? Something you don't even care about, you don't know about.
Sorry. I'm addressing it based on what somebody said. Make it look one-sided that because they were abusing Awolowo. That was how it began. They hated Awolowo. They've always said Yoruba people are their enemy, which I don't dispute that they never said that. But the point is that
but what was the
genesis of it? How did it all begin? How did it all begin?
But
how can you sorry, rational mind. How can you now start? You abandon what has happened before. You now say your own. You want to start your own from 2015. Is that right?
Okay. Now, why I started from 2015 is this, because
you cannot. We know why you started at 2015 because you want to put everything on Tinubu. That's what you want to do.
What was the reason?
Exactly. Thank you.
Now we know you. We know you now. You cannot pretend to us now.
Sorry, I want to point out something.
I don't think one thing you should realize, rational mind, there is nobody you can deceive on this platform again. We know you. You are a schemer.
How are a schemer?
Rational mind. I want to remind you that the same Yoruba tribe that you are talking about now here was the only tribe that handed over everything that belongs to the Igbos after the war.
I agree with you.
Please. If you are attacking Tinubu, let's know it's Tinubu.
No. Guys, you see when people start.
Yes, not Awolowo, because Tony Day here. If you talk Awolowo, I will swear Sango and Ogun for the people.
I'm getting exhausted with all these different comments here and there. Let us talk objectively. My point is this: that somebody was arguing here that Awolowo was their focus. They beat that man down. They make him lose that. Look, we need to understand the genesis of it. There was a war going on. A whole tribe was on the verge of being wiped out. Anybody would, if I were to be Yorubas that are in that situation, if they resort to any propaganda just to protect themselves or to self-preservation, I'm all for it. If it's my own tribe. So the Nigerian side was the Nigerian government were also guilty of it. The Biafrans were also, both of them were all guilty of this whole mess.
Can I ask a question, please? I want to ask you a question. Okay, what is the sensibility in you calling a tribe or tagging a tribe that gave you everything that belongs to you after 3 years of civil war and bombing? What is the sensibility of tagging them betrayers? What is the sensibility of tagging them betrayers? Because even me now, as I stand here, I've been called betrayer, I've been called so many names. So I want you to tell me what is the sensibility in doing that kind of thing.
Okay, so I will also throw that question back to you in this way, but I'll answer your question. What right gives some of you the batified calling me a Yoruba man, calling me Omwale. What right? Because I did not. Because
That's
I
not
don't.
mine. Who called you Omale?
Yeah, I'll be honest. For some platform, they call me on that.
No,
Even
no,
here
no.
on that.
We don't know if it's true or
Hold
not.
on, hold on,
This
hold on.
one. Let's focus on this one.
This guy. If you don't want me to talk, just say you don't want me to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
You ask me a question. Who call me Omale? I'm not telling you. And I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you. Here on one man's platform, they've called me Omale. The likes of Ayo and the rest of them, and was Oga and the rest of them. They've called me Omale here, and so many people I can't even mention here. Calling me like, oh, if you live, calling me like, oh, this one is not a Yoruba person. Just because I identify, that was the same thing that Yoruba sitting.
Those people call you that. It's like they don't know you. They don't know you. That's why they call you that. Even me that I just joined this platform, I can't call you Omale. I just because I know how you operate.
These guys, they know me. They know me. Let's not go into that. I don't want to go into that. My point is this: that just because people do not identify or do not see eye to eye with you on your own political whatever agenda, does not give you the right to play ethnic card on them. And if you do that, don't get me wrong. If you do that, and if they do the same, do not criticize them because you started it first. The Oba of Lagos started it first in 2015, and APC played on that card. This guy, what's his name? This guy that contested against Ambode. Then what's his name? This your what's that? Agbaje, Jimmy Agbaje. We saw all kinds of names. They tag that guy during the election. He's an Igbo. He's an apologist. He's from PDP. He's a kind of a thing. They will sell Lagos to Igbos. They played all that card. Even when some places like in Ojo local government there, when some Igbo people were winning seats there, even though Oshodi there, we saw what even this last 2019 election, we saw what happened. That brought in a boo-boo. We saw how they went in there, how they prevent some people from voting in Oshodi area there. In Ilukwe, I mean, not Ilukwe, this close to the airport area, the Mafoluko area there. We saw how they did that. All because they know that we're not going to vote for APC. What are we talking about? Every side, everybody is guilty of this. I'm not saying don't get me wrong.
May I come in rational mind for the Agbaje narrative there?
Yeah, go on.
Agbaje actually sat our Igbo brothers down during that campaign and promised them some certain commissionership positions.
Is he wrong?
About half of his cabinet.
Is he wrong?
And that was where his problem actually started.
So is he wrong?
Go ahead.
Is he wrong, my friend? Is he wrong? If I am my prerogative.
Yeah. So if he is not wrong, then how are the other people too that now use ethnic baiting to campaign against that one? How are they now wrong according to you? If you say is he wrong, let's assume without considering that he is not wrong. So how come when the other people now that now use the same ethnic baiting cards that he used to campaign against him, that don't vote for him because of so? How are they now wrong that you are condemning them? Look, let's move forward. My position.
We will not move forward as long as we continue spewing lies, using half truth.
But rational mind.
You are the one that is lying here, that is mocking the water. Don't compete.
I'm giving it to you. I'm
telling you because what I said is in the public space. Everything I said is in the public space. You are muddling up the water. You are bringing unnecessary argument. And what you are saying is not adding up. Nothing is adding up from what you are saying. Nothing is adding up. Nothing is adding up.
Bishop, let Babajele Koko talk. Bishop.
Rational mind. But you know what you are accusing APC and Yoruba.
Not Yoruba. No.
Okay,
not Yoruba.
Okay, let's say
Tinubu and his Yoruba's rascals.
Tani Rascal.
Yeah. Rational mind. All the party play that politics of intimidation against each other. The Labour Party played it very well in the East against other party, against other tribe, against Igbo people that wanted to vote for APC or other party. They did it. So you can't limit it to one party that, oh, APC did this. All of them did it. All of them did it. You know that. All of them did it. So we should balance it. So I would like you to balance it. So
Yeah, Ajaloko, like I said, they are all guilty of it. But my problem with the Batified, the Agbado people, and this, not disrespect to my people here who are on the screen. I'm talking about Tinubu and his Yoruba rascals. Is that when they spew this narrative of, oh, they hate Yoruba. No, they don't hate Yoruba. They hate you, Tinubu and your rascals.
Wait,
you do not represent Yoruba. Hold on. You don't. Tinubu doesn't.
Yeah. You keep calling people rascals. You just said accuse somebody that somebody called you a bastard. Yeah. You keep calling people rascals. Who are you?
I said.
Who are you?
Who
are you? I'm boldly asking.
Mike,
Everybody
may I come in,
rascal.
please?
They are Agbado here. They are Agbado there. They are Baptists there. You have personal hatred for this man. It is your problem. Deal with it alone. Every time you keep throwing words at people, like you are the only one that gather us here. Are you the only one? You do have. Deal with it. You have. You have. Face it. Be bold enough to face it. You do have. Go back and listen to yourself. Every time you people are rascals, every time people are rascals, they are Agbado. What's your business with Agbado? If you don't like the man, deal with it. What's your problem? You take this personal and you take it and you make it seem as if you are the only one that can talk. You berate people at will. You disparage. You disrespect other people. Who are you?
Okay, are you done?
Who are you? You are accusing Oba Lagos now. You are saying you are not accusing Yoruba. Who are you accusing? You have abused Tinubu. You have abused Oba Yoruba. You have abused people in Lagos. You say you are not abusing Yoruba. Who are you?
Okay. Sure, you want
Come on, step down. Go down, man. I'm not coming down for you. What is wrong?
Say what?
He doesn't know where he belongs. He doesn't know.
Mike, may I come in?
Yes.
Okay, come in. Who was that? Who said wants to come in? Is that Baba? Who was that?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, Baba.
Okay. Come in.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. This history thing, I don't think we may go past it. But all I want to say is that it's so unfortunate. I am not biased. I speak as a Yoruba man. For every 5 Igbo friends I have, one is a Yoruba man. I roll more with the Igbos. I have Igbo in my house. So I speak without bias. But it's very unfortunate that the Igbos should have aligned with us because we've been very generous with our space from time immemorial with the Igbos. Even the 1966 coup, we lost a lot of men. Brigadier Demulegun's pregnant wife even was killed in that coup, among several others. Fajui died with Ironsi, not because he was a victim of the coup of that June, but because he didn't want the young officers to cause problem for the Yorubas and say, look, this man, Ironsi, is my guest. You can kill him in the West. If you must take him away, then I have to go with him. That's how Fajui died. The war thing, I don't want to go too much into it because it really irritates me because facts are facts. Facts are sacred. But all I want to say is that Victor Banjo died in that war because he was forced to come to Lagos, to conquer Lagos. Lagos has always been an attraction. I don't know why. Banjo went through Benin, drove Ejo out of the place in Midwestern state, and he was bogged down in Ore. In Ore, that's why they say Oleku Ija. He was bogged down in Ore for some time, and they had to push back. The federal troops pushed back. He went back to the east and reported to Ojukwu. And you know what? They tied him to the stake and accused him of treachery. Banjo was executed. He was of the same rank with Ojukwu. But there is a curious thing in this history, which I still want to interrogate. We are not looking very well. How many of us in Nigeria, not just on this platform, know that or knew that Ojukwu was recruited as a recruit into the army, with his Oxford or Cambridge degree? He was not accepted as an officer. He was recruited. If you read, I'm not quoting from history, quoting from Emeka, his autobiography. Emeka came as a recruit, and when his pedigree was discovered, few months later, he was promoted and allowed to go for the officer's course. So I asked myself, why did a Cambridge graduate go into the army as a recruit? Is it because he has a vision of what he's going to do later? I can still find that answer, because what I looked at when the whole war thing started was like, he was not pleased that somebody like Gowon is ruling Nigeria. He looked down on Gowon. That's a fact. He felt very superior with his pedigree, coming from a very, very, very rich home and have a very, very high education. This is my own thought. It's my own personal thinking. So please pardon me for that. Then coming forward, you understand, to this present time, 4 years, this is a fact now. 4 years is a very short time in the political life of a nation. 4 years is very, very short. Just 2 months is gone already. This year is gone already. As far as I'm concerned, by this time next year, we'll be talking about the next election. So I want us all to cool our nerves, cool our temper. And those agitating, let the court rules. But nothing is going to come out of the court. The truth. Atitio je boba baolo shalowo. Okuba baini ti obo. Ntori aki ba akata. Akata lowa kiti. It's not going anywhere. Tinubu is not going anywhere.
All right, we shall find out.
It's not because I'm a batified. No, listen to me. Please.
No, I'm listening to you. I've heard you.
Yeah, it's not because I'm a batified, but I'm a realist.
Okay.
That is just the bottom line.
Hold on. I just want to have one thing, something to what Baba was saying about Victor Banjo. I don't know about I don't know if you're aware that the Southeasterners believe that it was Banjo that actually sold out the Biafran troops. It was one that they say it was one that give up their position to the Nigerian soldiers. Like he was one that sold them out.
No, Mike, that's not true. That's not true. He was coming. They took Midwest.
That's the propaganda they were doing.
David Ejo was the governor in the route Midwest. They were in Ore. They were bogged down. Nigerian troops died.
They say it was Banjo that gave up their position already. That's why they failed.
No, that's just an excuse.
They say he didn't want to invade his people. The propaganda they tell each other. That's what Bishop was saying.
They had to make the failure of that attack, because they put all their munitions, all their resources into that attack, that if they can take Lagos, even after that, they came to bomb Lagos. Not Lagos directly. They were going to bomb the naval base at Apapa Elemu. Apapa Elemu is the end of Apapa Port, very close to Liver Brothers. That was where that plane was coming. A mercenary, not Von Rosen, was flying that, and he eventually crashed near the tank farm at where we call Marine Beach. Until maybe 30 years ago, that aircraft tires were still in Marine Beach near the fuel station there. You understand? But what I'm saying is that, look, 4 years is just a small time in a political life of a nation.
No, dude. You see, this is what we do. We do this. 4 years is a small. 8 years of wasted 8 years of boo that Tinubu sold to us. Where is Nigeria today? And you're telling us another 4 years.
I'm blaming somebody for another person's.
People will not come and be telling us all these kind of stories of
4 years.
Well, what do you want to do, rational mind? Suppose
What about the 7 years
peradventure,
of
peradventure,
So the 7 years
nothing
of Jonathan
happened.
and the other one, the other ones are rules. What was it all? Did we all get into special start? I mean, what are you talking about, man? I mean, move on. The past is gone.
Move on what?
You are
Okay,
saying
rational mind.
Tinubu gave you this thing. Nobody gave you anything. Voters gave you the president. Stop blaming somebody for another person's presidency. No, you saying you are blaming Tinubu for Buhari's presidency.
Oh God.
It's not the first time. You've been doing it over and over.
You see, I gave you a video. You say you could not play it. I don't know what you say. I mean,
I need one man's permission. I can't just play video on his. I don't know if it's copyrighted or anything. Can't tell me to play your video.
My question for rational mind is why
the video? I'm aware of the video going. It doesn't say anything.
Why do you keep bringing up that?
What did you mean on the caption?
See, the way you are bringing it up, you are acting and trying to portray like there's some hatred from the Yorubas coming to the other side because of that. Nobody knows about it. Nobody cares about it. So what are you trying to portray exactly? It just seems like Maradona.
Can you allow me to speak now?
Where are you getting to? Okay, without the video, can you tell us?
Dude, are you going to allow me to speak, or you want to speak for me? You're asking the question. You're making it look as if.
Rational mind, let him land now. You gotta let him land his point, and then you respond.
Let him land. What's he going to land? He said, "I said this," and I'm trying to correct him. And you're telling me he wants to land. What he wants to land? What else does he want to land on?
He wasn't done with his statement. Let him finish his statement, and then you respond.
Go on.
Correct me, please.
Rational mind.
Go on now. Are you landed? You don't show the landing.
No, I've landed now. You say you want to correct me. I'm waiting for the correction.
All the while I've been speaking here, you heard people interject me so many times. That why should I call Tinubu and his Yoruba rascals? And I say to you here on this time without number on this platform that Tinubu does not represent the Yorubas, not my own Yoruba interests. Tinubu is representing his own interest. His own selfish interest. I've said it times without number here. Does not mean that I'm trying to pitch my own people, because Tinubu is only doing all this for his own selfish interest and for those few
but
people.
But they all are, though.
Is that what?
Why are you trying to make it feel special? Like he's the only one. They all are.
It's
when you are making your references, you are not
Hold on.
You try to portray bad things. You try to say, oh, you point finger and say this guy is doing something bad. Don't do this. But the people you support too are doing that bad. But you don't want to bring them to light too.
Good.
If you want to bring something bad to light,
it's game changer here.
Everyone.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, guys, let's hear for a new voice here. Someone is new here. Game changer. Welcome, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, brother. Actually, I just joined not too long ago, and I didn't really know what you guys were discussing. But what made me join was because of Rational Mind, and what I saw with what he was saying is that, well, I believe I've been listening to him for like a long time. I know he has a personal issue with Tinubu, which obviously me personally I don't understand. But the thing is, generalizing it with saying, oh, Yoruba did this, Yoruba did that. I can tell you, I have like a lot of Igbo friends, but what I've seen is that Yoruba are the most accommodating tribe in Nigeria. This election, if you're talking about, how everything played out, just like Baba Jalego said earlier, all the parties tried to use one way or the other to woo people to themselves, like to be able to garner more votes. But the way they are obedient, I don't want to generalize it right now, like Igbos, the obedient would are like majority of them are from the southeast. The way they took it was so terrible, to the extent that even you as a Yoruba, for you to support somebody that you believe in, somebody that you know you have seen what he has done, if you ever say like, I support Tinubu, they will look you as a bad person, like they are the only one that loves Nigeria. The same way is what Rational Mind is portraying. I don't know what Tinubu has done for you. If there's anything that he has done for you, maybe we can just say it out and let's see if he has done you anything bad. But to me, I have seen his way of leadership. And I know he has done very well. And right now, he's going on a right track that I believe is going to make Nigeria to be great. I think that's just my contribution for now.
Game changer, say I want to quickly say something on that. I went to buy a car. At this place in Lagos, and I was in a discussion before the election, with Igbo guys, and immediately we mentioned the issue of who is going to win the election, and the mechanic that followed me said, "That's no bro. I'm telling you, the whole environment." They went into an argument. They almost beat up my mechanic. They almost beat him.
True.
So
even in this advanced world, in the country where we are, if you tell them this is what I've seen with Tinubu, they will fight you, they will hate you because of that.
I am talking of Lagos, a land that you know that is a Yoruba land. Yoruba man cannot even boldly say, "I support Tinubu." And
let me tell you the funny.
What are you talking about, this guy? What are you talking about?
Rational, give me a second. Let me tell you my first encounter with Uptown, the guy that came in earlier. The first time me and he had an encounter was on someone else's channel, right? That was during that governorship when they started the whole Lagos no man's land, all those rhetoric when they were doing before the governorship election. So I was there, so I was like, I'm an indigenous of Lagos, and I told him, I said, you can't say Lagos is no man's land. You know what his response was? He didn't know I was a crazy guy too. You know what his response was? He was like, "See you in Lagos, I will slap you in Lagos." That's what he told me. He said,
imagine somebody saying that to you.
That's how arrogant he's like. I said, "Dude, I'm indigenous of Lagos. You can't tell me my homeland is no man's land." He said, "You, this is Yoruba." He said, I will slap you in Lagos. That's what he told me. That's how arrogant. By the time my you understand? Say, "This one a madman." Say, I tell him, I said, "Dude, I will throw you and your father in a lagoon." By the time we are even getting to it, man, you realize, man, he spoke the wrong Yoruba man that day. The kind of arrogance, all those, I mean, like they just, that's what we are trying to say. I don't have rational, and the funny thing is, people have rational mind. We I believe he's from the southeast. They have that mentality of defending the indefensible. That behavior that would defend it. If you try to tell them, "Dude, you can't behave like this."
Now I'm from the southeast, right?
Yeah. The rational mind, you can continue to fool people here. This platform, me and you, in the beginning of this platform, we're here, and the friend he told us, he said, "You are half Igbo, half Yoruba, something to that effect." And later you said, "I'm not yet to tell this." I'll go by the first one he told us. He said you were Igbo.
But he has also told us that he's an Hausa man.
He later came and said he's Fulani and Edo and other.
So
that is typical of Rational mind. That's typical.
The way he responds, we all know he's not he's a Southeasterner. I mean, just his position, his response, his response.
Mike, were you here?
Mike, can we have a change of this topic?
Yeah,
I think we have over.
Yeah, we have a host of we're discussing so many. We're discussing the coup in
Mikey, let me say something real quick, please. You were here when one man interviewed this guy, the Prince. The Prince told you that in his own local government where he's from, his own father's kingdom, there were some people who they brought from the northern part of Nigeria who even fought with his father. Maybe I think they fought some little war or whatever. They work with them, and that today they're part of that community. So some of you will be surprised here by the time you start running your DNAs. You'll be surprised to know what you have in your DNA. So you see, what the point he was making that very day is that it's very rare in this time to say you will say somebody who is a full-blooded Yoruba person or full-blooded Igbo person. At some point, can you hear this idiot? What's his name? The guy that one man played for us here. What's his name? Asari Tokubo. That claims to himself to be a Kalabari man. That claims every time to be an Ijaw man. And a real typical.
You're telling us it's a DNA test. Is that what
Hold on. And you will see a real typical Ijaw man or Kalabari man will be like follow him like their leader when he's not even full-blooded. He said it with his own mouth that his great ancestors were from a part of the Igbo kingdom. So what are we talking about? So the point is, what I'm not trying to make you understand is that sometimes we just try to we just want to still have some people. You might be surprised that when time you run your DNA,
National mind, what you are talking about is irrelevant. We all know if we all do DNA today, we'll find out that somewhere down the line, we connect with one tribe somewhere outside of what tribe we belong to. But the reality today, the reality is where you know you belong today is where you belong.
That's it.
That's
So
just
I tell you,
You claim where your father comes from.
I'm a Yoruba
You
nationalist.
claim where your father comes from. Rational mind. Maybe it's the Igbo DNA in you that is defending them. Please, let's move on to another question, another topic, I beg.
Yeah, let's go back to the JQ. And I think that conversation was getting.
It was me that had the floor. Till we got to this.
Okay, go ahead. Who was that? Who had the floor?
I'm done with local Nigerian politics.
Sorry, you should have dropped this floor. You'll be holding it for long now. Just drop it. Drop the floor.
Sorry, go back. Take us back to that Cooper, the Niger Cooper. I think you were taking us kind of like.
So I had a question. I had a question for Rational Mind. Now, Rational Mind says that. Hello? What?
We can hear you go on.
Yeah, Rational Mind. Yeah. So you're saying that Tinubu should go with US and France. My own question is that we have threats in the country. That these threats, they don't have any backing, but they've been very proficient. They've given us great problems. Look at the Southeast, look at the North. Now, if these people have, let's say IPOB has Wagner backing, or let's say Boko Haram has Wagner backing, or let's say the two of them are backed at the same time. Do you think Nigeria can handle it, knowing fully well that US and France are not going to come and help us? Do you think we can handle it?
Yeah, that's another good angle to look at it. You see, I don't have a very rigid stand on this. I'm not saying Nigeria should align with US or align with Russia, because you see, one thing is this: there will be a price to pay if we align with Russia. There's a price to pay.
What is the price to pay?
Yeah, a lot of price. We're going to pay a huge price. Because
what's the price?
How many? Hold on. How many of the investment does Russia has in Nigeria? You know, America, Europe, they have more than half of the Nigerian foreign investment comes from these two continents. When I mean two continents, I'm talking about America, Canada, and then I'm talking on one side, and then I'm talking about Europe on the other hand. These two continents, they hold more than half of the investment coming to Nigeria. And now if they decide to pull out all this their investment, how many is Russia going to do? Russia that does not be able to stabilize their own economy. So the point is this: Tinubu, how is he going to figure that out? I think he needs to get on the side some real good Nigerian diplomats that are good in foreign policy and all of that, to kind of formulate some kind of foreign policy whereby he will play both sides. He will play the Russian side. It will play maybe the kind of neutral that late Tafawa Balewa was promoting during his own time. I don't think it really, in the real sense of it, there's no such thing as non-alignment. You must align in some ways.
Rational mind.
He must play. Double fiddle or something like that. He must play these two games with them. Play with Russians, play with the Americans, and the EU on the one side. Because we stand to lose a lot, like you just painted. That's one of the grim realities that will happen if we suddenly align with the US. They must sign some proxy war, whereby we'll be having these insurgents and all of that, and we might not have peace of mind, and we'll not be able to develop our economy. And then if they align with Russia totally, that has no benefit any such, besides maybe military, maybe that is, even though that's if we can even get that military in the real sense of it. If we even get that, economically we will be down, because our investment from these countries, from this Western country, which is America, Canada, and Europe, if it goes down, we're in a hot mess. And Russia cannot even help themselves. How would they even help you with their own economy? So that's what you need to think about. So you need to formulate a foreign policy that will play both sides. Can I
reply on that? That sounds good on paper, but do you play chess or checkers? We are already in a stalemate. We had no chance from the very beginning. These people have gone through Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad, Sudan. They've covered up everywhere already before we even had the chance to make a choice. Now,
so whose fault is it? Whose fault is it?
Sorry?
Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it?
It's not our fault. I'm not
Yeah,
black.
it's your fault. It's our fault.
I'm just trying to
not for
point
you.
out something. I'm trying to point. We had elections now. We had so many other issues. We're not looking at
That's a silly excuse. Not you. Not you.
Okay, but that's the reality that we are in right now.
Like
That's the reality that we're in right now. I'm looking at now. I'm not looking at who to blame from before. I'm looking at now where we are. Now, you are saying that obviously, if Russia has conquered all this place plus the recent coup, right? It tells you that they are not ready to play. They are not here to play. They are either going to make you allow them do their thing or not. You have no choice.
But sorry, did you factor in?
Now, they are not going to let us. They are not going to let Nigeria sit down and start saying that we will not choose a side. If we do that, they are going to send their Wagner group. Now, if they send their Wagner group, why do we have to lose? Oh, are you saying that the West does not love us enough to help us? That they will not take all their investments just because we decided not to sacrifice all of us for them? That's where we are. Is that a good alignment? Either you sacrifice all your citizens, or we take our investments and make you even die. But not dying.
But you know, it's
either you die or we let you die for not dying.
Hold on. But you know what you're proposing. You know that either things you do, if you take stand fully with Russia, it will backfire. You agree that? Do you agree?
I'm not saying you should align with Russia. I'm just saying you should just let them do their. The best thing to do is play dumb. Let them do their thing.
You cannot play dumb. That's the point. You cannot do that.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. You let them do their thing and you claim, "Oops, I didn't know." Plain and simple.
You see. Hold on. Sorry. Did you study international politics, or do you study international relations or anything related to international studies?
I've been studying politics since I was in secondary school because I knew these people.
Good.
Growing up.
You see, the same dumb that you said Nigeria should play was what brought us to this place. That was what I was asking you. I'm not heaping the problem on Tinubu. Tinubu inherited all this, or whoever gets in there, either Tinubu or whoever gets in there, inherited this ugliness from the previous administration, especially with Bubu, because I know, what's his name? Goodluck Jonathan was very good. I won't say good. The only person I knew that was very good in foreign policy was Abayabo. I will always give that. He has very good foreign affairs minister. I mean, they played real international politics, but ever since, you see, maybe Yadwa, I mean, everything started dying from them. But Bubu killed it all. Bubu was so concentrated on Nigeria that he's Oyema that could have been a very good person, because I look at him as a very seasoned diplomat, but he never did anything because they were just playing local politics. They were not concerned about foreign politics. His own focus was just his clansmen, people where they will occupy Ruga and all that. Let's put that aside. It is the same dumbness that we played that brought us to this point whereby we are at the mercy of these two people. If we have put our house in order right, our politics, our internal politics is right, we don't have to go into this illegitimacy that is dangling on Tinubu's neck, or an election that was rigged, or we don't over-bloated National Assembly that takes almost more than a quarter of our budget, and all this crap that we're seeing. If we get our acts together, I tell you, we'll not be at the mercy of these people. We'll be rivaling them. We'll be sitting there.
Rational mind, please, can I ask a question? How does Tinubu and Buhari's this thing has power over Wagner Group, or Russia taking over Mali, taking over Burkina Faso?
It does actually. It does.
Because
why not the international stage? So this was allowed to go widespread.
See, brother, this is two big nations fighting a proxy war, and they know why they are fighting this war. So, like Mr. Mike said when we started, the best thing to do in this situation is stay dumb.
You cannot play dumb. That's the question. The dumb you play. Hold on. Can you explain?
Let me land, please. For both sides of the coin, the first thing you look at is what are the consequences. If you align with US and Russia sees you as an enemy and starts funding militia groups, funding Boko Haram and all those things to create insecurity. Who are going to die? Nigerians. If you align with Russia and the US see you as an enemy, pull away their finances, pull away whatever they are pulling away, then also sponsor terrorist group against you, and they start killing your people. Who are going to die? Nigerians. Who are we going to blame? We'll blame Tinubu. So the best thing to do is Russia comes. Hello, Russia. How are you doing? Yeah, fine. US comes. How are you doing? Fine. US. And stay neutral. Focus on your own internal politics. Get yourself right. Let them do whatever they want to do. Just concentrate on making sure your territorial borders are tight, and continue to do the right thing so that internally your people begin to build confidence in you. When they sort whatever they are sorting, it will slow us down a little on the gas line, whatever. It will slow us down. When the coast is clear, then we'll now know where we are going to. But should you go and put your head in the midst of, look at what is happening to Ukraine. Ukraine chose a side and they turned Ukraine to a battleground. Who is losing? Ukrainians. Who has lost? Ukrainians. So let's not come here and start saying it is Tinubu's fault. It did not, Buhari's fault. Did not play external politics. There is no amount of external politics. Are you going to say Russia should not come and tackle France in Niger, when that is what Russia is aiming? Or are you going to say France?
You don't know anything about international politics.
It's not about international. This is war. What kind of international politics? If there is international politics, then the war in Ukraine should have been avoided. See, when these people want to fight,
that's what I'm saying. You don't know anything about international politics. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, my brother. Sorry, I don't know. You are the only one that knows what you are saying. Anyways,
Okay.
Correct.
From what you just said, it's very glaring that you don't. It's not. It's okay. If it's that.
Come. Rational mind, please. Where was international politics when Syria was burnt down? Where was international politics?
They will sacrifice us. National mind, you don't know. These people don't care about us. They don't care about us. They will sacrifice. They will just use us as excuse. They will use us as excuse.
What national? You think you know everything? National mind.
I'm even lost now. This one, I'm even lost. We have so many things. We're just jumping around. Let us focus on one thing.
Ukraine is a perfect example of what we are talking about. Ukraine chose a side. There is no win-win in this situation. If Ukraine did not choose any side, they will still be Ukraine by now.
Listen.
Don't choose side.
That's the point. That's why I was asking you, did you do international relation? Or did you study international studies or international whatever?
Are you saying Ukraine does not have any international relation officer or minister for international relations? Why are they burning them down?
What are you talking about?
Let's forget about all these international.
If I speak the way I speak,
rational mind. Let me
address. Solid, Joe.
Just 1 minute, Ejo. See. If Nigeria scatters, that's over 200 million people. Who do you think is going to affect? Europe. It's Europe. They are all coming to Europe. So Russia is not losing.
We just keep bouncing around topics.
US is not losing in any way. Whatever we do will favor Russia at the end of the day. We are at checkmate. Check has been made.
I don't even know where you stand on this matter. You just keep bouncing around every topic. Let's just talk about it. Olajide.
It's still the same topic.
When I speak the way I speak, solid. We've heard about the Ukraine thing you're talking about. Let us move on. Olajide, if I speak the way I speak to you, no disrespect to you. I'm just saying that you do not understand what you're talking about. And if you say you understand in your own way, well, I understand. But no disrespect. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just simply saying that somebody who, if you ask anybody who study international relations or international politics, if you speak the way you speak to them now, they will understand that our lawyer people will refer to us that are not lawyers as laymen because we don't know anything about law. That's how they will refer to us.
Can you explain it to us in layman terms?
No, I'm not going to do that because I'm not an expert.
Then you can't.
Hold on. I study international relations.
You can't argue his point. You can't refute his point.
Hold on.
Tell us.
I know one when I see one.
Why you don't agree?
I know one when I see one. when I hear
okay, but explain it to us. We that we don't know, explain it to us so that we grab your point too.
When I say I don't want to sound like maybe I'm an expert. Hold on, I'm not.
Okay, we're asking for it. We're asking for it.
Now, what I'm saying is this. I don't know if you people are aware of what Tinubu has done already. Are you aware that Kamala Harris called him? He spoke to Kamala Harris. They have some private talk that centers around Niger and insecurity around that and what that could spill out from that. And possibly, no doubt, with what the Wagner group are doing in the Sahel. They must have discussed that. And he sent his vice president, Shetima, to go and meet Putin. It is their Africa, whatever summit they said they're having recently in Russia. He went. He sent Shetima. So Tinubu, no doubt, must have had people, experts around him, tell him, look, Oga, you better not just go and align with one person against the other person. Play the two of them. And that is what he's doing. Which I feel, if he continues that way, he will be able to stem that tide of whatever insecurity or assassination attempt or overthrow of his government. Play both of them, because from what I gathered, one of the news I saw a few hours ago, it said Shetima was already discussing with I don't know how true is it. Maybe some people just make up that story. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's exactly what's out there, but I think I heard it somewhere that it's already discussing with the Russian investors to come and take over Ajakuta steel. So he's trying to placate the Russian in that sense that, oh, we want you as our friend, as our ally in business. We don't want to get involved in this your war, proxy war between you and America. We just want to do business. We just want a good life for our people. Come, we'll give you this. Take over this our plants, invest in it, transform it, employ our people. That's what we want. You are playing politics already. It's already playing politics that way. He knew that was why people is playing that politics that way. And also they have a conversation with Kamala Harris.
Rational mind.
So what you cannot play dumb. You cannot play dumb.
I'm coming, rational mind. What you've just said now is it's directly what myself and Soli were trying to say. You don't choose sides. You play between.
You will choose sides. There's no way you will choose sides. You will choose sides.
No. What you just said now is not choosing side. What you said now is playing between two people.
He's taking investment from everybody.
He's trying to play between two people. Once you choose side, they will turn Nigeria to a battleground. These guys don't care about us. These are countries that during coronavirus and whatever, they didn't bloody care about you. They seized the old vaccines and they won't give to Africa. See, come, if the whole of Africa dies, it doesn't concern them. It makes the land fallow and free for them to come and extract whatever they want to extract. So let's not play as if they like us or not. The truth of the matter is, Tinubu's best way to handle it is what we are saying. Play dumb. Don't join anybody. Go to this one, say hello. Go to the other one, say hello. When this one call you, pick. When this one call you, pick. Don't say I align with A. The moment you say I align with A, or your body language aligns with A, B will attack you. And they will not care because they have their own interest they are trying to protect. And that is what we are saying.
Now, for example, with that pipeline thing, it would be better to take it over the water because it's going to take 25 years. With that one, you can legitimately say we are building it, but it's taking this long. Before 25 years, we would already know what would have happened between those two countries. It is better to just try to put everything in a neutral event. If Russia has investment, US has investment, France has investment in Nigeria, none of them want to destroy their investments. So it's just best to stay neutral. That's the best thing we can do. None of these countries will help us. See, Russia, whether we choose them or we choose US, they will still get what they want eventually. So we have to just play dumb.
Do you guys see the game, what India is doing in this Ukraine-Russian war? They just play neutral. Obviously, we all know China pick a side. China is on Russian side, which they have no choice. But India is playing neutral, and they're benefiting. The United States just invited them, just made a deal with them where they're bringing manufacturing to India, like giving them even sharing their technology with them. Like man, the way India is playing the game right now, dude, like they just took advantage of the situation. You know, they played a non-alliance.
You see, that's the point. India has always been at the forefront of non-alignment. But what you see that word non-alignment. You see, it means you don't take sides with anybody, right? But in the sense of it, you're also taking side. Now look at it. You give a very classic example of this non-alignment, or this what I'm trying to say. You cannot act dumb. You have to play two sides. America is fighting some kind of proxy war, economic proxy war with China, which has almost crippled China. Right now, China is some kind of mess economically. Now they're not doing well.
No way.
You say what?
China is not in a mess. Stop it.
Yeah, they are in a mess.
China is
Go and look at the figure. Hold on. Go and look at the figure.
That's American propaganda, rational mind.
Okay,
That's what I don't know different people.
They just cannot. They just cannot get their finance out of the country. They had an issue, but they are resolving it. So that's US propaganda.
No. It's not propaganda. This is not propaganda. No, this is not propaganda.
It's propaganda.
China of some few years, like 3 years ago, let's say pre-COVID, it's not the China of today. China is struggling. Now, I'll give you the reason why it's struggling. A lot of
is it COVID, right?
Pre-COVID, that's before COVID. Ever since COVID to now, China is still struggling. Now,
because of COVID, right?
Not because of COVID, no, not just COVID alone. Not just COVID.
Because of what?
Okay, that's what I'm on.
They had the housing crisis that turned out to be a Ponzi scheme and scam.
Now, this is what I want to tell you now. This is why I'm saying it is also going on the decline economically. Not like some people will say is no. China is still vibrant a little bit, but not the way they used to be. Not just the COVID. Now, America is moving out. So many of their manufacturers are moving to Southeast Asia now, especially into India. A lot of the production line now is moved to India. And one of the reasons that they're giving is this their technology transfer, like you're talking about that they have to share. China will mandate you to transfer the technology behind whatever you're manufacturing in their country, so that even when you are pulling out, the company or whoever is manufacturing it can continue that business. America doesn't want that. So if India, which is an ally, don't get me wrong, India is an ally of America. But let's say they are doing it. That's what I'm saying. They are playing double fiddle. They're playing this double fiddle here and there. They are playing with the Russians and China on one side. And they're playing with America. They know that they cannot do totally Russia. They're looking for a collapse of the economy. And so America now is a lot of manufacturing is being moved to India now, some other Southeast Asia country now. That is why China is losing that aspect. Is losing trade that should have come to them. It's cheaper to manufacture in China. China has all the whole thing that takes to manufacture for America, but because of this technology transfer and that China is becoming more and more robust, they are becoming more powerful. They are building the most biggest military fleets and military hardware in history. It's because they are economically vibrant. They could go into research because they have the money to finance or to sponsor some kind of research. But if they deprive them of this economy, if they can starve them of this and move to some other countries that are more friendly to them, not hostile like China, then maybe that's good. So that's the point I'm trying to make to you. So if they could play that kind of politics, let Nigeria to play that politics. But the way Nigeria cannot play that politics is this. India is, besides economy, they're also a nuclear state. I hope you know that. They have nuclear bomb, just like Pakistan. Their neighbors, Pakistan has nuclear bomb. Let's forget that they are more like a third world country, but they have technologically they are doing well. Nigeria is not at par with India. So our
economically.
Is that what? What did you say?
Continue.
I said technologically they're not at par like India. Economically, they're not at par with India. In all sphere, India trumps Nigeria. Not because Nigeria does not have what it takes, but because they put their crap together, they get their crap together. Yeah, they don't have the kind of every time election happens, somebody has to be grappling with illegitimate government and rigging. And also they don't rig it, don't get me wrong, but they don't have it like we have it in Nigeria. The total madness that we're seeing in our politics in Nigeria, it's not as you don't find it like that. Right now, I think even Modi is in the problem now. He could be impeached. I think I read some years ago, maybe he could be impeached or something like that. So they don't have that kind of politics, like the crazy politics we have in Nigeria. So that way they could deploy that in international scene, international politics, to be able to stand their ground and stand their own ground there. That yes.
What the hell did you just say, man? Are you kidding me?
That what? That what?
Because their politics is not as crazy. It's not crazy like Nigeria. That's why they're able to put it into the international. Come on now.
But boy, sure.
You are not saying anything yet. That is making too much sense.
What are you talking about? Do you
what does the internal politics have to do?
Do you know how government functions? How government runs? Do you know how government runs?
No, I don't know. Educate me.
Apparently, you do not.
You went to study that one too, Abi?
Have you heard about national interest and national interest, which is more of local interest and international interest? Do you know that?
No. You're talking about their politics. Their politics.
God, come on. Politics. If you don't understand something, simply say you don't understand. Don't be saying that this.
Nobody ever understands you now.
Well, it's because you do not, because you have your way of thinking and you want to see things from your own way. That's it. Because you've already made in your mind that I'm against your Tinubu. Anything that comes here.
You're not learning anything, man. Just continue your story.
You will not learn. Of course, you will not learn.
Continue your story and land on Tinubu. That's what you're going to learn. Go ahead. Finish it. Talk about India, China, everything, and then land on Tinubu.
Okay. Please, rational mind.
Go on. Let me not.
Mike,
I don't want to
make a request
because
I'm about to leave. They said I saw on one of the topics that there was a video of Nnamdi Kanu to support his letter. Do you have the video?
You said?
They said there was a video to support the letter that Nnamdi Kanu wrote to desist from Simon Ekpa.
The one about the lawyer, the lawyer was reading.
Oh, so it wasn't Nnamdi Kanu. They don't believe it.
It was his lawyer.
They don't believe it. Sit at home continues. Hey, chai.
Yeah, it was a lawyer.
Hey guys, I've noticed you guys have not been dropping super chats, but you've been insulting. Insult with super chat too. But I have to go, guys. Thank you for today's session. Bye.
Rational mind. I wanted to interject. Can I go ahead?
Right. Mike
is one moderating. I'm not the one.
Okay. No, it's yours. I feel it's your section, is your time. So, all right. Well, the interjection I came to make was to. I was in the comment section chilling out with my guys there, my good friends there, and I heard somebody call my name, saying that we met in one imaginary place where I threatened to slap him. So I don't know. I want to come and know where exactly we met, in Isolo or Jota or Alaba, where this said encounter happened, or this alleged encounter happened.
So you don't remember we met on the obvious platform?
Oh, we went to.
Oh, now you remember, Abi? Yeah.
Wait. Okay, so we met on the platform, and oh yeah, last year, and then you said that I said I'm going to slap
year?
You. Yes. Have I been there this year? I've not.
The Lagos no man's land.
Yes.
No man's land fight
So I want to all the things you say which are lies. You say that I say that Lagos is no man's land, and
yes,
you said that, and then you say that I said it's no man's land, and then I threatened to even slap you on top of that statement that I was saying. This is complete falsehood, and it is very unfortunate that we come here and then because maybe Ovie is not here, we come to want to paint other people bad with something that never happened. I said on the platform,
Let me see if I can find a video, sir.
Me,
right,
I said earlier on this platform, which I've been saying since that March incident. Anybody following me on Twitter, I made a challenge on Twitter when people were coming with the propaganda of people saying no man's land. And I challenged APC rascals. I told them, provide for me 10 screenshots, just 10, don't go more than 10, of Igbos saying that Lagos is the no man's land, just 10. And I put money on it. And I've retweeted that thing 3 times. Nobody has been able to provide one screenshot, showing you that was just a propaganda for people to use to justify ethnic attacks and ethnic profiling. And again, if you challenge me again, I will still challenge anybody in the platform who is APC rascal to provide me with screenshots or evidence. It's easy these days. If you challenge me with anything, I tell me to provide screenshots. Once those things existed, I will provide screenshots. Even 100, I will provide for you. Provide me with evidences of these alleged Igbos saying Lagos is no man's land before election that now costs APC rascals to come out and start profiling fellow Nigerians, even profiling Yorubas that they feel that looks like Igbo. And people are justifying it and saying, after all, they say it's no man's land. And I say, provide evidence, and they can't provide it. 100K is still at stake, and in case anybody wants to take up the challenge in this platform, because it seems the rascals on Twitter does not have any evidence to claim that money.
If you're asking people
and then for you to come and now say me, wait, I'm coming, and for you to come and then see the same me is now the one saying Lagos is no man's land.
You know, I'm beginning to think there's some kind of
in addition to making that accusation, in addition to making that accusation, you even say that I also threatened to slap you.
Let me tell you the problem with that. I'm not going to be on my phone every time I see Lagos is no man's land, screenshot it and backing it up so that I can go wait now, so that I can so that I can go and show another person later. Somebody doing that, does that sound like somebody that is mentally okay?
That is not how Twitter works. Wait now, calm down. That's not how it works.
If you keep slapping somebody, do you expect the person not to complain? Because I
forget about slaps. We're not talking about.
Is never in the slapping.
It's evidence time.
We're not talking
about slaps. Listen.
Please, we are talking about.
The problem you have is in the complaining. Are you saying that? Are you saying that a lot of people are imaginary waking up one day and creating in their mind that people are saying these things? But you don't have problem with people saying that. You have problem with people complaining that it is being said. That is all I see.
I've heard you out. Now hear me out.
I say a whole region had it in their dream that this thing is being said. So all of us should start now taking screenshots every time it is being said. Does that
okay. Fine. I've heard you out. Wait, let me just respond to him before you interject. Sorry, my brother.
Screenshotting every time that it is being said so that
you are
can
repeating what you said before now. You've already made the point.
And the worst part is that let me tell you. And the worst part is that even when this proof is backed up and shown, there's always still an excuse.
No
matter how much you prove, no matter how much you complain,
no surprises.
There's always an excuse. Never the problem being solved. Never be the problem being faced. It's always that why are you complaining about the problem? You are complaining about the problem.
I've heard you.
Can I have a 1 minute interjection?
Who is this? Bishop. Sorry, I'm sorry. You're going to interject. So, Solly, it's really very simple. Unless you are not on social media, how these things work is today. If you come and challenge me and tell me,
drop money, drop $1,000.
No, sorry.
Allow me
Uptown. Sorry, I just have this quick one for you.
Drop $1,000, not too much.
Let me respond now.
Drop $1,000.
Is it a monologue?
Somebody's talking. Let him talk.
All right, one at a time.
Okay.
Because you're too long-winded, man. That's the problem. Like, land your point and let people talk. Let others respond. You know.
Solly has been talking here for 3 hours. You come in and then you accuse me of being long-winded.
What's your point? You're talking around circles, man. It's like, come on,
he's been the one talking. Did you hear my voice?
Go ahead, land your point so people can respond. I think we got your point, but then just go ahead.
Okay, so it's very simple, Solly, my dear brother. How it works is, if you come today and accuse me that if you say the people are calling Tinubu is a drug lord, and I say you bring proof, all you just have to go to Twitter, type the Tinubu drug lord, on the pages of likely people that will have to say it, and you will see up to 10 million screenshots for your pleasure. It's
okay,
not,
we get your point. Get your point. All right, thank you.
it's not hidden. It's not, you don't have to stress yourself about
Sorry,
it.
Uptown.
So then
Mike,
why are you claiming that it's not
Mike,
happening?
This
Why are
is
you then
okay.
Mike,
then why are
Yeah.
you then trying to
What's
claim
up,
that
Mike,
it's not happening? If
please,
you know
Mike.
that, then why
Yeah,
are
I
you
can hear you. I
trying
can
to
hear
claim
you.
that it's not
Hey,
happening?
Somebody,
That's what you try to do.
Solly.
That's what you
Solly,
try
hold
to
on.
do. Now you are
Solly,
claiming
you bring
how
You
evidence.
guys
You
hear me,
say
all right?
evidence, my guy. You meet you on again.
Mike,
drop money now. Drop
Mike.
Solly,
money on your
hold
case.
on. I'm hearing you,
Direct
Bishop. Hold
screenshot,
on.
you should be able to financially back it up.
Can you guys hear me?
Number one.
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yeah,
So
Mike.
why
number
is Solly not
one. Number one, I wouldn't have really liked to respond because I'm not a rascal. You're addressing rascal. But if you actually want that argument, I will give you 10 between now and tomorrow when we meet here. But raise that money to $1,000 and give it to somebody tonight. If I get that confirmation, because already I just checked now and I have 4 in my front now on Twitter. Now, I'm not even talking about the spaces. I can give you 10 recording of spaces, but I'm not going to. I'll give you Twitter clip that people responded to 10, but make
I
that
need the
money
recording of this.
$1,000.
Please bring it this night.
You know, sometimes
Now.
not somebody
Raise
what
that
you
offer to want. I will not do that for 100,000 naira. No, I was actually going to say 1 million naira.
You need
But
me
if you
to
make it
put money for you to
$1,000,
for you to prove yourself.
Bishop,
If you want
I'm
to
not
challenge
proving.
me
I'm
to
not
anything,
proving myself. I have you throw a challenge and I'm picking it up.
Bishop.
Make it $1,000 in
propaganda.
24
If you
hours
want
time.
someone that will give
I
you
will
money for
give
them
it to
to
you.
prove it, because it's difficult for you to prove, because you know it's a propaganda. I was in
And
Lagos
then
and I know
drop
exactly
money
what
now.
the
Okay,
This
just
is
propaganda
hold on.
is.
Let me
If
say
you know
And you
it's a
cannot tell me
propaganda, if you are
otherwise.
so sure it's a propaganda, drop the $1,000 now. If you are so sure it's a propaganda, drop the one. I will swallow my vomit tomorrow, and I will apologize if I cannot give you the 10.
Bishop,
There are more than in public in what do you call it spaces and on Twitter. I'm saying 2, 3,
It
4
is
now.
simple. APC lost election
Uptown.
to Obi. That is why they got
Uptown.
angry and they started profiling
The
him.
Come
thing
on,
is,
It's very simple. Anybody
are
that
you
cannot
making
live
it
with that
$1,000
to choke
because you were
on their
speaking out like you were so confident and so sure of yourself? Are you making it $1,000 or we drop this discussion?
Bishop,
Are you
please.
taking
I
it?
guy
want
will
to
not
get,
even pay the money,
I
sir.
want
That's
to
the
Are you
get, I
making
want
it
to get.
$1,000? If Ajanleke was still here, send the money to him.
Uptown, please make it $2,000. I have my own proofs here.
Why would you want to bet on this your fake
So I
videos?
have my own.
Just
please,
listen to me.
Videos.
sorry,
Listen
can I
to me,
quickly
guys.
say this?
It's really very
I have
funny.
So that we can move on.
Fake videos that you go and make.
Okay, let's hear game changer. Game changer.
Uptown. Uptown. See, this question you just asked, you can't expect anybody to have a screenshot of those things like saved on his or her phone.
Challenge me to bring screenshots of finishing all
The
the
reason
drug
I'm
laws.
saying this is if I ask you now as Uptown, can you provide me 10 people right here, screenshot like you said, or let me say 15 people, 15 Igbo people that have said Lagos is no man's land. I mean, Lagos is Yoruba's land. If I ask you, will you be able to provide it right away, or you will tell me
So
to give you more time?
just wake up, see Lagos is Yoruba land. Just like somebody waking up and say I'm a living thing. Are you guys okay?
I'm asking you, will you be able to provide me 15 Igbos that have said that?
If you want to challenge me to something, accuse me of something, and challenge me to bring
Wait, guys, hold on. Guys, give me a second. You know, honestly, after today, I don't know if I can ever take Osan seriously ever again. This same guy here, he uses his own mouth to tell me Lagos is no man's land. He and I got into an explosive battle, like literally what? Wait. Dude, hush, chill out, man. This same guy here, dude, hey, yes, hush now. This same guy is now coming here telling me to go and bring a proof. When you and I had a fight, and you even came here to deny that you and I didn't need to encounter each other. I can't take you. Oh my God, I can't take you seriously, man. I wish Ovia was watching us right now. I'm very sure Minister was watching that day on Ovia channel when me and this guy got into it. We literally this guy told me because it's no man's land, and I told him, dude, I'm in Lagos. I'm in Lagos. Don't tell me Lagos is no man's land. And this guy here told me that you even in Lagos, you will slap me. And he's yet denying that He never met me. He doesn't know. I know people that Simba know this guy on Twitter speed. They know him to be this one of those people that always shout, Lagos is no man's land. This is something he says, and he's here. I think he just coming to troll or just argue for the sake of argument. That's what I think. But this guy, this guy's pathetic, man.
He has even run away. He has run away. See, only Naira land alone gave me more than
I'm not getting 1 million naira tomorrow. What a shame.
There's no way we won't pay the money now. The guy is a liar.
No, he wasn't going to pay anybody. He was just saying it, thinking that everybody would not be able to find out.
More than enough tweets. They are on Naira land that shows people, Igbo people claiming Lagos is no man's land. Yorubas don't have business sense. It is Lagos. So what is he saying? The man is just bluffing.
The guy used no mouth. He was sitting over your channel that day. I was there. He didn't know I was a Yoruba person. That was the first time we had an encounter. And I told him, I said, guy, you can't be telling me it's no man's land. And he was like, who you be safe? I said, dude, I'm a decision of Lagos. He said, I started laughing. And then he said, even in Lagos, you don't that claim the if I see that, I will slap you. He told me because he thought I was this docile Yoruba person can just talk to anyhow. Because they run into most Yoruba Ladiwale in all those platforms, and those ones will just allow them to talk anyhow. So he thought I was that kind of simple guy, can just disrespect. And me and him had it. We went on for like, we even let us going back and forth. And this guy is here today to lie that me and him never had any encounter. Like no one, he's even saying that nobody ever said Lagos is no man's land.
I'm not here. I still believe you. I believe you because that guy manipulates a lot. He knows how to manipulate.
Criminal minded. Very criminal minded. Those people, man. God knows.
Argue now, but they don't know how to argue. The next thing you are winning the argument and you're a bigot. I don't know how we used to get there. I just don't understand.
That is the major problem. They don't know how to argue. They argue based on sentiments, and once it doesn't go their way, they call you a bigot. They start throwing names at you, and that's why I don't really like.
I hate that.
The reason why they are doing that, Hausa Fulani gives them a lot of chance, and they thought it's going to happen the same way with Yoruba, and it will not happen. This thing will start. It's going to go a long way. Even after 8 years, Tinubu is still gonna continue because that thing is already they're used to it, and they cannot change.
Yeah, to me, I honestly, man, if unless maybe a new generation of Igbo just change their mentality or just because eventually, I don't know, man. The way they are behaving. Eventually, down the line, their behavior might lead to disaster, man. In that country, Bishop was making an example earlier during that Ipobian campaign when they were attacking Northerners in the southeast to the point they even assassinated a Northern politician, and they asked their leaders about what happened, and those guys the way they would respond. First of all, they would start talking about something else, and if you try to force them to respond, they will almost be taking the side of the perpetrator, eventually, luckily that time, the only reason Bishop was saying like the Northerners didn't respond, the only reason Northerners did not retaliate in the North was because the president of the country was from the North. So of course, they allowed their president to deal with the situation. And I was telling some opinion, I said, listen, I think it was Tunaja. I said, guy, I don't think Tunaja claimed he like Nigeria and everything. He want the country to be one and peaceful. I say, if you want the country to be one and peaceful, then you are supporting the wrong candidate. Because Obi will be a kind of person where if that kind of attack happen in the southeast against Northerners, he will keep quiet. The same way their leaders have been keeping quiet. And there's no way an Igbo man will be a president and Northern people will be attacked in the southeast. You keep quiet and you think the Northerners will not retaliate right away. So I was telling him, I'm like, guy, I don't think Obi is the guy you want to be your president right now. With this thing that's going on with Ipobian, the way they're attacking everybody, because Obi will just act like he runs it. They did a coup, they killed Northerners. He did nothing to punish the coup plotters. He just ignored the people. He didn't even give their leaders decent burial. And you didn't expect them to retaliate. By the time those one carry out revenge, you were shocked. Even he himself lost his life.
The way I see it,
and that
the way
was
I
what I was referring to the other time when I said we should go back to the genesis. So I find it funny that most times when rational mind comes here, he comes and tries defending what is not defended. The truth of the matter is, no other section of Nigeria is fighting these people. They are the one fighting the other tribes. So when you keep fighting, at a point, the person you are pushing, only when you push me to the wall, I will face you. So whatever they are saying in Lagos, wherever they are saying it now, as unpalatable as it seems, it is a result of what you have done. When Nnamdi Kanu was shouting, "Burn Lagos down," no Igbo leader came out to go against it. When Nnamdi Kanu was saying, "Burn Tinubu, burn everything, kill it," this, no, Ohaneze did not say anything. Nobody said anything. They breeded this guy. He has become a monster now. They are now looking for how to put the blame back on Tinubu that does not even know anything. And the government should come and help them solve the problem in the southeast. If when Buhari was sending Operation Crocodile Tears to that place to calm that guy, then they were shouting, they want to kill all of us in the east. So they are, so you see these people. That's why I say they don't know where they belong. And I believe that even rational mind will have the DNA of these people because he doesn't know where he belongs to. And that's why I was telling him the other time that DNA that is in it is what is making him speak the way he's speaking. They want Nigeria, they want Biafra, they want presidency, and at the same time, you don't want to be included. You don't want to go.
They want everything. They want to control everybody.
It is
They want to
funny.
control business market in Kano. They want to control business market in Oyo State. They want to do. They want to. It's just
I
too much.
have no problem. I have no problem with them wanting to control. Yes, let them be ambitious. Let them do whatever they want to do. But personal attacks. Do your thing. Nobody is fighting you. Nobody hates you. Literally, what does it benefit me to hate you? I'm not gaining a dime. So it doesn't make sense to me for me to hate you. My own is just like, take corrections. If you think everybody hates you, you think everything is an attack. If these guys cannot
I don't own shop in Southeast. We don't own land in Southeast.
Let me just finish. If these guys cannot associate with anybody, they are just going to keep on living their Igbo land. If their Igbo land cannot be in peace, these people are going to spread out and spread out and spread out till there is no more Igbo race. And that's how they will just spread out throughout the whole country and the whole world. And there will be no more Igbo again. That's just what is going to happen. Their tribe is just going to go out, just like many other tribes.
Sorry, imagine all these people defending all this thing here. No one of them is staying in Southeast. No one of them. The other one staying in Abuja. The other one staying in Lagos. All of them. All this pressure is still gonna be on us. Anytime we want to discover IPOP, they defend it. But they see all of them still don't stay where they are defending. You see how they behave. I don't understand.
Okay, now see somebody is saying stop your envy, you Yorubas. Now let's go down. Let's break this down. What do I have to envy? You to think about it. What do I have to envy? You that you are saying this thing. What do I really have to envy? What? It doesn't even make any sense. You just take the conversation for face value. Nobody's trying to insult you. Nobody's trying to, what do I gain from that? What do I have to envy? Just direct talk. Nobody's trying to play you. Nobody's trying to dribble you. Nobody's trying to snake you. Nobody's trying to conquer you. Nobody's trying to do anything to you. Nobody's twisting anything. This is just face value conversation. What is the envy there? Doesn't even make sense.
What is the envy? Yeah, when Nnamdi Kanu said they should burn Lagos, it is the pride of the Yoruba. He said it in his own words in that video, that they take away their pride from them. So who is envying who? The truth of the matter is for me, I used to say something. What the government of Lagos State is doing is just a realization of what we should have done a long time. See, You cannot go to Ebonyi as an external person and become a counselor or become a principal. It's not possible. Even if I said this thing on this platform, even Ojuku's wife could not get a senatorial seat from her husband's constituency. They have to tell her that you are not from here, go back to your state. She has to go back to her state. Ebonyi person cannot go and become head of whatever in Imo. That is how they are. One of their leaders said something. He said it is only Igbos that have an alias name or whatever, a tribal name for all tribes. They call Yoruba Onyefe man. They call this one Nyamiri. They call that one this. They are the only one that have all these things. The Yorubas will take you with all love, give you the land, give you everything. I have seen where a Yoruba man was fighting an Igbo oga that failed to settle his guy. They fought the guy and made sure he settled that boy after several years of serving him. That is Yorubas for you. But now you come here and you now want to monopolize everything, and you expect those ones to fold their hands. If you say Lagos is not is no man's land, why do they have an Oba? Why do they have a prominent ruler in Lagos? Is the lineage from your tribe? So these things are just things that.
What crime did they do in Nigeria? You see, that's that nonsense. I know what you're doing. You can't fool me.
Fool you on what? What are we trying to fool you on? Can you let us know what we are trying to fool you on?
Is this Charles?
Let him talk. So Charles, what are we trying to fool you on? Please explain.
The name the guy came with Better Nigeria. This guy went from Break Nigeria.
No comment.
That's how I was shocked that I was in, man. I'm thinking this is Better Nigeria. The guy went from this guy that used to come here with Nigeria was destroyed, Nigeria was breaking.
I'm surprised to see Better Nigeria. 2 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Mike, which other topic do we have that we can discuss on?
We have let the poor breed, though.
Huh?
Let the poor breed that is said in Senate. I don't know why that thing is getting Nigerians angry. That statement. I think Nigerians are just angry in general. Because the senators were approving something good for Nigerian citizens when they said that, and they made it as a joke. And the next thing, people were insulting them.
But the manner at which he said it, and after that statement, that is what got people angry. The way they laugh
But
over
it's approving something good for them now. Everybody has used the joke. Everybody used the joke.
Forget about that. What are they putting forward for Nigerian? They don't have anything for Nigerian people. They are just mocking. Look at the way they laugh when they talk about the poor. Let the poor breathe, and everybody just laugh. So they are mocking the poor people. That is what it means, and they should be concerned. You will not see leaders, group of leaders in Europe talking about their common people and laughing at them.
The president made a statement. The president made. Sorry, please. The president made a statement. He made that statement. Let the poor breed. Now, yes, some people criticize it, but they did not take it out of context. The media.
No. I'm not talking about the president.
I know. Hold on now. I know.
The president, right?
No. When the first person that made that statement was the president.
Okay.
Now, very sincerely, let us be very sincere with ourselves. If Peter Obi had made
no, I'm referring to the Senate president.
I
didn't even know that
the Senate president.
Tinubu, Yeah, I didn't even know that Tinubu made such statement, but it was Senate President that made it at the floor of the Senate, and everybody busted into laughter.
No, hold on. The first person that made that statement, if there is a copyright for it, the owner of it, the originator of it was Tinubu. I don't know how many people remember when he said so. That let the poor breed.
He said it beside Buhari, the most
Tinubu said so. Now, when Tinubu said so, of course, some people criticized it, but it was not as vehement as this. Now, I am saying, and I said to people then, when they first criticized that, if Peter Obi had said that same statement, we will be comparing him to Lee Kuan Yew and Mother Teresa and Nelson Mandela combined together.
Can you explain yourself without Peter Obi's name for once?
What do you mean? Peter Obi is a public figure in Nigeria. Why should I mess? What do you mean? I can make inference to him. What are you talking about?
They don't want you to talk about things.
Why would I not talk about him?
They don't want you to
Is
talk
somebody
about
that contested to be the president of Nigeria in a public figure in Nigeria?
Use the guy that came second.
They don't want you to.
No, it's him. I want to use. You will not tell me who to use as an example or to make reference to. Okay, I will damn choose Peter Obi 1 million times over if I like. So don't tell me who to use as a reference.
They don't want you to talk about Peter Obi. They don't want you to talk about IPOB.
So I saw when on Arise and they were blowing it. You see, this atmosphere is already tense. There are certain things that we can talk about and move on. It's okay. You see, if you don't want to feel the heat, you will not come near the kitchen. I dare any of the legislators, senators, to complain that because people are abusing it. Any politician that does not have people to complain about him, to criticize him, or to abuse him, has no business in politics. So I don't expect them to react to that at all. The only way I don't like is when we are using very simple things to heat up the polity and creating enmity among people. But that they are abusing the politician, I have no business.
Bishop,
yes.
Political analysts can analyze presidential statement or any statement made by the politician.
That's what I'm saying. If you analyze it, you can analyze objectively, but not.
But it might not sound objectively to you because you are the Tinubu man. But
no, okay.
Other people, it sounds objective.
Thank you,
yes.
Good. Now, because I am Tinubu man, according to you, right? But Tinubu, the thing did not generate controversy when Tinubu made that statement. And he made that statement from the position of compassion that there must be concessions so that there can be a little bit of level playing ground. Even though we know that necessary painful decisions must be taken. It's like somebody that have gangrene, diabetes, I mean, what do they call it? That now has gangrene. Is it gangrene they call it? This one that has the affected leg, and you are now saying, yes, "Oh, you don't want them to amputate your leg." You got to make a choice, because the king will keep growing. It will keep growing. If they don't cut it at the toe today, it will get to your ankle. If they don't cut it at the ankle, it will get to your knee. So it's a decision of the weak when they amputate this thing now before it's pressed to the rest of the body. It's a choice that must be taken. Now, that choice of cutting off one's leg is not an easy choice. It's going to be a very difficult process that you open your eye and say they will come. But you got to make a choice between allowing the thing to spread to the other part of the body that can lead to eventual death, or let's just take that decision. So we are taking the decision to exercise.
Bishop, sorry, let me ask you. So on the process of amputating that leg in the theater, the doctors are making jokes and saying this leg has to go. They will laugh. What about
Doctors
that?
do that a lot.
Let's just
hold on.
Want to analyze, let's be objective and let's analyze what's on ground.
If you make a statement,
in the
Hold
Senate
on.
floor. That's why
We are,
people got angry.
we are maybe you and people that think alike. We leave the substance of the matter and start looking for where we will just now the saying is this: if somebody says something and other people, maybe it might not even be funny, maybe the way he said it sounded funny to them. In
He too
funeral,
was laughing. He was laughing himself.
hold on. In funeral, during funeral service, some officiating ministers, they will make statements. The way people will laugh, you will forget that they are actually in a funeral. So what I'm saying is that we leave substance, we leave major necessary things, and begin to focus on.
But Bishop, did you listen to the senior president and the colleagues when they make that?
I did not listen to the
They
colleagues. I
were
only
literally
listened to
making fun of it.
You
Fun of
didn't.
it.
I did not listen to the colleagues. I only
Trivializing the
listened to the
pains of
Senate president.
Nigerians.
No, hold on. So, did you listen to the way the senior president make their statement and the laughter after that? Did you watch that, or you didn't see that?
I just told you. I just answered you now that I listened to what he said. I did not hear the response of his colleague.
No, you are not truthful. You are not truthful.
Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, you are not
Ajanle
truthful.
Koko. I will not call
He
you a
just wants
liar.
to
I
spin
respect
it.
you. Hold on. I will not call you a liar because I respect
Hold
you.
on.
Listen. I'm not holding on. I'm not holding on for you. I'm not holding on for you. I said I'm not. No. I'm just listen. Ajanle Koko, don't stop doing this. Stop doing this.
Hold on.
I won't call you a liar. I will not. No, don't. I will not hold on for you. I won't hold on for you. Stop. You just call me a liar that I'm not being truthful because I'm afraid of you, so that you will chop up my head. I reject that, and I keep saying it here. I won't insult you, but if you bring it to me honestly,
there is no way you're gonna tell us.
That is not for you to decide what I had. It is not for you. It is definitely not for you. Ajanle Koko, it is not for you to decide what I had. I have told you what I had. And you have no right whatsoever to call me a liar based on what I had. Am I afraid of you that you will swallow my head? Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Stop. Listen. You cannot call me a liar. What do you mean I'm not saying the truth?
No, I'm not calling you
Am
a
I
liar.
afraid of you that I will not say something? That's not exactly what you said. I told you what I had. I told you what I had. I told you what I had. What do you mean that I'm not being truthful?
No, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that statement. If that statement is so harsh, I'm very sorry for that statement. But what I'm saying, that video was very, very clear to everybody what happened in that video. Immediately, the president of the Senate made that statement. Everybody busted into laughter. And that sounds to a lot of Nigerians, including myself, that you are mocking.
I will go back and see it again.
Go and watch it.
The one I
And
saw.
he repeated it 3 times. He repeated the joke 3 times.
The one I saw was an extract. I think I watched it. It was even on my phone, and I saw it. I was in the truck.
Oh, maybe.
It was what I don't know whether it was Chew or somebody that was doing one analysis. They just clip where the statement, and it has not even generated any controversy at that time. If I go back because if I hear it and I make a comment about it,
go back to what?
Maybe
you are not paying.
So I told you what I had, the one I had, and it was because Tinubu had made such statement before. That's why I did not pay so much attention. I don't see it as something big.
You are the one telling us that Tinubu made that statement, and and I can believe that Tinubu made that statement from.
Yeah, Tinubu made the statement. He's the first person. Often they know that if Bishop is lying, they will debunk it. They will debunk it. If Tinubu made that statement,
from the way you mentioned.
The point is not about Tinubu making it first. Tinubu did not say it the way God's will them used it in the Senate House. Tinubu said it normally. God's will then we were making joke out of it. And if you're in Nigeria and you see the situation of people on the street, it's because maybe you are chilling in one luxury apartment and you will not relate to the sensitivities of Nigerians on ground. And then when they complain about these things, you say they're being emotional, they're being this, they're just picking faults and all of that. That's insensitivity.
Okay, very good. My brother, thank you very much. I want to say something, please. See, when Tinubu said it, he said it with a plain mind. And I can tell you on the street of Lagos today, as I speak, that word is now a slang. I was about entering into a Keke Marua and the Onimarua said, okay, where will you normally take for 300 naira? The person said 400 naira. And the lady shouted, let the poor breathe now. Oga, no be 200 naira they carry. It is already a slang.
That is not, it's not the point of the slang. Nobody is arguing that it's not a slang, my brother. See, my brother, it is a slang. I will tell you that it's a slang. I use it too. The only contest is that these are senators that are eating money, that just allocated 70 billion to themselves, using let the poor breathe as a joke.
Calm down. They have not yet allocated 70 billion to themselves. Okay? So let's calm down. They were discussing on something they were going to sign for the whole Nigerian populace. At the end of the day,
but they are attempting to allocate 70 billion themselves.
At the end of the day, the Senate president said, let the poor breathe. To them, it sounds like a comic relief, like he was mimicking the president. Sometimes, I think, you see, Nigerians, when you give too much to Nigerians, you begin to see this kind of a thing. If it was a closed door section and they didn't even let you know what was going on there, everybody would say, they are doing caucus. And now you are seeing what is going on there. And in a very light mode, without having any arm, somebody made a statement mimicking the president, and maybe it was unexpected to the remaining colleagues in the Senate, and they just busted into laughter. And we are now reading meaning to it. And the best, the first
Okay,
statement
so
that
you don't
is
want us to, you don't want us to read meaning to it. So you don't want us to read meaning.
You don't have to read meaning into these things.
You are judging Nigerians that cannot eat, that cannot see food to eat, if they are reading meaning to it.
They should be mindful.
Does it have to the suffering of the people? If you read meaning to it, does it remove from the suffering of the people?
Hold on. Look. The action, the statement and action of our leaders, carries a lot of implication. So they should be mindful. They should be aware of that. If they don't know that their action and their statement carry a lot of implication, then they are not fit to be in the position of leadership. You can't, in this situation, in this time, at this time when people
This
are
is the
going
time they
through
need to be
pain,
sober.
suffering, hardship, and you are saying, let the poor breathe, and everybody busted into laughter. It's not, the optics is not good at all. It's not good at all. It is not good. And I believe,
all my brother here, we're gonna be on this thing for many years.
After that incident, I believe they will regret their action too, because all over the news, the media.
But the Senate president had made a statement. There was a release. I did not read it. That's a kind of explaining what happened and apologize. I did not read it, so I will not. But I know there was a release from the office of the Senate president.
Oh, okay. They apologize. They apologize. Is that what you are saying?
I think so.
No. They respond. They react on the video. It's not maybe they apologize. They explain what they are doing. One man read it earlier today now. One man read it. One man read it out today. Yeah.
What did they say? What did they say?
It's like they are explaining
they were spinning it now. They were spinning it.
They don't apologize. But they explain what is going on the floor. The reason why that word come up.
That show that they don't even show any sense of empathy to their people. Towards their people.
But they were just spinning it. The letter they dropped, they were just spinning
That one will not stop what is going on in the street of Lagos, Baba. It's not gonna stop anything.
Look, let me tell you. You see, leaders must show some kind of compassionate to their people when people expresses their anger towards them on a particular, in response to particular action that they made or they did, they should have apologized, that they are sorry, that if what they did, is interpreted wrongly or in such a way, but they didn't mean it. It's because they have taken Nigerian people for a ride for long, because they believe nothing can happen to them, they can do whatever they like, and they can get away with it. That's why they did not apologize. They should have apologized to Nigerian people, that they are sorry for their action. They did not.
But they were busy trying to spin it. They were
them.
spinning and spinning it.
They shouldn't interpret it negatively, and this is what really happened, and such will not happen again. That is how you can speak to show respect. Show respect to your people. But they just make a blanket statement.
Sorry, Adalikoko, I was just looking at the statement, the origin of the statement. So it turned out when they were discussing National Electricity Regulatory Commission wanted to increase tariff. And it was when they were discussing that some House members were now against it. That no, it is not the right time to increase tariff. And that it was in that context that Akpabio now makes it
yes.
So let's imagine.
Right. Yes.
So let's play back the scenario that people were not arguing. So there was a consensus. Everybody said no, it's not the right time. That people are already going through a lot, which is a statement of fact. So after they have fought to suspend or postpone indefinitely the increase or the review of the tariff, in part of its statement, it was like an exclamation. People now let the poor breathe now. Maybe the way he said it turns out to be funny. Maybe it is, maybe the mannerism, maybe the mannerism and the rest, but the context of their discussion
forget, we are not talking. Nobody's talking about the context. Yes, you are right.
And the disposition,
but I'm just reading it now. That I'm reading the statement of how he made that something. So it was like what they were discussing was actually in defense of the generality of Nigeria. Maybe the mannerism of the way he now cap it up with him. Of course, they have already won because almost everybody supported the suspension of that tariff review in tariff. So maybe the way he said it, I will definitely look for it tonight. When we finish this, I would listen to the video and see the whole. But from what I'm reading now, because I did not even know that it was electricity something they were discussing when he made it. So sometimes, anyhow, let me just rest in there.
Good morning, please. Can I please chip in? I really came in because of this. Let the word breathe. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Bishop, what you read is correct, but I will implore you to watch the video. You see, Akpabio is fond of something. If you are not a leader, you can make rhetorics and jokes. Even
he trivializes everything, like he trivializes everything.
Yeah, I just want to make an instance.
Bad for this season.
When he won the Senate presidency, even the way he threw jabs at Yari, he was uncalled for. Like he was telling him, you didn't come with a prepared speech. For when you are on the floor of the Senate, it's different. You can make the joke of a common governor or common something. But when you are a leader now, it is different. So that one is forced. The rhetoric he threw to Yari was not palatable, but maybe the guy just waved it. But on this particular video, I watched it. It was the guy who proposed the bill to cancel the electricity bill that made a statement of let the world breathe. When Akpabio was addressing it, now he turned it to joke. He was laughing about it, he mentioned that let the poor breathe 3 times and with laughter. So it looks like he's mocking the people. So that is what really happened. That's what triggered people. And even in the statement of apology, it doesn't look like an apology, just like an explanation. The explanation of the electric bill, we were doing things for the people. But if you watch the video, it was like mocking the people. That's just why I came. I saw the video, I watched it like 3 times. It's uncalled for a leader to make those kind of statements on a bill that is so important to the people. Thank you.
My brother, thank you for that clarification. Some people will spin everything until they spill Nigeria upside down.
You are even part of it. You are even part of the uptown.
Uptown, how far that bet now?
I wanted to speak to something earlier that the way we even deviated from the topics of distractions of the day. There's a point I started. Who is the siren guy?
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think there was a point Asari Dokubo raised in his video about Wike. And this is a point I've made on this platform before, but some people have continued to insist that Wike was one of the best governors. And I'm still trying to understand what parameters the people saying Wike was one of the best governors, how was that judged? Because when I heard that Asari Dokubo talk about it, that was like, oh, this guy is obviously talking like an actual Rivers man, because all my Rivers friends
What's going on?
Oh, okay. Are you guys still here? Or what's going on?
Yes, we are.
What happened? I thought it was my internet that went out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
did internet disconnect?
I don't know. I think so. Maybe from I don't know.
So I was talking about Wike's issue. I don't know if some of those that says Wike did very wonderfully in Rivers State. I don't know if they're in the platform. If anybody is here, I would like to actually ask the person what indices did you use to arrive at the conclusion that Wike did well in Rivers State. I'm saying this at the backdrop of Asari's testimony.
I can attest to that. Asari testimony, did you listen to him finally?
Okay.
And in the end, he still praised all the governors. In the end, when he was making that statement, he was in the context of the statement he was making at that time. But in the end,
Thank you. You watched the video. Yes.
Yeah,
This person watched the video. Yeah.
I watched it to the end.
Yeah.
So in the end, he wasn't criticizing Wike again. At that point, he said there is that we should go and check the poverty index. The Rivers State, it was at the context of what he was talking at that time. It was not like he discredited whatever the Wike has done.
No, he said it clearly. He said that development is not about cement and mortar or flyover or road. And that's the point, which is the point I've always made here, because I've tried to study the River State situation. I've tried to talk to all my friends in River State, and everybody shares the same opinion. My friends say, once you remove the flyover and remove the road, the roads in Port Harcourt mainly, and just a few others, that there's absolutely no other
People
point
from
of development that he did anything there.
People from Uptown, people from Ebonyi say the same thing. We don't.
People from Ebonyi say the same thing too. Exactly.
Yes, there is no way
Ebonyi
state
and Rivers, exactly the same thing.
Yes, I know what I'm saying. Because there's invest a lot on infrastructure. You understand me? There is no way. Because with the state government don't have the resources the way we always thought they have it. If you want to perform on the infrastructure of the state, there is no way you can't do the two things together.
No. That is actually that is not a right perception. Do you know, I can even agree a little bit for Ebonyi because of how much is available to Ebonyi. But if you check how much is available to Rivers, that does not apply to that.
Okay, can I come in now? You see, like what you are saying, in the context of what you are saying, first of all, even during the construction, people of Rivers are employed. The construction is not done by robots. So that is another context. But
Julius Berger was employing Rivers people.
Why no? So people who will lay blocks, who will no, don't talk like that. There's nowhere in the world.
How many thousand? Can you put a number to the people
but agree with me, whether one or two. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to go on the percentage. So what I'm saying in essence is that infrastructure don't immediately show development. It is in the long run. So check Rivers State after 1 year, 2 years. Whatever will happen in Rivers State is not based on the new Fubara's government. It is what Wiki has laid down. Now he has opened road to the local communities, open road to the farmland. It's not immediately where the construction stands that you begin to see human development. No. So tell me wherever in the world that because of construction, poverty was eradicated immediately. It is gradually.
Wait. We need to understand this is basic economics. You can't tell me that laying foundation for development is building flyovers. No. Laying foundation for development where your HDI is crashing, your health system is down there, your education system is down there, every other thing is down there. Industrialization. The only reason why, and I went to study the industrialization numbers, and the only reason why, can you imagine that Anambra State, in some of the these things, was topping Rivers as third after Lagos and Ogun, and then you find Anambra before Rivers. Whereas Rivers has all of the oil refineries and a lot of industries from back in the days. So nobody should be able to impeach Rivers, not even in the next 100 years. That means that there are no new industries. There are no new factories. It's just those old ones that have been there. So now you're talking about education. And again, we need to consider how much is available to Rivers. We are talking about ×4 of what is available to Imo, Anambra, ×5 of Ebonyi, maybe ×6. Is that much? It is humongous money. And then you build 10 flyovers, and then you build. Remember that the Umahi built 21 bridges, 21, and how many in Ebonyi? Check the lean resources of Ebonyi. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still criticizing Umahi that he only did that. But
I
check
love
the
that
lean
man.
resources.
You know what he did? He did direct labor. That's what the man did. But I don't know how
And even Umahi was even doing direct labor. You get what I'm saying? But the point is, it is only lazy governors who cannot sit down and draft out a comprehensive intersectorial development plan and start implementing, especially in intangible assets, which actually boost development and create a strong foundation for a sustainable future. So whenever they enter immediately, because they don't have the acumen to do that, they don't even have the resilience to go through that rigorous process of pulling people out of poverty and doing this and that. No, it is so easy. Any dummy can just call contractors, give them money to build flyover, even where flyover is not needed. Build roads, because that one you can easily snap picture. If you are working on education, it's an intangible asset. Even if you sink in 50 billion, 100 billion into education, a lot of people will think you're not doing anything yet because it's intangible. Most times you cannot call big parties for it. But lazy governors will quickly go and build physical things that they will spend twice the money in PR to call all the radio stations in the whole Nigeria and to commission roads. If they build 100 kilometers, they will commission 20 kilometers. They will cut it. Commission 20
Are you
attacking
Wike because he did not support your principle?
No. I've always held this view.
Are you telling us
before
that
the election?
Hold on. Are you telling us that building infrastructure, opening up?
No, that's not what I said.
Roads to rural area that never seen road since the existence of Nigeria, all those things doesn't matter because you are attacking. I believe it's Wike you are attacking now.
No. Baba, we should try to
who are you
normalize
making
now that
reference
election is over. We
with
should
all
try to normalize. If we
who are
want to
you
talk
making
about some issues, we should talk about them without saying, is it because this happened last year or whatever? No. This is
who are
something
you
that we
making
can
reference
argue
to?
back
Who
and
are you
forth
making
with
reference to?
numbers. Because when
Who
I
are you
started
making
arguing,
reference to? Who are you making it that a bit 12
I'm talking
bridges
about Wike
is
clearly
falling?
now.
Eh?
I was clear about what I was talking about.
Who are you
I was
making
talking about
reference?
Wike and River State.
Uh-huh.
And the same thing
So,
is happening in Ebonyi State. I have friends in Ebonyi State. My brother worked in FMC. And I can tell you that Ebonyi people are poorer than they were 5-10 years ago. And I can tell you also that a lot of roads, if in fact, in River State, some roads have been opened in the rural area. It is not happening like that in Ebonyi State. It's not happening like
Almost
that in
every
Ebonyi.
road
They
was
are not
tied.
opening the rural
Almost every
areas.
road was tied. Yes.
No.
I know.
You have to
Doctor,
differentiate between
hold on a
Ebonyi and
minute.
Abakaliki.
Hold on a minute. You see, your perspective for development is different from someone's perspective for development. Let's take, for instance, I want to come and invest in Nigeria now, and what I wanted to do, I have the environment in Anambra and in River State can accommodate whatever I want to come and invest. And in Anambra, I realized that I will need to create the road that leads to my investment. And in Port Harcourt, I know there is a road that leads to my investment. Where will I go? That is what we are talking about, infrastructure. If infrastructure is in place, investor will easily come there to situate their business. I'm not saying like Anambra is not doing good. Anambra is known for production already. So that is why you can see the difference, like production is going on there because they are business people right from time. But Port Harcourt, River State is known for oil extraction. So it's a different place. So what they need now, let's take UAE for example. UAE don't have any production company. Everything that is in UAE is assembled there or is brought there. But because they have infrastructure, Nigerians want to go there. All the world wants to go there. So there's nothing wrong in somebody building infrastructure. It can be just a tourist destination. You don't know. So your perspective on development and someone else's perspective, you don't criticize it like
No. I can actually give you a context of somebody states that did that in the past. That's what you're saying didn't work. Let me give you an example. When you go to Cross River and Akwa Ibom,
I know Cross River, right? I know about Cross River, and those places are still beautiful. Cross River didn't make a mistake. It is just because they don't have continuous government, and Wiki had a continuous government. When Donald Douglas did it left,
and sweet, you can lead the roads, yeah. But what is going on now? Okay, guess what now? In the new statistics that just dropped, that same place with those high infrastructures in Akwa Ibom and Cross River, they were the highest in poverty rates in the south. Go and check it. 3 days ago, it dropped. Now, when you go to Cross River and Akwa Ibom State today, with those roads and flyovers, almost no economic activities happening. Their education is not popping. Their health system
but
is
there is
not
one
working.
thing you're not checking. If they don't have those infrastructure,
people are not setting up industries.
Hold on, uptown. If they don't have those infrastructure, that poverty rate will have declined more. They were where they are because of those few things you saw. I have been
No. They didn't improve. No, you have to check where they're coming from. They didn't necessarily improve.
I have been to Cross River. Every year, end of the year, you know the carnival that goes on in Cross River. If they don't have those infrastructure, people will not go there. If they had erosion everywhere, nobody will go there. But every December, I've visited the place before December period. Their carnival is world standard. Take it or leave it. And they have
What is the effect of the carnival on the people of
uptown, please?
No. One thing, hold on. One thing you don't know is that let me give you another example. When people fight to bring football, like World Cup to their country or some big event to their country, do you think it's just because the government wants to make it? It's because whatever is in that area, environment, people there will make businesses, the hotels there.
You have not asked the question. Who is moving to Cross River and Akwa Ibom today because of those roads? Who? 10 years later, who is moving there?
I don't know the basis of the argument, but if you go and look at it, whatever level they are today,
I was there last year.
those infrastructure still remain there. Otherwise, they will have gone down.
Can I interject?
No. They have no business going down because they're one of the highest earning states. Have you checked their FAC allocations?
It is not about earning. It's not about earning.
There's money now, so why should they go down? They're not an underprivileged state.
Okay, for instance, let's talk about the best earning state. Delta is number one.
Strategy.
Delta is number one.
Adopted by their governors.
Hold on. Delta is number one. Delta don't have infrastructure and it doesn't have all these things you are talking about. Delta is number one.
I talked about Delta a couple of days ago that they're a big failure.
Okay, you see, and Delta doesn't even have infrastructure. So why do we condemn the one that even have? These things will pay in the long run. Take it or leave it.
Can I comment, please? Uptown.
Please, let me make my point clear again. I didn't say fiscal infrastructure is not good. I said building only road and flyovers is not an economic development. It will not take you anywhere. I didn't say it is not good.
Okay, see, Uptown.
I didn't say it's bad.
Let me.
There's where you approach developments. You don't but lazy governors just want to do eye service, build flyovers for 8 years, take pictures, and carry the rest of the money and vacate.
Uptown, can I come in now, please? Now, see, the business of governance is to ensure the security of its people, and in terms of economy, make the environment conducive to attract investors. People go to Lagos because the government of Lagos has been able to make it so from time. Now, Lagos State does not own all the businesses in Lagos. It is owned by private individuals, and what attracts them is the situation of Lagos, as in the way it is. If Wike is building roads to all the rural settlements, anybody that has the vision of maybe situating a project around there will be encouraged to do so, because now road or transportation is not a problem anymore. Now, you kept on saying...
What of the seaport advantage? What of the seaport advantage?
Yes, let me even land my point, please. You kept on saying flyovers. Wike is not all about flyovers. Wike built world-class cancer center in Rivers. Wike built what's it called? Football academy, where Rivers State indigenous, if 4 or 5 indigenous of Rivers are playing for Real Madrid or playing abroad, he has affected some set of people. In terms of sport, I know Wike invested a lot in sports, which is where the majority of the youth concentrate their energy and effort. So if we want to look at Wike from the aspect of flyover, we might not be seeing a true picture of it. But
that is why that is why I called on the topic, because I've made my personal investigation. So I want another view. If somebody have contrary data to provide to me.
1 minute. I'll let you continue. But one Uptown, you see that statement you referred to from Asari Dokubo. Yeah, don't just listen to people and take them hook, line, and sinker. I have searched for
I'm
it.
only saying that Asari confirmed something I've been saying.
If you can provide where the poverty index is, where River is flat, I've looked for it. I didn't see it on the.
I have it already. I checked it.
Post it on the private chat.
I will send it for you.
Probably post it on the private chat. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Oladide, go ahead.
Uptown, if Wike is building roads, see, majority of people that leave Nigeria to search for greener pastures abroad live for 3 things. 1, infrastructure that is lacking in Nigeria. 2, security. 3 is they are looking for greener pasture in terms of economic buoyancy. Now, if Wike can tar all the roads in Rivers, let's not blame him. The person coming in should look at, okay, so the roads are being cut. Some investors will come in. Now, let the person build or no, let me pick electricity or pick this. That is what we call continuity. That is what is happening in Lagos, and that is why Lagos is progressing. Instead of us coming to castigate somebody that has even done something, come to places like Ogun State and see governors that are not doing anything. Go to River Delta, you see governors that are not doing anything, and you now want to pick out Wike, probably because he's not favoring your
No, I'll
political
tell you why
distance.
I picked out Wike, not just Wike and Omai. I'll tell you why I picked their cases out.
Okay, tell me please. Tell me please.
Because of the wrong impression people. Yes, because of the wrong impression people are picking. And again, I picked Ebonyi State out because I have relatives there. But for River State was from my friends because I'm a very inquisitive person. When the whole Wike building,
very good.
flyovers and everything came up, I started conducting my investigation there. First of all, I asked a friend of mine, the producer there. I was like, wow, we hear that wonders is happening in River State. You are enjoying it. The guy's like, enjoying what? Because they do flyover, they snap picture for honor. Guy, River State is harder than we have ever seen it in our own life. Nothing is moving in this state. I was like, okay, let me conduct investigation on that. And the same thing I did in Ebonyi State. Do you know that when you go to Ebonyi State now, do you know everything, most of the things you are hearing is concentrating in Abakaliki, the state capital. Now,
no, uptown.
Wait. Now, I said most of.
I have a sister that says, I have someone who give me well updates about Ebonyi State.
No. The thing is that
almost every road was tied in Ebonyi State.
No.
Almost every road. Yes.
Wait, calm down. Well, these things are things we can actually search for and investigate what it is about. Now, tell me, it's a very simple question. Tell me in other local governments, other parts of River State, Wike did well. In Ebonyi State, outside Abakaliki, tell me any infrastructure in terms of building or whatever, what have you, was erected in any other place apart from Abakaliki. Whether it's the mall he built, whether it's the airport he built, whether it's the hospital
let me tell you,
or
I have a sister. My sister served in Ebonyi State. You understand me? My sister served in Ebonyi State, and under the place the transfer her to, she's like doing construction something, and my sister can wait. That's why I don't know anything about Igbo land. He's the one who give me details about Ebonyi. He said the guy did extremely well, but people doesn't have cash. Like the money is not flowing throughout on the indigenous. Just like
does she have any
people
explanation why it's not flowing?
Don't stay there. Just went there for only 1 year, But for the report of the infrastructure, she told me no. She was very happy about the infrastructure in the state.
Uptown, see, let me say something. Uptown,
let me respond to my friend. Now, you said by yourself, do you know that the ultra-modern market Umahi built with billions of naira? Do you know that 3 years later, till today, that market has not been, 5% of it have not been occupied? Do you know what is happening in that market? Ebonians are coming to cluster around the market with small table because none of them can afford a shop in it. And this is replicated in several other things like the hospitals. Nobody's affording it. Nobody can go there. Now, let me make a point.
But do you think it's the state's fault of that, or it's not general, maybe national economy, or what do you think?
National economy.
No. See the
thing.
Uptown. Wait. We have two governors that people believe they did something. Just forget about whatever they do. And you are here criticizing them that they didn't do anything.
I'm not
What about the
criticizing.
one?
This is a simple academic exercise. This is brainstorming.
Why are you
I tell you the numbers.
investigating?
You tell me the counter numbers.
Why are you investigating the one that they claim? And we also what they do. Whatever, even if it is concentrated in one term, that one term is in MOU state. That one term is in River State. What about those one who did not do anything?
No. See, nobody cares. I'll see. Let me tell you. The only reason why I want to investigate, like, so if somebody tell me Obi did well, and Obi is a wonderful governor, is hyping Obi, I'll go there and cross-check his tenure and check everything. Anybody, the people that failed woefully, nobody ever cares to go and cross-check anything because they are failure anyway.
So are you not telling them as failure? So the two of them now, are you not saying they are failure?
Are you listening? That's not what I'm saying now. Listen to me so you know what I'm saying. I said the only reason why I will go and check on Umahi, people like Umahi.
Now you have checked the two of them. So what can you say? What can you say?
Please, it's morning. I will have a headache if I talk too much. The only reason why I will check on Umahi and check on Wike is because they are seen as the people that performed. I won't waste my energy going to check on people that failed, that everybody have a national consensus.
So the question I'm asking you now, what is your conclusion now of the two of them?
My conclusion is really very simple. Infrastructure, they did well. And I can't take it away from them. I feel Umahi did better than Wike because Umahi had 5 times less money than Wike had. And that is the kudos. That's when my kudos for them ends. But my criticism is when you come to Ebonyi State, now when you come to a place, what you do a SWOT analysis. What you check is what you call in economics, scale of preference. Where are you going to start? It's just like you want to start building a house and then you jump the foundation and start from decking 1, or you start from foundation or laying block. So the point is, for a state like, the way Anambra State is now, the level it is with the HDI and the poverty rate and with every other thing, industrialization and what have you, if Soludo comes to Anambra State and say, I will have only 1-point agenda to build physical infrastructure, I will give him kudos to go ahead. But if you come to Ebonyi State with the state it was, it's not infrastructure first. That is why when the UN brought up issues of Millennium Development Goal and Sustainable Development Goal, what they did was they ranked, which China and everybody used, they ranked development stage by stage because it is a scientific process. Now, Ebonyi State was in a stage where they will have to start implementing most of the letters of the Millennium Development Goal. But they jumped it and went to do what I call eye service governance, because Umahi probably wants to run for president. So he wants sharp, something you can see fast. So let's just be moving, because when you start working on those bases that most people don't notice early enough in the days, you're not going to get your kudos early enough. Now, he jumped that because he just wanted to be seen and noticed so fast. And he left the basis, which is at the core of the heart of what Ebonians need, which is Ebonyi has some competitive advantages, which I also have found in my study, which anybody that studies Ebonyi knows, that Ebonyi is the heartland of agriculture as far as Southeast is concerned. And honestly, I think it's in the South. He didn't take advantage of that. He rushed to Bakiliki. He came to where they have a mass of poor people, and you didn't check what development stages you had to work on, because probably you thought that would be tedious for you. You ran away and went and start building Dubai Mall. It's just like going to that building Dubai malls with billions. What is the healthcare system of that place? What is the education levels of those people that is going to sustain this? Because it's the quality of children that you even train out of that college. Those are the people that will sustain the states under what we call sustainability, that's under sustainable development goals, because some people have to come out from the past to sustain the state in the future. The quality of the people that come out from that space, the literacy level of the state has to come up, because people with low
fantastic
literacy
university.
level, people with low
He built
literacy
a
level
very good. He built
will
a
not sustain
university.
Dubai more. Now, if you now
What
go
about
to
the
the
university?
so-called,
What about the
I'm coming,
university? Forget about the Dubai Mall. What
they
about the
built,
university?
he built fantastic universities. Till today,
Hospital.
I keep saying it. No, listen to me. Let me make my.
We have a
Go
new
ahead now.
Joe. Whoever Joe is that Joe? Joe, can you unmute yourself? Some people just come in.
People always think that quality of education. I took my time to study development. Quality of education is not necessarily quality of the bricks and mortars of the structure of the building. That's what people keep doing this. Nobody is saying that brick and mortars and well-designed structures are not good. That's not the point. But quality of an educational system is not necessarily by 7-story building school or 12-story building school. No. Now, if you go to, let me make an example for you. There are, in the South here, do you know that some of the best medical centers, whereby you know that if you're having a brain issue, they say go here. It will strike you that some of them are not the ones with the best or biggest buildings. Now, sometimes if you go to the ones with the best and biggest buildings, it is like empty barrel make most noise. If you enter inside, there's no content, because even the structure of the health system in this space is not even structured to maintain any quality health care. Now, it takes deliberate investment and deliberate restructuring over time with a clear clear plan to fix a health care. It's not just mapping out a land and building didactic structures. You can build the didactic structures that people will be dying every day there.
Uptown. So
what are you doing with the staff, your medical staff? Have you restructured your civil service system? What is the quality of your civil service system that is going to deliver education, deliver health, deliver
Listen,
governance?
somebody is calling you. Somebody is calling you now.
I can hear.
So Uptown. So what you are telling on in essence is that with everything that guy has done to you, it's like he has not set the priority of the state well.
He jumped it.
Yeah, but let me tell you this. Putting infrastructure here and there in that state is to open up that state for economic activities. But you know why you don't see people in those malls and in those places you are talking about? It's because of the insecurity in the Southeast. A lot of people are scared. A lot of people are scared away from coming to do business in the Southeast due to IPOB and the shenanigans that are going on in the houses. So if that had not been the case, we would have been seeing it would have been a different ball game in Ebonyi State. Because that guy built those to encourage investment, to investors into those states, open other states for investors to move in, and to help the economic galvanize economic activity in the state. So it might not work now, but in the future, it might be the best economic base that he has built for the state. So don't criticize him in totality as if...
No. Baba, I gave him his kudos first before I began now. I gave him his kudos with what he did. And I had my reservations, and this is not just me having these reservations. Any person that critically analyzing that space comes up with the point. The thing is that
mentioned is that the insecurity scared people from coming in to invest in the Southeast, including Ebonyi State.
What about Rivers?
Rivers, Rivers
How much
is
investment did they attract in the last 8 years?
you are not the one who told you that there is no investment.
I've checked the investments they attracted at least in the last 7 to 8 years.
They are building. Look, they are opening up that place too with those infrastructure that Wike has built. Wike has done a lot of. They have put in place a lot of infrastructure that many states in the country they don't even have. The best law school is there in the federation.
The best building of law school. Best building of law school.
Yeah, best building of law school. Definitely, you are going to see students will come in there, right? The best.
If you still don't fix the educational system of that space, it will never bring out equality.
Told you that it doesn't fit the educational system of the place.
You know what I can say about what he's doing? Because he doesn't like the political alignment of these people.
He doesn't support to be, so he's trying to rubbish.
I can still point out some states for you that I have problem with. Bayelsa, I have no problem with their governor, but I can still point out to you the terrible things that I feel about.
Hold on.
The money they have at their expense.
Upton, can I ask a question?
Also, Delta, I have no problem with Delta as well.
Can I ask
I have no problem with Cross River.
Let me finish. Kumi, you will come in. Let me finish. So, all this infrastructure, I mean, the best cancer center, I don't know what he just built in terms of cancer hospital in the country. You want to tell me that we not make it?
It's not the best cancer hospital. Let's
hold on.
It is probably the finest looking building for cancer.
Hold on. You are talking from both sides of your mouth. You are saying Ebonyi did not build, did not invest on education, did not invest on healthcare. But Wike invested on education, on healthcare, and other.
He invested in infrastructures.
Hold on. That school, that law school is an education. The healthcare is the hospital for cancer is an healthcare.
So, Baba, education and healthcare are intangible assets. They're not buildings.
Oh Lord,
we need to learn that first.
They're
not buildings. Buildings is 10% of the. Calm down now. Of course, I tell you, buildings are 10% of the jobs, and nobody is discrediting buildings. Nobody is discrediting buildings.
You open on.
But the point is that it's only in Nigeria. It's only in Nigeria that somebody builds 20-story building as hospital, and they say that's the best hospital in Nigeria. That's not. That's not how it works.
You can all this one that you are condemning others. You can't point to anyone that will be built in Anambra State. You cannot point to anything that will be built.
As far as Anambra is concerned, numbers don't lie, so I don't need to point to anything. Numbers don't lie.
In comparison to what
Anambra has the best healthcare in Nigeria. Anambra has the best healthcare in Nigeria as of today. Check it. Controverts my points.
Just go and sit down.
Ajane Koko, please. I want to put something.
Anybody can research it now, but it's true now.
Okay, let me.
Yeah. Can I put something? Yeah. You see, the question we need to ask ourselves is that why is it that since independent we have been building? At least we can attribute either building one thing, maybe road, healthcare, this and that, and yet Nigeria people they don't enjoy any of these things. Why is it like that? Because every governor that come in or president will have something. Oh, he build this, and
because
none of these things indeed that Nigerians are enjoying.
They want to do the top.
What Midwest is that Midwest that is talking?
Yeah, that is Midwest.
Okay, because I understand the way you normally. Let me give you an example. I practice in Nigeria. I'm a doctor in Nigeria, and because you said Nigeria don't adjoin anything, I don't know where you came about your statistics or what you are saying. I have a general hospital here in Ilorin that was built by the state, and they also have a teaching hospital built by the federal government. So I'm just giving you one example. the general hospital even function more than the teaching hospital, and that is what people are enjoying today, because people prefer to go to that general hospital where they will attend to them promptly, where they have electricity and they have water, than to even go to federal government institution where the CMD is not performing. So you can't just come here and tell us that people are building one thing or the other. Why did you even come about that thing that you just said now? You know, it sounds very ridiculous that people are building one thing or the other and people don't enjoy it. How did you come about that?
I don't know.
So when they're busy, they will tell you not to come inside.
People just you know one thing is that you can't just come and just say something and just throw it. You are there, maybe you are there in Spain or whatever you are.
You love to counter me. Wait now.
He knows the question.
Let me also put this one before this man will interject. Look, CC dependent, we have been building road and we don't have road. It will be very shameful for someone to say, how many years? 60 years. Our road communication is one of the useless in the world. And you are here telling the Nigerians are enjoying their road. Have you been to my state? As if federal state, as a federal road?
What
have you been to hospital where you will peace? And someone will tell you come and pay tax. What are you talking about? I don't know the way you describe that country. I am also in Nigeria like you. I have been to Nigeria. I don't enjoy any services. I don't enjoy any of the services. The government cannot manage any services. Is it electricity? We'll be pumping money to electricity. Where is the light? So when I tell you something, sometimes you just come, you can't me as if Nigeria is paradise. I don't like it.
It's not about countering you. Wait. It's not about countering you. You are saying that they are building road, people don't enjoy the road. So where did they are they flying? Are they not still flying those roads?
Know what he's talking about. Don't pick him out of context.
Wait, so
it's not what you say now. They do. You said they do.
Roads are not good. They are not there. Is it not even shameful? Wait, look at another thing. 60 years of building road. How many universities do we have in Nigeria that are training civil engineers and we cannot build road? And you are here telling me Nigeria is progressing? My brother, if we are on television, let us say the fact that things are not working.
I don't understand your argument. I don't understand your argument.
Do you know how much
they should stop on electricity? What you are saying now, the little that they are doing, they should not do it again, or is that what you are saying?
Okay, can I interject now, please? Thank you.
The little they are doing, they are only building their works. They are not doing anything.
Midwest, hold on. It's not like someone is disagreeing with you or anything. It's just that we don't
treasure of the land.
Midwest, hold on. It's not like someone is disagreeing with you. We don't understand your statements. Because what you're saying is, you said a build road, but no one is enjoying it. So that's where we are confused. Like,
Mike, I can't.
Well, maybe you meant to say they are not building road. But it's where you structure your statement that is confusing. You know,
okay. Can I go ahead now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And it's nice to be here once again. And I've been listening to what you guys have been discussing about. I will start from the last speaker, talk about the question he raised here. You cannot tell me Nigeria is not improving. If you say it's at a slow pace, we can understand. If somebody want to travel from Ibadan all the way to Maiduguri or to Calabar, if he does not have money to buy plane, he can go by road. You can say the roads are not good enough or some parts are not good enough. You can say that. Are they renovating them? Some portion or some kilometers of a road were being renovated by the federal government, not all. In some states are also renovating their road and some are not renovating enough. But you cannot come here and say that we don't have road. If you don't have road, how do people get from one location to another location? So I think what you could say that maybe
just Google and say Nigeria road, the state of Nigeria road, and see what you see.
Can I just finish? If you
have been building this road, CC dependent. We are dependent.
Listen, Nigeria is a developing country, and we know there is a monumental corruption and so many crises have taken place in that over decades. A country will develop in relative peace. I mean relative peace. I don't mean total peaceful. So relative peace, at least things will work out fine. Now, that if you have said that, okay, Nigeria is not, our road is not good enough, or the pace of construction is extremely slow, we can understand. But in Nigeria today, you can be rest assured that you can move from one state to another state by road, or so no problem about that. So you cannot come here and say, okay, we have just stand still, nothing is changing in that country. I don't agree with you.
Now, how will you have relative peace where 20 million of your children are out of school?
I want to go to Uptown. I want to go to Uptown now.
Just answer this question in addition to answering me. Okay. How will you have relative peace in Nigeria where 20 million of your children are out of school?
Okay, thank you. I will take your question along with that one. First, I will answer the question you just asked now. When you look at Nigeria in the last 20 years, you can see that some part of the country, they put their tent, they have been having children and they are not letting them go into school. I'm talking about the northern part of the country. While some states in Nigeria have really, they have spent heavily on education, and we can see the result. Some states in Nigeria, the orientation also changed a little bit. People started to think education is not important anymore. So far I can have a trade or a business, I can make my money. So it does not necessarily mean I should send my children to school or my children to go to school. And you said 20 million children out of school. I don't know where you get your statistics. I'm not sure about that. But I know that a large chunk of children in the northern part of Nigeria, especially in the northeast and northeast because of what happened there, Boko Haram crisis affected, and then in Benue because of the clashes, the communal clashes, also affect a lot of people not to go to school. Now I will go back to what you have been talking about, Wiki and the rest. First, I want to make an example of China. China developed because they opened up their infrastructure. They developed their infrastructure to the extent that you can go by road, you can by plane, and you can also, in where they have waterways, you can also go by.
I studied the Chinese model. What you just said is just 10% of the job China did.
Can I just finish and listen to me and let me finish my thought before you jump in, please? Because I've been listening to you. So give me that opportunity also. So they develop their infrastructure. When you develop your infrastructure, you open up your economy from the hinterland to the major city. But if you don't develop at all, how would you develop your economy? It's a very good thing that, for example, I will give you a very, very good example here. What the Chinese did was very simple. They developed their infrastructure to the extent that road is their number one priority. They make sure that roads go to their hinterland. And then after that, they continue to give a kind of, they will do what we call cost advantage. For example, let's say Ibadan. The only thing you can do here is that maybe manufacture of cane product. The government will support them and they help them with soft loan, and people come together. So all Ibadan will be doing cane chairs or whatever. In Kano, textile, government support them, and everybody there set up a mini factory, not even big one. They started with mini one, small one, and everybody is doing textile. So anything.
Let me help you. You just want to talk about MSMEs. Let's just talk about it and move on to the next thing. MSMEs, literally. That's the basics.
No, I'm coming. So when you talk about all those governors that are developing their infrastructures and also building their schools, health center, and the rest, they are on the right path.
What are they doing with their MSMEs?
Let me just finish. Don't jump in this way, please. These people are on the right path. The problem with Nigeria most time is continuity, and that is one of the disadvantage of the so-called democracy we copy from America. Because when a new government comes in, instead of continuing, they try to destabilize, or they don't finish the one that the previous government have been doing. Look at Buhari, for example. No matter what you say about Buhari, he was able to complete some projects initiated by previous administration, especially Jonathan. and he also initiated a lot of new ones by himself. If today he did not build Lagos to Ibadan expressway, the rail line, it will not be there. Now it's considered one of the best in Africa. So when you compare Wike with your so-called Obi, Wike outperformed Obi in all ramification.
Are you willing to go into the numbers with me?
He performed more than Obi in all ramification.
Okay,
not vibes and inshallah.
Brother, I forgot that your name. I wanted to put something for you. I support you with what you are saying. The thing is this, why I asked that question. The fundamental problem we have in Nigeria, number one, is professionalism. Two, we don't have a bureaucratic system that ensure accountability. That's why nobody can continue. You see why every government come in to start their own. That's the only way they can serve for the country.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, there is lack of continuity, and the basic thing is about if our
institution was not in Europe, and that country is Poland. I want to give you an example of what I saw in Poland. These people they are communist people with Russia before they break out, they enter capitalism, but they were very poor. But they have a system that controls everything.
Poland
that system
now,
is what.
My friend, Poland now, compared to the other EU member, is one of the poorest countries in Europe. So you can Poland, the economy is not.
No, listen, wait. My brother, see me that is talking to you. I go to Poland, like I was there like 2 weeks ago. So I want to tell you what I saw like 10 years ago until today.
Okay,
it will go beyond your imagination. When I went there first time, there was no single express road, as big as that country. But if you go there today, they have been able to link the entire region. They have industry. It is being undermined. That is one of the poorest countries. Not like that. They are growing. That was why United Kingdom was so shocked when they left this EU.
Hello, if you have to understand the EU setting. What happened in Poland is that they are an agrarian society, but when they join the EU community, they are one of the poorest countries, but they are thriving because they get a lot of support from the EU. But comparing them to other
not because they have a support, because they have a good system. Nigeria have what it takes to build their country. They have the resources.
All of them have support. And when I don't want us to go to Europe now. We are still talking about Nigeria. Can you tell me
what support are you talking about? Do you mean material support?
I don't want you to break to my line of thought. I just want to ask you a simple question. Can you also tell us that the same river that you are talking about is the same rivers 20 years ago? Is it the same rivers or the same Ebonyi State? Or at least there were governor before David Umahi, and there were also governor before Wike. Amechi tried his best, but when Wike outperformed him.
Amechi did better than Wike, and I have the numbers.
Which number? Where did you get your number, Mr. Opta?
He did better cumulatively.
Where did you get your number?
Let's not be carried away by commissioning and PR. Let's not be carried away by PR. See,
where did you get your number?
Please, please, can I interject?
Discussing the data. So
every time you always put all this analysis without backing from nowhere.
Well, data is stubborn.
Which data? Give us.
Data is not vibes and inshallah.
Chat, where is your analysis or whatever? So I
See,
know you
last
time I asked you a question like this.
Remy, calm down. We're not quarreling.
I'm okay. I'm not fighting with you. Just
okay. So
me coming down.
Okay, fine. Okay.
What I just want to say is that in conclusion, this government have tried. And they have built the state some infrastructure development and some other things they have done very well. I hope that the successful government, those ones that are there now, they can also outperform Umahi and also outperform that what should be talking here, not
please, can I say something? Uptown. See, I want us to look at things from it.
Olajide, you don't want to ask me a question. I wanted to reply you, but then
No, I've not even asked. I've not been able to speak. I've been keeping quiet. So I want to say something now. If we look at things from the point of view you've been looking at it, we'll always be backwards. I want you to reverse and go back 20 years and say a David Umahi was the governor of Ebonyi 20 years ago, and the governor that came after him acted in the same line. The one that came after him acted in the same line. 20 years down the line,
all of them.
yeah, in terms of infrastructure, 20 years down the line, you know what Ebonyi will be looking like. So, but please, when we start condemning those people that are even doing, then the people that did not do will say, after all, even if I do, then go talk.
I don't have business with those that didn't do.
Please, calm down, please. Calm down, please. Let's leave if you say those ones are failure, you are now condemning the ones that even did. Let us look at something. You said something the other time. You said hospitals that the poor will not benefit from. And somebody called in to say, okay, general hospitals, do you know how much they carry out cesarean operation in general hospitals? If you want to do it in a private hospital, my brother, you will have nothing less than 350,000 naira and above. Meaning that a poor man that carry his wife to the hospital once this CS does not have the capability to do it. But of recent, I have a family member that a younger brother that did for 50,000 in a general hospital, and we say we are not benefiting from it. Let us that same operation that was done for 50,000 naira in a general hospital successfully. If you go to some big hospitals in Nigeria, you'll be paying millions. So if you say the government is not trying, if they fold their arms and don't build that general hospital, do you know how many poor people will have died?
But Olajide, since
please calm down, please. Let us not be negative because somebody does not fall into our political environment. Let us not be too negative. My point, which Babajan Lekoko pointed out, is this: if we place Obi versus David Umahi and versus Wike, I'm telling you, Obi cannot outperform them on infrastructure and on other grounds. So what are we saying?
I don't like. See me here. Look at me here. I am so addicted to sitting down and actually checking what is on reality rather than what we think. That is data. It's very simple. Where was the state when the person came on board? Where did he leave it? Raw data, facts and figures, statistics, no inshallah vibes. It's not vibes, it's not club. It's a simple academic exercise.
Sorry,
what was the state of the healthcare?
Sorry, at the same time,
what was the source? What was the level of education he met? Where did he leave it?
What was the economic
what was
value
the financial
of the
stability of
country?
the state? How did he leave it?
This guy,
How is it? So this thing is simple mathematics. Nobody is coming to do.
I think you are funny, Uptown.
I think or I feel.
You are really a
Somebody
funny
keep
guy.
somebody keep talking around. But see the point. Let me ask you a very straightforward question. Maybe let me throw it to. No, I won't throw it to Remy. You won't give me. You just beat around the bush. Let me throw it to Olajide. Olajide, this is a very simple question I want to throw to you.
Who are you saying beat around the bush?
Okay, go ahead.
Mind your language. How can you just talk like that? What do you mean beat around the bush? Who are you talking to like that?
I just decided to ask somebody that I feel will give me a better answer, a more calm answer, even though we don't agree. See the thing, the point of all this conversation is not that we will all agree. The point is for us to actually find out if I learn from you, learn from me. That's my own. The thing is, Olajide, how does it make sense to you? That's okay. Since we are now talking about River State, Anambra State, Wike, Obi, and Omai, then let's stick to those samples. How does it make sense to you that with the amount of resources And in the last time I came to the platform, I actually called out numbers that people didn't believe. And then they cross-checked it and found out that, yes, that these states earn as much as that. Whether it's through FAC allocations, whether through IGR, whether through Niger Delta development monies and every other thing. If you check what is available to Rivers State, check what is available to Anambra State, how does it make sense to you? Tell me that Anambra State, and also let me add a state like Cross River as well. How does it make sense to you?
I think you also had Ebonyi with it also.
Ebonyi and
Rivers.
With
it because at least Anambra get more money than Ebonyi. Add it with it.
Okay. Ebonyi. Now check Ebonyi, River State, Cross River. How does it make sense to you that today, this morning, in the whole country, Anambra State has the best healthcare system in the entire 36 state and FCT? Yet,
how are you able to measure? How are you able to measure? Excuse me. How are you able to measure that he has the best?
Let me finish now. Let me finish. Calm down. How does it make sense to you that Anambra State that earns 4 times less than states like Bayelsa, Delta, and Rivers has the best and most efficient healthcare system in the country, and yet Anambra does not have any hospital building that is as fancy as that one in Ebonyi, or as beautiful in terms of exterior looks of something like 9 or 12-story building as probably the one that is in River State. No, because why I ask this question is the point I was trying to make to Babaja, that efficient healthcare system is not necessarily a beautiful building or structure. That one is just basically infrastructure. As far as building is concerned, it's infrastructure. Now, when we're talking about
how did you come up with the fact that Anambra
now, how does it make sense to you? And what did you think Anambra is doing different or did differently? You'll answer me.
No, but you have to answer this. How did you measure that Anambra has the best healthcare in the country?
Let me answer.
We are in digital age.
Let me answer.
Wait. You got to establish that fact because people make all these people.
You just make a statement. Just tell us how you were able to measure it.
National Bureau of Statistics. Go to Google.
Okay.
Very simple.
The Bureau of Statistics that doesn't know have data of citizens and numbers of people attended to.
We cannot suddenly start this.
See, anything data, me, I don't agree. My brother, don't praise that one. I don't agree with you. There's no way you can argue that.
Okay,
we don't have what it takes to measure it. We don't have
now completely and move on.
We don't have.
The question
until you meet the one that suits your narrative, then you accept it. Is that where we are now?
What kind of digital are you talking about? Look, I don't understand. What kind of digital will you use that is available in Nigeria that we use to access our healthcare?
Wait.
Please.
Why is it that my friend, let me answer him. Why is it that when we want to find and source out all our informations in this country, we go to Google and conduct our investigation across several database, but when somebody throws up those details and then everybody's like, no, there's nothing like that. How will you check it? How will you calculate it?
Wait, my brother. When it comes to data, you think Google will know data of Nigeria?
You're like, go and check. When it suits you, you can check the poverty rate in Sokoto State because it probably suits you. Check what the MBS
if you check poverty rate, somebody can write anything, but we don't have the statistic. Because we don't even know the number of people living there. And that AK you are talking about, look, many Igbos don't stay in the eastern part of Nigeria. Igbos in Lagos, for example, Igbos in Lagos, wait, for example, Igbos in Lagos, it is Lagos state government that is responsible for their healthcare. Igbos in Benin, it is the Benin government state that is responsible for their healthcare. How will you measure all these things that you have the best healthcare in your place? How?
No, listen to me. What you just say just means you didn't even listen to me. Let me rephrase what I said again. I didn't say Igbos.
Hello, please. Can I come in?
So leave Igbos out of it.
Let's hear a new voice, man. This guy has been coming here.
Today,
please, Uptown. Let me talk. Uptown.
Uptown, can you come? Can you allow someone else to talk?
Uptown. Cool down. Cool down.
Let me conclude and go.
Uptown, don't go. I want to answer your
Let me.
question.
Let's hear
Uptown,
new voice.
I want to say something to you.
Uptown, can we hear new voice real quick?
Uptown, please let me say something. You see, Uptown. You see, the thing is this. For David Omai, he tried. Wike tried in their own. But the thing is this. Infrastructures, because I've heard you say a lot of things about all those stuff. Infrastructures are really, really important for the development of a country or a people. But the problem is our leaders. You see, the thing is that the money our leaders are getting, like going into the coffers of the state. If you equate it with the infrastructures on ground, you see that there is nothing on ground. That's where we should be because of massive corruption. But when you say is Ebonyi State Governor tried, because if we've had somebody was saying if we've had like this type of governor for 20 years, definitely Ebonyi State would be a very nice place. David Omai tried. The only place I'm against David Omai is all those color things he's putting all over as if he's you know.
My brother, don't go to that. That's violence. Don't go that side.
You see all those things. But apart from if other governors have done what Ebonyi State, the Omai did, Ebonyi State will have been. In Wike's case is this. He tried, but man, if you look at what comes to the coffers of River State and what is on ground, you know that these people are just corrupt.
It does not rhyme.
You understand? It doesn't, because we want dividends of democracy. And if the leaders are going to come sincerely and develop these people have the means to develop the place, but they don't want to do it. I don't know if it's their mindset or whatever. I don't know. Just look at Dubai. Dubai, everybody is running to everything. It's developed by a man. The man sat down and said, let's develop our country. And they developed it. Why can't we do the same? We're always making excuses for these guys. These people are political criminals.
They said money in River State.
My brother, please let me just quickly add this one to it. Let me just add this one to it. If I'm permitted. See, we should not be praised. After, let me just put this one to it. See, we cannot, the government cannot continue to be pumping money into infrastructures that lack accountability, and we are expecting anything good to come out of it. It can never work. It has never worked in any place. It has never worked in any place. Wait, it has never worked in any place, and it will not work in our country. Hello,
Mike. Hello. Just a minute, a sentence, and I will leave the sentence. I will stop.
The alternative is this. The alternative is this. Let the federal government and the state government draw a plan and make sure they revive the bureaucracy that is the institution, like Ministry of Work, with professionals. Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Infrastructures. Wait. Because we don't have bureaucracy, that is why these guys are looting the money. And most of this infrastructure, that is the only way they can move the money out of the treasury. They must have something that they are building. Whether they complete it or not is nobody's business. But if there is a plan, and we have the professionals on ground to ensure accountability, to steal the money, it will become minimized. We have no choice than to continue to do the good work for the people. I give you an example. Here in Sweden, every road they make, the tons of gravel that make that road, the government must know. The tons of quota that went into that road, the government must know. Every company involved must. You say, how is it possible?
No, I said accountability is really
accountability.
Important.
Now, to start that road, there is a complete department that is responsible for what is called project designer. They have designed their own for the city, for the state, and they put it in all various ministries. So when you hire a company, they will go to what they have designed for that city. If they want to change other things there is a different bureaucracy they have to undergo. Now, when they issue look, for example, now, how do we register construction company in Nigeria? Can't we ask question? Governor will just sign one company you don't know. They don't have name, like in my state, for example. These are just like ghosts. They own they are the owners of these companies. They just sign it and they pump the whole money to them. You see them doing road, and small time they just disappear.
Can you tell us your state, please? What's your state?
My brother I am from Edo State, and Nigeria is the same thing. Wherever the governor,
like your Baseki now, so why are you now castigating?
No, he's building. He has built some things like every other state governors. Wait, he has built things like every other governors. And I think it is our time, like Tinubu making a promises, I will go and increase the state money. That one is a good jet to governor. It's not going to impact Nigerians. I'm just telling you the truth.
Thank you very much.
You cannot say that.
Thank you, my brother.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Uptown, Mr. Mike.
The question Uptown asked me, please. I want to answer the question. Uptown, going by your statistics.
I'm here, my dear elder brother.
Okay, you gave a statistics of Anambra being the best healthcare. That is a 2020 statistics.
That's what?
It's a 2020 statistics.
Okay, what's the 2020 statistics?
I'm coming. And in that statistics, the river state that you are condemning is 5th, behind Ogun State, Lagos, and Osun.
How does it make sense that River State will be 5th with the resources available to them?
Calm down, please. Calm down. Now, presently, it is FTC. Then after that, Enugu. Then 3rd is Anambra. See, my brother, it's what makes the difference might be in terms of efficiency, in terms of the number of people they cover. Because for me, I find it funny that you will tell me that the healthcare system in Ebonyi or in Anambra is more efficient than Lagos. Because when you look at the population of people in Lagos, you look at the response time for ambulances in Lagos, there's even an ambulance lane, a BRT lane, an ambulance lane in Lagos to ensure that there's quick response. So when you look at it, it is not a statistics that you can come and celebrate like that, because it does not reflect the true picture when you put into consideration of everything that affects those states. So
can we know this?
Can I say something? I want to say something.
I want to learn from him. I want to learn from him. I want to say.
Yes, I want to say something.
Jide, is it Jide that just finished talking?
Yeah.
Let me say something.
Jide, even if you look at that thing that Upton is talking about, he's talking about primary health care. It's not the entire health system. Primary health care. Yes. So you can't just come and tell us and conclude with primary health care that Anambra has the best. That is primary health care. And what if you know what primary health care means? It's just all those basic things like vaccination and all those small things.
Can I say something now? Let me say something. You see, when we are talking about development, you cannot leave this one and bring in the other one. If these things are not working hand in hand, that nation and that country cannot succeed. That's the point. And the critical aspect of development is education, and we're getting it wrong. When we begin to say, when we're not taking that aspect very serious, just like this person that is talking about Anambra State being the best in healthcare, whether primary or anything, go and check the school of midwifery in Anambra State. It's the best in the country. But people neglect it so much.
I always
take when you go to Anambra State, ask of school of midwifery in Anambra State. That school of midwifery is doing a lot of great impact in that state. But
school of midwifery, what is about school of midwifery? How did you know that is the best in the country? They can take delivery better than any other people.
No, check other state now that put the type of priority that Anambra State put in that education, that school of midwifery. The priority that was given to that.
Let me tell you, the thing is this.
You cannot not focus on a particular thing and not get results.
Excuse me, all the states have failed. If you see, we shouldn't come here and making excuses. Even for Anambra has failed. The governors have failed there. Let's stop making excuses for this people.
No, it's not like making excuses. But my point is this. My point is that
excuse me,
Nigeria are neglecting the most component aspect of development. That's the AGI. We focus on because when you educate these people, when you educate Nigeria, when you put more emphasis in our education, you see Nigeria will develop automatically.
You must know what kind of education, because the education they are giving us now is not working for us. It's not creating jobs.
That is the education system entirely. Education system entirely in the country has collapsed. They are not taking, and they are not putting priority in there. Education system in Nigeria has collapsed entirely.
Excuse me,
especially our basic education. The basic education.
Basic education.
Primary and the secondary school education.
Before you joined us,
let me come, please.
Before you joined us, when I talked about education, they told me about somebody in what state building 7-story building, very fancy building. I told them there's a difference between building an infrastructure, which is this building, and building the education system.
Often what causes this? What causes this? When the governor begin to invest in education, you will not see the immediate impact. They might not get impact in their tenure. It might be after their tenure you begin to see the impact of that investment in education. So they wouldn't want to invest in it. They want to build something that people will say, I do this one, I do this one, I do this one. The one the people will start to praise them immediately. They will not neglect that, because education, when you invest in education can take like 4 years, 5 years to manifest in the life of the citizens.
Okay, I want to ask you one question. That education, you said Anambra. I'm not against Anambra. I'm not against any governor in Nigeria, but I'm just telling you that these people are not doing anything. Okay, that education you talked about, has that education created any job in Nigeria? Has it created jobs?
No, now when you look at number of JAPAs we have in Nigeria, they are dedicated ones that are supposed to stay back. You understand? But these guys, let me finish. They got the education here. They didn't see the job. They go outside there and do exploit. You understand? So Nigeria, because Nigeria has not taken that system very serious, they neglect it. So people that understand it and know what it means, and know that Nigeria cannot give them the best, they go outside and begin to utilize it.
When you're talking about education, you're talking both from supply and demand side. I even
yes.
From needs. So when people are talking about education, they are like, oh, this governor has built one school here and that school here. He has fixed education. I'm laughing. I'm like, you know the tax it involves. You have to reshuffle your civil service. You have to fix your civil service system to be efficient. You have to fix the structure that is driving the engine of that sector. You have to fix even the things you have to fix. So a lot of intangible assets, even in terms of
even to restructure the payment of the staff. Even the payment of the staff, you have to restructure it in a way that it will benefit that state.
The curriculum. You understand what I'm saying?
Even everything.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
When I schooled in Anambra in my secondary school year, when we usually go for competitions in other states, that is when I began to find out that there was something so different about the way they were teaching us. Because other states does not know anything in practical. Nothing. And we are like, we have moved so far in these practicals, and you guys are in the same class with us. You don't even know jack about this. You guys are just reading textbook to pass exams.
Excuse me, Uptown, let me tell you something. Uptown, let me give
when
you one.
When I went for cowbell mass competition in Abuja, I saw my mates. I was like, what are these guys doing?
Uptown, can I come in? Uptown, you've said a lot. You've said a lot. I've listened to you. You've said a lot. You see, the thing is this. Let me come in a little. You know, the thing is this: the kind of education the government is giving us are not making us creative. It's not creative enough. Look at in the 80s. In the 80s, we had our leaders then. We had vocational schools where people can go and learn vocational jobs. Technical schools. These are things we need to create jobs in Nigeria. Right now, China is adopting that system. China is telling their people that not everybody will go to university. The best of their best will go to university. But if you're just like an average student, go and learn vocational job. Those are the places jobs are created. It is not degree, and that is why our country has not been able to produce anything. And that is why
you know what
you see a graduate. A graduate will come out. An engineering graduate will graduate from the school. He doesn't know anything else to do apart from going to a company and working. But if it's a vocational job, you can't see a mechanic going to look for employment. The mechanic will go there, open his own shop, and
maybe if you check the graduate, you came out from a fancy looking school.
See, I like the last speaker. The last speaker, what you said is still my problem, and that is what I've been always say, even in this platform, that our primary school and the secondary school education, they're not taking it serious in this country. The only people, even the private school that are still managing that space, they are not even checking it to know if those schools are capable to
the
train
monitoring
children.
system is low.
The monitoring system is low.
In that. Do you know why, Ekene? Do you know why? Because that does not serve their purpose. That does not bring
that doesn't serve their purpose.
To them. They just want something.
So and Nigeria will continue to go down low in terms of development if you don't educate
leaders that
these
actually have passion for development, not people that want to.
These guys need knowledge. These guys need knowledge. They need basic knowledge to do exploit. So when these politicians finish eating our money and their time are gone, then who is now going to pick up? We are the people that are going to bring their knowledge and develop this country. Just check the number in the north, check the numbers in the south. The thing is increasing every day by day.
Who work in the factories? Who work in the industry?
Who work in the factories? Just like Dangote employed foreign workers in his refinery, and people are crying. Why should we be crying? We don't have the capacity anymore. The guys that are supposed to do it are living abroad, and we are not training the new ones to have that capacity. So when the man has looked around, he couldn't find it in Nigeria. He went abroad and they bring in the brains. But it's not supposed to be so. We're supposed to find those capacities here in Nigeria. We have people that study the mechanical engineering, and where are they? What is their impact in the society? Where are those guys? So Dangote couldn't employ anyone from Nigeria. He went abroad and then come and they bring and when we're crying, the man employed went abroad and they employ foreigners. When you have neglected your educational system.
Let me cite one example for you, Ekene, if you will let me. Just one example. And I will still sign it with my mentor because there was a reason this guy became my mentor. He didn't become my mentor overnight. Now, back 10 years ago, when Obi won $1 million Bill Gates Prize, a lot of people gathered were suggesting for him, use it and build one flyover. I mean, people will say, wow, you built a flyover. He said no. That he set a target for his primary health system. He wanted it to get from this point to this point before he leaves. And he's going to sink that money. They told him, if you sink this money into primary health, nobody will praise you. Nobody will feel that you did anything. There will not anything to snap picture about or to say, wow, governor did this or anything like that. He said he does not need anybody's praise. Sure, he's interested that by the time he's living here, that this state is sustainable in the next 100 years. That is the point. So that is what our governors don't want to be doing. They just want personal aggrandizement. They want to be scratching the surface. Nobody wants to go and carry the heaps of debts. Nobody wants to go and do the tough job.
They want things that you praise them immediately.
Nobody wants to do the tough job. That's why we're not developing. Let me tell you, when they released the multidimensional poverty last year, there was something in that report, if you read that report said that the poverty in Nigeria is mainly from the states and the conduct of the governors. And there was a point that report pointed out. He said that most of the governors are only focusing on their state capitals, and whereby so many rural areas do not have any connection with urban areas. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if you listen to that multidimensional report as of last year, then go back to 1 decade ago, 10 years ago, when Obi conducted the first ever poverty mapping in Nigeria. And he found out that the only way he can lift people out of poverty is by connecting rural roads. This is far back as 2007. Is by connecting all rural roads to urban centers in Anambra State. And he built 21 bridges because a lot of rural roads are disconnected completely. Most of them have never seen urban center in their life before. He connected all that bridges, built all those. Why? Now, all those people in those sites, when they do their agricultural products, if they used to sell it for 500 naira there, now, because there is now access to marketing on Onitsha, they will go there and sell it for 2,000. Now they are 4 times richer without you giving them 5,000 naira per native, because you knew what was at the heart of lifting that poverty and you did it. A lot of governors will not do it. Why? Because rural roads are not celebrated. Because
you know, uptown, you know why?
People that snap pictures are not in rural areas. People that post on internet are not in rural areas. Now you can build 200 kilometers on rural area, it will not make it to Twitter because nobody even knows. It's only when you build it in Oka, in Asaba, in Onitsha, that's when people will snap and say, hey, this governor is working. So governors always avoid those ones that will not give them praise. They just come to one state capital and start performing magic. Sometimes I call the more you look, the less you see. You are just deceiving yourself because you continue wallowing in underdevelopment till you do the right thing. But most of the governors don't want to do that.
Yeah, uptown, you know, that rural road, you know, people don't know that the guy did very well in terms of rural road. It is only when you live in Anambra State. It is only when you live in Anambra State you know what he did with rural roads and all that. Because a lot of those places like Anyamelum never experienced anything like it. They never knew they would have road in their life self. But when he stepped into that local government, you know, these are the agricultural part of Anambra State, that the Ayamelum side. What he did there in terms of their road, even Obiano that came from that side didn't do 1% of what he did there. But his main focus why he did it was because of the farmers that live in that area. Because of the farmers that live in that area.
People that didn't understand it were like, what's this guy wasting money? Like, you go and build a fine road where it's just poor people that are living there. Instead of you to come to a city and build a Tower of Babel for us so that we can snap picture and call you performing governor. I was telling you that.
But my point is still this. My point is still this.
On my table, I have a plan of development, and I know exactly
that will build the nation in the next. That will build the nation in the next 50 years. Exactly. That will build this nation in the next 30 years, and that is how countries develop. That is how countries develop.
Can I imagine now? Do you know? I tell somebody that Soludo is the luckiest governor today. Do you know almost the only challenge waiting for? Who is Soludo
that?
The only challenge waiting for Soludo in Anambra is physical infrastructure, roads, flyovers.
Soludo doesn't have any problem in governance. Now, just that the guy is I don't know what he's doing.
His education system is top notch.
Uptown, nobody can owe Anambra State workers civil servant salary in the next 30 years. People don't know that, yo.
You can't owe them. It's been guaranteed now.
You can't owe them. That structure has been set there.
Thousands of investments put down.
Whether you are doing anything or you are not doing anything, their salary structure has already been set in place during the time of P2B. So you cannot owe any number whether the state is cumbering, whether what is happening. You cannot owe any of them. That salary structure has been set there. So that is why even Obiano, as bad as Obiano is, he cannot owe any worker. As bad as Soludo is, he cannot owe any worker.
So you know
that investment because when people talk about investment, that investment and all that
integrated
that investment
people don't understand.
People don't understand it. That investment has already been put there. That you cannot in any time owe even pension or even a gratuity in Anambra State.
Do you know what started this conversation? Do you know what started the conversation? People were coming. I was tired of hearing it. They say Wike and Umahi, they perform better than Obi. I'm like, let's even talk about the numbers. Let's bring out the data. You know, it's okay for people for somebody that invests billions on PR. You know, that's what I do in PR. That's what Wike is doing. You commission, you build 20 kilometers. You use 10 million to organize parties and pay all the channels in all the national channels to carry it. Yes,
You know
I'm
what?
called Mr. Project.
Uptown. You know why I
Yeah.
still brag? You know why I still brag? You know why I still brag about Anambra today, and I will continue to still brag about it. And I always say it. I said Anambra have the best public school in Nigeria. I mean public school, not private school. That is functional,
The public school are better
and
than
they're bringing
private
out
schools.
best graduates in the country. I can continue to say that. I can come out anywhere and say it for all I care. If you doubt it, well, let's go there.
See the thing, Ekene. For people like you and I, people thought maybe we became obedient last year because we wanted to join the crowd.
No, it's not last
People
year.
think maybe
What
because
is
it's my
what he?
proud
I
man.
always say
Hey,
is
this
what
man
he has
Igbo
done for
man.
me. Is what he has.
Make Igbo
This primary health care. This primary health care. One man uptown. This primary health care we are talking about. You see. If I tell people that I benefited, it's just like I'm trying to glorify Peter Bios or anything. The last time I traveled with my kids inside Amiamelum, as far as that remote area, that place is very remote area, but the kind of healthcare that people be put in that area, those primary healthcare, the structure, and the thing is still working today. When my child was sick, I couldn't even know all these pharmacies were not there, not this pharma, all this they were not there. People say, "Hey, we have a health center here." I said, "Wow, do you have a health center here?" He said, "Yes." They took us there with my child. Proper treatment, everything, up to today. Who brought in that sector? They say it's people that did it for them. It's still functioning to today, up to today. I was amazed.
There's the one that shocked my friend during COVID-19 when they were talking about what's that machine for COVID-19? What's it called again? That sought after machine. There's this ventilator, Abi?
Yeah.
Okay, ventilator. Yeah, you know, it was not. Nobody could find it. You understand what I'm saying? Even people were like, "Okay, are we going to build local one? How are we going to import it?" Where everybody was on lockdown. Do you know Anambra State had ventilators in their teaching hospitals? And when we talked about it, they were like, how people are now sourcing for ventilators? You people actually had it before. Will you say that it's been here since it was provided?
You know, our governors neglect all those things. They don't see that. They don't see that.
Are not skyscrapers.
They don't see it as critical aspect of development. But I don't blame them. I blame the Nigerians entirely. They don't know what they want. It's not that road is bad, yo. I'm not condemning any governor for building road, but in terms of development, when you compare your development, that's HDI, that woman development index, that include your education, that include the per capita and the life expectancy.
Yes.
People see it as a nothing.
Wait,
they are nothing.
Even MSMEs now, investing.
Even MSMEs, they don't see it. They just feel like when you build roads, the people will become more richer. Definitely, road is good. It also contributes to the.
Yeah. So, before you joined the platform, I was arguing with Baba Jalikoko. He was telling me that Umahi did wonders in Ebonyi State. Look at the size of the hospital. He built the best hospital in.
Let me tell you. Do you know that hospital? Do you know that hospital? Do you know that medical school that he built? People cannot attend that school. Admission has not taken place in that school still today. The reason he left the priority that's supposed to be the primary education. He now went and built a very big medical hospital, and the school fees are high. You know, to go to the medical hospital is not an easy task. The schools are very high. So who is in Ebonyi State that is going to pay for that amount of money to go and study medical in Ebonyi State? So the schools are still there.
Hello, Ekene.
They have not started admitting people.
Hello, Ekene.
But
hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Are we here to polish Obi or what?
because I've been listening for a few minutes and it's about Obi did this, Obi did this. Obviously, if we want to start saying that, everybody knew what the governor of a state did while he was there. You know, as much as you would like to say Obi did wonders, for those of us in Lagos, we knew where we were when Tinubu came into. So if we want us to start polishing the achievement of those people, or you really want us to discuss national interest, which one are we doing?
No,
It's
my
not
brother.
about.
When
It's
I
not
came to
all
the
about
platform, I
polishing
said
Obi.
something.
I'm using
No, I
what I
can.
know.
I say
I'm using what I know to give
exactly.
example of development we need in Nigeria.
Okay.
What I
Well,
say
I
is
use
that when I
what I
came to the
know to
platform,
say this is what we make our society to develop more than what we are
this
seeing it
is
today.
replicated in 36 states. This is
Yeah,
where
we are
we
not
can
saying
be.
we are
But see the
not
point.
disregarding. I'm not disregarding infrastructure. I'm not disregarding region IGR. But these things has to work in pari passu, as in you cannot disregard this one and put this one aside. But most especially that HDI aspect is very critical, because when you continue to, as a nation, when you continue to breed uneducated people, your primary school and the secondary school sector is going down every day by day,
The
and
same
you are
thing with
thinking
your
that you are going
security.
to make progress
Insecurity is
as a
increasing.
nation. It's
Education
increasing.
You know, the
You
issue
cannot.
is,
It can never happen. It can never happen.
the problem is this. What used to work before might not be necessarily wrong today, but it's not working. That is the case of the Nigeria educational system. We are using educational system of the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. Those things cannot solve our problem.
No, that's not our problem. Our problem is that our leaders are not putting priority in
I'm saying, hold on.
sector. It's very simple. There's no priority there.
Hold on. Let me say one thing. I know what I'm saying. Sometimes we need to really educate our people. When the educational system we are using presently cannot, I schooled in Nigeria, I schooled abroad. So I've been able to get both sides. For example, I did engineering in Nigeria. When we still try to use ordinary, like welding, using stick welding, that you're going to learn in classroom, you're going to draw it. In here at secondary school level, they are already using MIG for welding, and it's done practically. So those are the little difference in which by the time you finish secondary school, under the current curriculum of most advanced country, you are self-sufficient. You don't need to look for job. Your skills can give you daily bread conveniently, because the education is like someone learning to repair gramophone. You know that gramophone of the 40s? You were good at it. But now we have not even this player, we have LCD TV and all those things. So there are two different things. The time has changed. Most of the equipment in this day, they've migrated into IT infused. But the education we are still given, even at primary level and secondary level, is still trying to make us cope with what used to be. So our educational system needs to be republished in totality. Let me now say the second part. When I was in one of my classes, I noticed one thing, like students were not competitive. I live in the Scandinavia. They were not competitive, but they were more of complementary. You know, I came with the Nigeria Nagragra. I want to be the top of the class. Then I noticed it's a bit different in here. You know what the professor told me? He said, we are not expecting all of you to be extremely good. We only need one or two that is extra good and is going to feed the rest with its ingenuity. I was like, this is really different. So the level of the number we have, if it's the right type of education, can provide jobs. It's a shame our engineers were looking for jobs. Engineers should be creating jobs. Each engineer should have certain amount of technicians and artisans working with them. So, for example, I was doing one of my projects back home. I needed a tiler. They did the thing wag like this, jack like this, because they don't even have the tools to do the right thing, and they don't even have the training to do it. So I think our education should be redesigned, and we should focus on technical school and stop this big degree we are looking for. It's not helping.
See, my brother,
anyone.
this your argument. I've already made it, even in this platform.
We are just more
But our
practical with
education
it. We are
system
just
is
citing
not what
example.
it.
That's the difference between us and you.
Our
We are
education
only
system
citing
entirely
examples.
is not what it ought to be. But it seems like many of us are not understanding it. It seems like when we see road, we take it that the person has done the best. I'm not putting out road and those things aside, though. They must construct the road.
Mr. Project.
But I'm telling you that we are neglecting the most critical aspect of our development in this country. Because you still build that road, because of uneducation, people still go and vandalize it. You build rails and all that. Because of lack of education, people go and vandalize it.
Okay.
So who are not going to use that road?
The issue is this: we as a people, we are horrible as a people. Let's talk the truth to ourselves. A few weeks ago, somebody stole railway sleepers. How on earth should you do that?
Poverty,
is it the
my
government?
brother. Poverty.
Don't use that word. Poverty is not an excuse for crime.
No, there's a level of poverty that
No,
our
no,
people
no,
have been
my brother.
subjected to. You need to
You don't
understand the
know,
level of poverty they've been subjected. I'm not justifying that. I am
my
not.
brother. You
I
don't
can
know the
never
extent of
justify
poverty
that.
the person you're speaking with went through. Poverty is not an excuse for crime.
No, it's not poverty stand alone. You have to understand it. Let me give you an example. Do you know that some of the times I visited the prison and I talked to some people, do you know the majority of people that I've ever talked to in prison have always cited that why they did this thing? After all, our leaders are doing it in Abuja. After all, they are corrupt. So why are we going to be hungry if we have opportunity to do it? So it is a combination of is a social engineering. It's an orientation of poverty and then the corruption and the effects it has done to the psyche of most Nigerians over the years. Some people have only experienced this endemic corruption and underdevelopment for the entire of their lifetime. For people that maybe they were born in 1996, 1995,
I'm
93. Now, this is all they have experienced in their lifetime.
Let me comment. You see, sometimes some of the person you're talking with, if I bring my own CV of poverty and I didn't commit crime, you will laugh. Like, how the hell did you do that?
Not everybody will commit crime now.
Let me
not
explain.
every
Wait, my
people
brother,
that's
wait.
going to
Let me
vandalize
explain.
roads now.
Wait, let me explain how societies are built. There is a role of religion in society which helps to be the conscience and moral of that society.
Is there also a role of leadership?
Hold on, please. Let me. Religion. I'm coming from the point of religion. Like, they are supposed to be the guardian of the morals of people in a society. However, in the late 80s, this thing changed. they started preaching prosperity. So there is no conscience to oil to the entire society. That is one part. Now, when I said poverty is not an excuse for crime, it might sound a bit harsh, but that is the truth. It's like we're not using that poverty as a fuel for critical thinking. In most developed countries, it is not the children of the elites that brings out this technological development that is growing their country. It is the children of the average common man that wants to get to the next level.
Because their system allows them to.
We should stop, my brother. We should stop making excuses for our society.
The system in Nigeria is designed to kill efforts and to kill talent.
Please, Uptown, please let him land some point. Let him land, then you will still make your, because he's going somewhere, you know.
Okay. The issue is this: we can continue to make excuses for criminality in our society and tie it to poverty if it makes us feel good. You will not be in China and you're going to commit a crime and you tell you are poor. They're going to fucking kill you. I'm sorry. They're going to kill you. Sorry for my language. I know General. Is it Thomas?
Use bias, you know.
Yeah. Okay. They're going to remove you. They're going to just delete you or buy you. In other countries, that is how strong the law is. So we in Nigeria, we use this blackmail of not being responsible. We tie everything to poverty. The government, out of their I don't want to put another word, like they managed to make a rail line. A greedy person that believes he needs more money than every other person went there and removed those railway sleepers, and we say it's poverty. Is that poverty or greed? If you like, you should be as poor as the church rats. If you do that in most countries, you're not going scot-free. You're going to prison, and if they have fine sentence, they're going to give you. Until we get to this point, like, okay, whosoever breaks the law, is the consequence. We are not going anywhere. Our education,
including politicians.
You said what?
Including politicians, or starting from politicians.
No, the issue is when a law is made, the politicians are part of the society. We always elevate them to be above the law.
Then I agree with you.
Then I agree with you. I agree with you in your submission, but not in all. Because
my brother,
in terms of that poverty issue being contributing to the crime we are having today in our society, everybody knew that it's not everybody that have the guts to say, even though I might be doing my business genuinely, I would still have patience, things are growing and all that. It's not everybody that have that kind of zeal. Do you understand? And you know how in other developed nations, how they treat their own personal citizens to make sure that
you are contradicting yourself. Make that statement again. Make it again. Let me know where you are going, please. The last one you said. You almost say what he said. I think.
Yeah, I'm saying that poverty in itself, it's not everybody that have that gut to say, let me remain focused, let me be doing things gradually and all that.
That is not that.
The point I'm trying to make there is the point I'm trying to make there is this in our nation today. If you don't fight for yourself, it's just like personal development. No government support for development. Everything must be on you.
My brother,
you understand? The government is not even in business. Even in business, the government is not creating the enabling environment for your business to thrive.
Let me also add
Can I
something.
add? Okay,
Please,
go.
let me quickly put this one. I add to that what my brother is saying. Look, when you look at 90s in Nigeria, communities, you know the number of people that have cars. You understand me? People were not rich. They were not, the money we count today, people don't count it in that country. Yet crime was reduced. You see, the aspect he spoke to is conscience. We lost our traditional and moral value to the doctrine of prosperity. It's a big problem. We are now becoming overambitious and we don't have that conscience anymore. It's affecting marital status. It's affecting the way we think and the rationality of the people. And I agree with him 100%. Look at that education he said. Do you know Babangida administration restructure our education to JSS and SS? What was it driving is exactly the thing we are enjoying in Scandinavia today. Once you cross the junior secondary school, you enter upper secondary school, they will train you both for labor market and for the opportunity for you to further your education. It is very unfortunate that when people introduce good policies to our leaders, they don't want to know the bottom of where that thing is going. That is why this educational system failed us. It's supposed to work fantastically for us. So I believe every submission he has made, I completely agree with him. Because I am also in Scandinavia country. When I saw the way they trained people here, with your upper secondary school, you will come out as a professional. Nearly all of you.
You are a certified technician by the time
You
leave
are
secondary school.
already a foundation of technician is already in you. My son read engineering. When he chose engineering in upper secondary school, the first tools they gave to him is welding machine. He did mathematics, he did English, and he must do that practical. He must know how to measure, he must know how to weld, he must know those basic techniques before he proceeds to other higher institutions. So,
my brother, please, do you know when I was in Nigeria, I was working with one company called Nestle. While we were trying to construct one of our plants, the company had to bring in welders, specialist welders. So those are single career points. And our educational system in Nigeria is jam-packed. You can go to school and study welding as a course. And you will know the in total of it. But you claim to be an engineer, you know this, you know this, you know this, you studied, you learn this. So it's not professionally designed. At the end of the day, you are not fit to work in any organization. So the educational system, it's the issue. Even pouring in more money into something that has been designed to fail doesn't make sense. The number of universities we have, it's enough if they are productive to the society. By the
Thank
end
you
of
for that
secondary
point.
school,
I love that point.
yeah, at the end
I
of
love the
secondary
point you are making.
At the end of
We don't
secondary
need to
school,
build more universities.
people don't need to go to uni. You know, I came here, I did master's degree. Guess what? I eventually went back to learn vocation to learn what I studied while I was in the Polytechnic in Nigeria, and I never understood any of those things. We just cram those things to pass. You cram as much as possible, you blast an A, but give you the tools, you can't even ignite a weld. You can't start a spark to weld, and you claim you are an engineer. So we don't know what we're doing. We should stop this emphasis on someone has a big degree. We should focus more on streamlined technical educations. That is it. And also face agriculture. For example, 1,000 container comes to Lagos. How many of it goes back? What percentage of it goes back with products? And we continue to cry that dollar is rising, dollar is rising. do we really understand the concept of this foreign exchange? The whole concept is I buy from you, you buy from me. If you are the one always buying, if you are the one always taking from me, my home will continue to rise up while your own will be going down.
Prime dot it. Did you? It looks like you listened to me on the space yesterday. You are just vomiting every single thing you say.
I want to go now. I want to go now. So I want to thank the last speaker. I want to thank the last speaker for making a very good point this morning. So I want to leave now. You see, when I come here, I make argument of our agriculture, I make argument of our education. People don't see it as anything. We continue to hype infrastructure. Not that infrastructure is bad, but we are not giving priority. We are not giving priority to the main development of this country, and we are still excited that this one build this and this one build how many this and that.
Infrastructures are not strategically built.
But the priority, educate. You know why? And I still make the point why they will not do that. Even agriculture will not bring immediate. When you invest in agriculture, maybe people will not praise you. Maybe after 4 years or after 3 years, they want what they will build today, and they will commission it and they say I build 20 euros and all that.
Before you go, let me just say this thing. Education, infrastructure, agriculture, they are all they are part of a single puzzle.
Yeah.
That
they must work hand in hand.
Any of them.
Thank you for that word you used. It's a puzzle.
One of the major problems we produce enough food in Nigeria. For someone like me that came from a very